to which both looked forward, Kate with more confidence than Benton. He knew that AD was satisfied with him. He wouldn't otherwise still be part of the team. But he recognised that he could be over-enthusiastic in putting forward opinions which more thought would have modified, and his anxiety to curb this tendency to over-enthusiasm inhibited spontaneity, so that the evening review, although an exhilarating and important part of the investigation, was never without anxiety. Since their arrival at Wisteria House, Kate and he had seen little of their hosts. There had been time only for brief introductions before they had left their bags in the hall and returned to the manor. A white visiting card with the address and the names Claude and Caroline Shepherd had been handed to them, on which the initials EMO signified, as Mrs. Shepherd explained, that the evening meal was optional and that dinner could and would be provided. This had set off a fascinating chain of more esoteric initials in Benton's mind. HBO, hot baths optional, or hard beds optional. HWBO, hot water bottles optional. Kate had spent only a minute in reiterating the warning already given by Chief Inspector Whetstone that their arrival should be kept private. She did it with tact. Both she and Benton had needed no more than a glance of the Shepherd's intelligence and serious faces to know that they didn't need and wouldn't welcome any reminder of an assurance already given. Mr. Shepherd had said, "We've no temptation to be indiscreet, Inspector. The village people are polite and not unfriendly, but they are a little suspicious of incomers. We've only been here for 9 years, which makes us recent arrivals in their eyes, so we don't see much of each other. We never drink in the Cresset Arms, and we aren't church-goers." He made the last statement with the self-satisfaction of one who has resisted the temptation to fall into a dangerous habit. The Shepherds were, Kate thought, unlikely proprietors of a B&B. In her occasional experience of these useful stopping-places, she had recognised a number of characteristics the proprietors held in common. She found them friendly, sometimes gregarious, fond of meeting new people, house-proud, ready with helpful information about the area and its attractions, and, in defiance of contemporary warnings about cholesterol, providers-in-chief of the full English breakfast at its best. And surely their hosts were older than most people who coped with the hard work of catering for a succession of visitors. They were both tall, Mrs. Shepherd the taller, and perhaps looked older than their years. Their mild but wary eyes were unclouded, their handshakes firm, and they moved with none of the stiffness of old age. Mr. Shepherd, with his thick white hair cut in a fringe above steel-rimmed spectacles, looked like a benign edition of the self-portrait of Stanley Spencer. His wife's hair, less thick and now steel-grey, was twisted into a long thin plait, and secured at the top of her head by 2 combs. Their voices were remarkably similar, an unself-conscious distinctive upper-class accent, which can so irritate those not in possession of it, and which Kate told herself would effectively have banned them from any hope of a job at the BBC, or even a career in politics, had either unlikely option appealed to them. Kate's bedroom held everything necessary for a comfortable night, and nothing superfluous. She guessed that Benton's room next door was probably identical. 2 single beds side by side were covered with immaculate white counterpanes. The bedside lamps were modern to facilitate reading, and there was a 2-drawer chest and a small wardrobe provided with wooden hangers. The bathroom had no bath but a shower, which a preliminary turn of the taps showed to be efficient. The soap was unscented but expensive, and on opening the bathroom cabinet she saw that it was equipped with the necessary items which some visitors might have neglected to pack: toothbrush in a cellophane cover, toothpaste, shampoo and shower gel. As an early riser, Kate regretted the absence of a kettle and other facilities for brewing morning tea, but a small notice on the chest of drawers informed her that tea could be brought up at any time between 6 and 9 on request, although newspapers wouldn't be delivered until 8:30. She exchanged her shirt for one freshly laundered, drew on a cashmere pullover, and picking up her jacket, joined Benton in the hall. At first they stepped out into an impenetrable and disorientating blackness. Benton's torch, its beam strong as a miniature headlight, transformed the paving stones and the path into disconcerting hazards, and distorted the shape of bushes and trees. As Kate's eyes became accustomed to the night, one by one the stars became visible against the curdle of black and grey clouds, through which a half-moon gracefully slipped and reappeared, bleaching the narrow road and making the darkness mysteriously iridescent. They walked without speaking, their shoes sounding hobnailed on the tarmac like resolute and threatening invaders, alien creatures disturbing the peace of the night. Except, Kate thought, that it wasn't peace. Even in the stillness she could hear the faint shuffles in the grasses, and from time to time a distant, almost human cry. The inexorable succession of kill and be killed was being played out under cover of darkness. Rhoda Gradwyn wasn't the only living creature that had died on that Friday night. Some 50 yards on they passed the Westhall's cottage with one light in an upstairs window, and two shining from the windows of the ground floor. Within yards to the left was the parking space, the black shed, and beyond a glimpse of the Cheverell circle, the stones no more than half-imagined shapes, until the clouds parted under the moon, and they stood, pale and insubstantial, seeming to float, moon-bleached above the black, unfriendly fields. And now they were at the old police cottage, with its light shining from the two ground-floor windows. As they approached, Dalgliesh opened the door, looking for a second unfamiliar in slacks, a checked open-necked shirt and pullover. There was a wood fire burning, scenting the air, and a faint, savoury aroma. Dalgliesh had pulled 3 comfortable low chairs before the fire, with an oak coffee table between them. On it stood an open bottle of red wine, 3 glasses, and a plan of the manor. Kate felt an uplifting of her heart. This routine at the end of the day was like coming home. When the time came to accept promotion with the inevitable change of job, these were the moments she would miss. The talk would be of death and murder, sometimes in its most horrific form, but in memory, these sessions at the end of the day would hold the warmth and security, the sense of being valued, which in childhood she had never known. There was a desk before the window holding Dalglish's laptop, a telephone and a thick file of papers beside it, and a bulging briefcase propped against the table leg. He had brought some of his other work with him. She thought, "He looks tired. It isn't good enough. He's been overworking for weeks," and felt a surge of an emotion which she knew she could never express. They settled themselves round the table. Looking at Kate, Dalgliesh asked, "Are you comfortable at the B&B? You've had a meal?" "Very comfortable, thank you, sir. Mrs. Shepherd did us well. Homemade soup, fish pie, and, what was that sweet, Sergeant? You know about food." "Queen of puddings, ma'am." Dalgliesh said, "Chief Inspector Whetstone has arranged with the Shepherds that they take no other visitors while you are there. They ought to be compensated for any loss, but no doubt this has been arranged. The local force has been extraordinarily cooperative. It can't have been easy." Benton broke in. "I don't think the Shepherds will be bothered about other visitors, sir. Mrs. Shepherd said they haven't any bookings and don't expect any. They've only got the 2 rooms anyway. They're busy in the spring and summer, but mostly with regular visitors. And they're choosy. If people arrive they don't like the look of, they immediately put the no vacancies sign in the window." Kate said, "So who don't they like the look of?" "People with large expensive cars, and the kind who ask to see the rooms before booking. They never refuse women arriving alone, or people without cars who are obviously desperate at the end of the day. They have their grandson staying for the weekend, but he's in an annex at the bottom of the garden. Chief Inspector Whetstone knows about him, and he'll keep his mouth shut. They love their grandson, but not his motorbike." Kate said, "Who told you all this?" "Mrs. Shepherd, when she showed me to my room." Kate didn't comment on Benton's formidable ability to extract information without asking for it. Obviously, Mrs. Shepherd was as susceptible to a handsome and deferential young man as most of her sex. Dalgliesh poured the wine, then spread the plan of the manor on the table. He said, "Let's be absolutely plain about the layout of the house. As you see, it's H-shaped, south-facing, and with western and eastern wings. The entrance hall, great hall, dining room and library are in the main part of the house, as is also the kitchen. The Bostocks occupy 2 rooms above the kitchen, and Sharon Bateman's room is next to them. The west wing at the rear has been adapted as accommodation for the patients. The ground floor comprises the operating suite, which includes the theatre, adjacent room for anaesthetics, the recovery suite, the nurses' station, storeroom and showers and cloakroom at the end. The lift, large enough for wheelchairs but not for a stretcher, goes up to the second floor, where there is Sister Holland's sitting room, bedroom and bathroom. Then the patients' rooms, the first suite occupied by Mrs. Skeffington, then Rhoda Gradwyn's, and the spare suite at the end, all with sitting rooms and bathrooms. The windows from the bedrooms look out over the Lime Avenue to the Cheverell Stones, and those in the east-facing rooms over the Knott Garden. Mr. Chandler-Powell is on the first floor of the east wing, Miss Cressit and Mrs. Frencham on the ground floor. The rooms at the top are spare bedrooms, occasionally used for ancillary medical and nursing staff who may need to stay the night. He paused, then looked at Kate, who took over. Our problem is that we have a group of 7 people in the manor, any of whom could have killed Miss Gradwyn. All knew where she was sleeping, knew that the suites beyond were unoccupied, providing a possible hiding place, knew where the surgical gloves were kept, and all either had or could have obtained keys to the west door. And although the Westhalls are non-resident, they knew Gradwyn's room, and have keys to the front door and the one leading to the Lime Walk. If Marcus Westhall didn't return to Stone Cottage until 12:30, he's probably in the clear, but he hasn't been able to provide a witness. He could very well have got back earlier. And his explanation of why he decided to return here last night is odd. If he feared the car might be unreliable, wouldn't it have been safer to stay in London and get it fixed, rather than risk a breakdown on the motorway? And then there's Robin Boyton. It's doubtful whether he knew where Miss Gradwyn was sleeping, and he wouldn't have been given a house key. But he is the only one to have known the victim personally, and he admits he booked into Rose Cottage because she was here. Mr. Chandler-Powell is insistent that he bolted the door to the Lime Walk promptly at 11 o'clock. If the murderer came from outside and was a stranger to the manor, he would have had to be let in by one of the household, told where to find his victim, provided with gloves, and eventually let out again, the door bolted behind him. The strong possibility is that this was an inside job, which makes motive of prime importance. Dalgliesh said, It's usually unwise to concentrate too early or too strongly on motive. People kill for a variety of reasons, some unacknowledged, even by the killer. And we must bear in mind that Rhoda Gradwyn might not have been the sole victim. Was this directed against Chandler-Powell, for example? Did the murderer want to destroy the clinic? Or had he a double motive, to get rid of Gradwyn and ruin Chandler-Powell? It's difficult to imagine a more effective deterrent than the brutal and unexplained murder of a patient. Chandler-Powell calls the motive bizarre, but it has to be kept in mind. Benton said, Mrs. Skeffington, for one, won't be back, sir. It may be unwise to concentrate too much and too early on motive, but I can't imagine Chandler-Powell or Sister Holland killing a patient. Mr. Chandler-Powell apparently made a good job of repairing that scar. It's his job. Would a rational man destroy his own handiwork? And I can't see the Bostocks as murderers. He and Kimberley seem to have a very comfortable billet here. Is Dean Bostock going to throw up a good job? That leaves us with Candace Westhall, Mogworthy, Miss Cressit, Mrs. Frencham, Sharon Bateman, and Robin Boyton. And as far as we know, none has a motive for murdering Gradwyn. Benton stopped and looked round. Kate thought in some embarrassment at going down a path which Dalgliesh might not have wanted to open up. Without commenting, Dalgliesh said, Well, let's be clear what we've learnt so far. We'll leave motive for the moment. Benton, will you begin? Kate knew that her chief always asked the most junior member of the team to initiate the discussion. Benton's silence on their walk suggested that he had already spent some time deciding how best to proceed. Dalgliesh hadn't made it clear whether Benton was meant to review the facts, or to comment on them, or both. But invariably, if he didn't, Kate would, and she suspected that this interchange, often lively, was what Dalgliesh had in mind. Benton took a gulp of his wine. He had given thought to what he would say on the walk to the old police cottage. Now he was succinct. He gave an account of Rhoda Gradwyn's involvement with Chandler-Powell and the Cheverell Manor clinic, from her appointment with him in his Harley Street consulting room on the 21st of November until the time of her death. She had had a choice of a private bed in St. Angela's in London or Cheverell Manor. She chose the Manor, at least provisionally, and came for a preliminary visit on the 27th of November, when the member of staff who saw most of her was Sharon, who showed her the garden. This was a little surprising, since contact with the patients was usually with more senior members of staff, or with the two surgeons and Sister Holland. On Thursday the 13th of December, she went straight to her suite after being received on arrival by Mr. Chandler-Powell, Sister Holland, and Mrs. Frensham. All say she was perfectly calm, apparently unworried, and not very communicative. One of the temporary non-resident staff, Nurse Fraser, took her down to the operating theatre next morning, where she was examined by the anaesthetist and then underwent the operation. Mr. Chandler-Powell says it was complicated but successful. She was in the recovery room until 4:30, when she was returned to her suite on the patient's wing. She ate a light supper and was seen by Sister Holland on several occasions, and by Chandler-Powell and Sister Holland at 10 o'clock, when Miss Gradwyn said she was ready to sleep. She refused a sedative. Sister Holland said that the last time she looked in on her was at 11, when she found Miss Gradwyn asleep. She was murdered by manual strangulation, Dr. Glenister estimates, between 11 and 12:30. Dalgliesh and Kate listened in silence. Benton was seized by the fear that he was taking too much time on the obvious. He glanced at Kate, but, getting no response, went on. "We've been told of several significant things that happened that night. The only other patient present, Mrs. Skeffington, was wakeful and went to the bathroom. She could have been woken by the sound of the lift, which she says she heard at 11:40. From the bedroom window she claims she saw a light flickering among the Cheverell stones. This was just before midnight. It frightened her, and she rang the assistant cook, Kimberly Bostock, and asked for a pot of tea. Probably she wanted company, however briefly, but didn't like to wake up Sister Holland, who was in the suite next door." Kate said, "Didn't she admit as much when Kimberly and Dean brought up the tea?" Benton said, "She certainly seemed to prefer Kimberly Bostock to Sister Holland. Seems reasonable to me, sir. Mrs. Bostock wondered whether she should have the tea, as she was having an operation the next morning. She knew she ought to check with Sister Holland. Leaving Dean standing outside Mrs. Skeffington's suite, she knocked on Sister's door and peered in." Kate said, "She said she heard quarrelling. Chandler-Powell said talking. Whichever it was, Chandler-Powell obviously feels his admission provides an alibi for both him and Sister Holland. Of course, that depends on the actual time of death. He claims to be unsure exactly when he went to Sister Holland's suite, and she too is surprisingly vague. By leaving the time so uncertain, they avoided the mistake of claiming an alibi for the actual time of death, which is always suspicious, or leaving themselves with no alibi. It's possible that by the time they were together, one or both of them had killed Rhoda Gradwyn." Benton said, "Can't we be a little more precise about the time of death? Mrs. Skeffington says she heard the lift descending when she first woke up and before she rang for tea. She put that at about 11:40. The lift is opposite Sister Holland's suite at the end of the corridor, and it's modern and comparatively quiet. But we've checked, and it's perfectly possible to hear it if there's no other noise." Kate said, "But there was. Apparently the wind gusted quite strongly last night. But if she heard it, why didn't Sister Holland? Unless, of course, she and Chandler-Powell were in the bedroom and too busy quarrelling to hear. Or having sex, which doesn't exclude quarrelling. Either way, there's no hope of expecting Kimberly to stand firm on her evidence." Benton went on without commenting. "If they'd been in the sitting room, one of them would surely have heard Kimberly when she knocked on the door, or seen her when she half opened it. No one admits to using the lift that night at any time except the Bostocks when they brought up the tea. If Mrs. Skeffington's evidence is accurate, it seems reasonable to place the time of death at about 11:30. Glancing at Dalgliesh, Benton paused, and Kate took over. "It's a pity she can't be more accurate about the time when she heard the lift and saw the lights. If there's a significant difference between them, longer, for example, than it would take to walk from the bottom of the lift to the stones, then there must be two people involved. The murderer can't be descending in the lift and shining a torch at the stones at the same time. Two people may be two different enterprises. And if there was collusion, the two obvious suspects are the Westhalls. The other significant evidence is Dean Bostock's statement about the unbolted back door leading to the Lime Walk. The door has two security locks, but Chandler-Powell is adamant he bolts it every night at 11 o'clock, unless he knows a member of the household is still out. He's absolutely sure he bolted the door as usual, and found it bolted in the morning. The first thing he did after getting up at 6:30 was to turn off the alarm system and check the west door to the Lime Walk. Benton broke in. And Dean Bostock checked the bolt when he got up at 6. Is there a chance we may get a print from the bolt? Kate said, Not a chance, I'd say. Chandler-Powell unlocked the door when he and Marcus Westall went out to search the grounds and the stone circle. And remember that fragment of glove? This killer wasn't about to leave prints. Dalgliesh said, If we assume that neither Chandler-Powell nor Bostock was lying, and I don't think Bostock was, then someone in the house unbolted that door after 11 o'clock, either to leave the manor or to let someone in, or, of course, both. That leads us to Mogworthy's alleged sighting of a car parked near the stones shortly before midnight. Miss Gradwyn was killed either by someone who was already in the manor that night, a member of staff or someone else who had gained access, or by someone from outside. And even if that person had the two security keys, he or she couldn't gain access until the door was unbolted. But we can't go on talking about he or she. The murderer needs a name. The murderer was always given a name by the team, since Dalgliesh strongly disliked the usual sobriquets, and usually it was Benton who supplied it. Now he said, We usually make it a he, sir. So why not a woman for a change? Or an androgynous name, which would do for either sex. The murderer came by night. How about Noctis? By or from the night? Dalgliesh said, That seems appropriate. Noctis it is. But let's keep him male for the present. Kate said, We're still back with the problem of motive. We know that Candace Westall tried to persuade Chandler-Powell not to let Rhoda Gradwyn come to the manor. If Westall had murder in mind, why discourage Chandler-Powell from admitting her? Unless, of course, it was a double bluff. And isn't it possible that this was an unpremeditated death, that Noctis hadn't got murder in mind when he went to that room? Dalgliesh said, Against that, of course, is the use of gloves and their destruction afterwards. Benton said, But if it was premeditated, why now? With only one other patient and all the non-resident staff absent, the circle of suspects is bound to be smaller. Kate was impatient. It had to be now. She wasn't planning to return. She was killed because she was here in the manor, and relatively helpless. It's just a question of whether the murderer took advantage of that fortunate fact, or actually connived to ensure that Gradwyn chose not only this particular surgeon, but the manor instead of a bed in London, which on the face of it would have been more convenient for her. London was her city. Her life was London-based. Why here? And that leads us on to why her so-called friend, Robin Boyton, booked in at the same time. We haven't interviewed him yet, but he's certainly got some questions to answer. What exactly is their relationship? And then there's his urgent message on Gradwyn's mobile. He was obviously pretty desperate to see her. He seemed genuinely upset at her death, but how much of that was play-acting? He's a cousin of the Westalls, and apparently he stays at the visitor's cottage fairly regularly. He could have got access to keys and had them copied on one of his previous visits. Or he may have been given them by Rhoda Gradwyn. She could have deliberately taken the keys home with her on her first visit, with the intention of having them copied. And how do we know he didn't get access to the manor earlier that day and hide himself in the suite at the end of the patient's corridor? We know from the scrap of latex that Noctis was there. It could have been before as well as after the murder. Who was likely to look in there? Benton said, Whoever killed her, I doubt whether she'll be much missed, here or anywhere. She seems to have caused a lot of damage in her lifetime. The archetypal investigative journalist. Get your exclusive story, take the cash, never mind the pain. Dalgliesh said, "Our job is to decide who killed her, not to make moral judgments. Don't go down that path, Sergeant." Benton said, "But don't we always make moral judgments, sir, even if we don't voice them? Isn't it important to know as much as we can about the victim, good or ill? People die because of who they are and what they are. Isn't that part of the evidence? I'd feel differently about the death of a child, a young person, the innocent." Dalgliesh said, "Innocent? So you feel confident to make the distinction between the victims who deserve death and those who don't? You haven't yet been part of an investigation into the murder of a child, have you?" "No, sir." Benton thought. "You knew that already. You didn't need to ask. If and when you are, the pain you'll have to witness will confront you with more questions, emotional and theological, even than the one you'll be there to answer. Who did this? Moral outrage is natural. Without it, we're hardly human. But for a detective faced with the dead body of a child, the young, the innocent, making an arrest can become a personal campaign, and that's dangerous. It can corrupt judgment. Every victim deserves the same commitment." Benton wanted to say, "I know that, sir. I'll try to give it." But the unspoken words struck him as pretentious, the response of a guilty schoolboy to criticism. He said nothing. Kate broke the silence. "And for all our probing, how much in the end do we ever really know? The victim, the suspects, the killer? Why, I wonder, did Rhoda Gradwyn come here?" Benton said, "To get rid of that scar." Dalgliesh said, "A scar she had had for 34 years. Why now? Why this place? Why did she need to keep it? And why now to get rid of it? If we knew that, we might get closer to knowing something about the woman. And you're quite right, Benton. She died because of who and what she was." Benton instead of Sergeant. Well, that was something. He thought, "I wish I knew who you are." But that was part of the fascination of this job. He served a boss who remained an enigma to him and always would. Kate said, "Isn't Sister Holland's behaviour this morning a bit odd? When Kim phoned to say that Miss Gradwyn hadn't rung for her tea, wouldn't it be more natural for Sister Holland to check at once if her patient was all right, rather than asking Kim to bring up the tea? I'm wondering whether she was taking care to ensure that there was a witness with her when she found the body. Did she already know that Miss Gradwyn was dead?" Benton said, "Chandler-Powell says that he left Sister Holland's room at 1 o'clock. Wouldn't it be a natural thing for her to check then on her patient? She might well have done so, and known that Gradwyn was dead when she asked Kimberly to bring up the tea. It's always advisable to have a witness when you find the body. But that doesn't mean that she killed her. As I said earlier, I can't see either Chandler-Powell or Sister Holland throttling the life out of a patient, particularly one they had just operated on." Kate looked as if she was ready to argue, but said nothing. It was late, and Dalgliesh knew that they were all tired. It was time to set out the programme for the next day. He and Kate would drive to London to see what evidence could be obtained from Rhoda Gradwyn's house in the city. Benton and D.C. Warren would remain at the manor. Dalgliesh had deferred seeing Robin Boyton in the hope that by tomorrow he would have calmed down and be ready to cooperate. The priorities were for Benton with D.C. Warren to interview Boyton, if possible to trace the car seen parked near the Cheverell stones, to liaise with the scene of crime officers who were expected to finish their work by midday, and to maintain a police presence at the manor and ensure that the security guards employed by Mr. Chandler-Powell kept clear of the scene. Dr. Glennis's report on the post-mortem was expected by midday, and Benton would ring Dalgliesh as soon as this had been received. Apart from these tasks, he would of course use his initiative in deciding whether any of the suspects should be questioned again. It was nearly midnight before Benton carried the 3 wine glasses into the kitchen to wash, and he and Kate set out to make their way back through the sweet-smelling, rain-washed darkness to Wisteria House. Book 3, the 16th to the 18th of December, London, Dorset, Midlands, Dorset. Chapter 1. Dalgliesh and Kate left Stoke Cheverell before 6 o'clock. An early start, planned partly because of Dalglish's strong dislike of getting tangled in the heavy morning traffic, but also because he needed the extra time in London. There were papers on which he had been working to be delivered to the yard, a confidential draft report requiring his comments to be collected, and a note to be left on his secretary's desk. This done, he and Kate drove in silence through the almost empty streets. For Dalgliesh, as for many, the early hours of Sunday morning in the city held a particular appeal. For 5 weekdays the air pulsates with energy, so that one can believe that its great wealth is being physically hammered out with sweat and exhaustion in some underground engine room. By Friday afternoon the wheels slowly stop spinning, and to watch the city toilers swarm in their thousands over the Thames bridges to their railway termini is to see this mass exodus less as a matter of will than of obedience to some centuries-old compulsion. By early Sunday morning the city, so far from settling itself for a deeper sleep, lies silently expectant, awaiting the visitation of a ghostly army, summoned by bells to worship old gods in their carefully preserved shrines, and to walk down quiet, remembered streets. Even the river seems to flow more slowly. They found a parking space, some 100 yards from Absolution Alley, and Dalgliesh gave a final glance at the map, took his murder bag from the car, and they set off eastwards. The narrow, cobbled entrance under a stone arch, discordantly ornate for such a narrow opening, would have been easy to miss. The paved courtyard, lit by 2 wall-mounted lamps, which merely illumined a Dickensian gloom, was small, with a centre plinth supporting an age-crumbled statue, possibly of antiquated religious significance, but now no more than a shapeless mass of stone. Number 8 was on the eastern side, the door painted a green so dark that it looked almost black, and with an iron knocker in the shape of an owl. Next to number 8 was a shop which sold old prints, with a wooden display tray outside, now empty. A second building was obviously a select employment agency, but gave no sign of the type of workers it hoped to attract. Other doors bore small, polished plaques with unfamiliar names. The silence was absolute. The door had been fitted with 2 security locks, but there was no problem in selecting the right keys from Miss Gradwyn's bunch, and the door opened easily. Dalgliesh put out his hand and found the light switch. They entered a small room, oak-panelled, and with an ornate plaster ceiling incorporating the date, 1684. A mullioned window at the rear gave a view of a paved patio, with room for little more than a leaf-denuded tree in an immense terracotta pot. There was a row of coat-hooks to the right, with a shelf beneath for shoes, and on the left a rectangular oak table. It held 4 envelopes, clearly either bills or catalogues, which Dalgliesh thought had probably arrived before Miss Gradwyn left on Thursday for the manor, and which she had judged could well await her return. The only picture was a small oil painting of a 17th-century man with a long, sensitive face, which hung above the stone fireplace, and which Dalgliesh, on first scrutiny, thought was a copy of the well-known portrait of John Donne. He switched on the strip of lighting fixed to shine on the portrait, and studied it for a moment in silence. Hanging alone in a room which was a place of passage, it acquired an iconic power, perhaps as the presiding genius of the home. Switching off the light, Dalgliesh wondered if that was how Rhoda Gradwyn had seen it. A wooden uncarpeted stair led to the first floor. Here at the front was the kitchen, with a small dining room at the back. The kitchen was extraordinarily well arranged and equipped, the room of a woman who knew how to cook, although neither it nor the dining room showed any signs of recent use. They mounted the second flight. There was a guest bedroom with 2 single beds, the identical counterpanes tightly stretched, and overlooking the courtyard, a shower and lavatory. Again, neither room bore any signs of occupation. The room above was almost a replica. The bedroom here, with 1 single bed only, was obviously Miss Gradwyn's. A bedside table held a modern Anglepoise lamp, a carriage clock whose ticking sounded unnaturally loud in the silence, and 3 books: Claire Tomalin's biography of Pepys, a volume of Charles Causley's verse, and a collection of modern short stories. The bathroom shelf held very few pots and jars, and Kate, stretching out her hand in feminine curiosity, drew back. Neither Dalgliesh nor she entered the private world of the victim without an awareness that their presence, although necessary, was a violation of privacy. Kate, he knew, had always drawn a distinction between the objects they needed to examine and take away, and a natural curiosity about a life which had escaped forever from any human power either to hurt or embarrass. She merely said, "It doesn't look as if you tried to camouflage the scar." Finally they moved to the top story, and entered a room which ran the length of the house, with windows to both east and west, giving a panorama of the city. Only here did Dalgliesh begin to feel strongly that he was in mental touch with the owner. In this room she had lived, worked, rested, watched television, listened to music, needing no one and nothing that was not within those four walls. One was almost completely covered with an elegantly carved bookcase with adjustable shelves. He saw that it had been important to her, as it was to him, that books should neatly fit the height of the shelves. Her mahogany desk was to the left of the bookcase and looked Edwardian. It was practical rather than decorative, with drawers on each side, the right ones locked. Above was a shelf holding a rack of box files. On the opposite side of the room was a comfortable sofa with cushions, an easy chair facing the television with a small footstool, and to the right of the black Victorian grate, a high-backed armchair. The stereo equipment was modern but unobtrusive. To the left of the window there was a small refrigerator with a tray on top holding an electric percolator, a coffee grinder, and a single mug. Here, with a tap in the bathroom 1 story below, she could make herself a drink without having to go down 3 flights to the kitchen. Not an easy house to live in, but it was one in which he too could have felt at home. He and Kate moved about the room without speaking. He saw that the east-facing window gave access to a small wrought-iron balcony with iron steps leading upwards to the roof. He opened the window to the cold freshness of the morning and climbed up. Kate didn't follow. His own flat, high above the Thames at Queenhithe, was within walking distance, and he turned his eyes towards the river. Even if he had time or needed to go there, he knew he wouldn't find Emma. Although she had a key, she never visited the flat when she was in London, unless he was there. It was, he knew, part of her unspoken and careful distancing of herself from his job, a wish that amounted almost to an obsession not to invade his privacy, a privacy which she respected because she understood and shared it. A lover was not an acquisition or a trophy to be possessed. There was always some part of the personality which remained inviolate. When they first fell in love, she would fall asleep at night in his arms, and he would stir in the small hours, reaching for her, but knowing she was no longer there. It was to the guest room that he took her early morning tea. This happened less often now. At first the separation had worried him. Inhibited from asking her, partly because he feared to know the answer, he had arrived at his own conclusions. Because he didn't, or perhaps wouldn't speak openly about the reality of his job, she needed to separate the lover from the detective. They could talk about her Cambridge job, and frequently did, sometimes happily arguing, because they shared a passion for literature. His offered no common ground. She wasn't a fool or oversensitive. She recognized the importance of his work, but he knew that it still lay between them, like unexplored scrubland, dangerously mined. He had been on the roof for less than a minute. From this high and private place, Rhoda Gradwyn would have watched the dawn touching the city spires and towers, and painting them with light. Now, climbing down, he joined Kate. He said, "We'd better get started on the files." They seated themselves side by side at the desk. All the boxes were neatly labelled. The one named Sanctuary Court contained her copy of the complicated lease, now, he saw, with 67 years outstanding, correspondence with her solicitor, details and quotations relating to redecoration and maintenance. Her agent and solicitor both had named files. In another, under finance, were her bank statements and regular reports from her private bankers on the state of her investments. Looking through them, Dalgliesh was surprised how well she was doing. She was worth nearly £2 million, the portfolio clearly balanced between equities and government securities. Kate said, "You would expect to see these reports in one of the locked drawers." She didn't seem worried that an intruder might find out exactly what she was worth, probably because she thought the house secure, or perhaps she didn't greatly care. She didn't live like a rich woman. "We can hope to learn who is going to benefit from this largesse when Newton Macclesfield gets here with a will." They turned their attention to the rank of files containing copies of all her press and magazine articles. Each box, labelled with the years covered, contained the articles in date order, some in plastic covers. They took a file each and settled down to work. Dalgliesh said, "Note anything she wrote that relates, however indirectly, to Cheverell Manor or any of the people there." For almost an hour they worked in silence. Then Kate slid a bunch of press cuttings across the desk. She said, "This is interesting, sir. It's a long article in the Paternoster Review about plagiarism, published in the spring number in 2002. It seems to have attracted notice. There's a number of newspaper cuttings attached, including a report of an inquest and another of a burial with a photograph." She passed it across. "One of the people at the graveside looks very like Miss Westall." Dalgliesh took a magnifying glass from his murder bag and studied the picture. The woman was hatless and standing a little apart from the group of mourners. Only her head was visible, and the face was partly obscured, but Dalgliesh, after a minute's scrutiny, had little trouble with the identification. He handed the magnifying glass to Kate and said, "Yes, it's Candace Westall." He turned his attention to the article. He was a fast reader, and it was easy to get the gist. The article was intelligent, well-written, and meticulously researched, and he read it with genuine interest and growing respect. It dealt with cases of plagiarism dispassionately, and he thought fairly, some from the distant past, others more recent, some notorious, many new to him. Rhoda Gradwyn was interesting about apparently unconscious copying of phrases and ideas, and the occasional curious coincidences in literature when a strong idea enters simultaneously into two minds, as if its time has come, and examined the subtle ways in which the greatest writers had influenced succeeding generations, as had Bach and Beethoven in music, and the major painters of the world on those who followed. But the main contemporary case covered was undoubtedly one of blatant plagiarism, which Gradwyn claimed she had by chance discovered. The case was fascinating because, on the face of it, the filching by a talented young writer of obvious originality had been unnecessary. A young female novelist, still at university, Annabel Skelton, had produced a first novel, widely praised, and shortlisted for a major British literary prize, in which some phrases and paragraphs of dialogue and powerful descriptions were taken word for word from a work of fiction published in 1927 by a long-forgotten woman writer, of whom Dalgliesh had never heard. The case was unanswerable, not least because of the quality of Gradwyn's prose and the fairness of the article. It had appeared when the tabloids were short of news, and journalists had made the most of the scandal. There had been vociferous demands that Annabel Skelton's novel should be removed from the shortlist. The result had been tragedy. 3 days after the article appeared, the girl had killed herself. If Candace Westall had been intimate with the dead girl, lover, friend, teacher, admirer, here was a motive which for some people might be strong enough for murder. It was then that the telephone rang. Benton was speaking, and Dalgliesh switched his mobile to speakerphone so that Kate could hear. Carefully controlling his excitement, Benton said, "We've traced the car, sir. It's a Ford Focus, W341 UDG. "That was quick, Sergeant. Congratulations." "Undeserved, I'm afraid, sir. We struck lucky. The shepherd's grandson arrived late on Friday night to spend a weekend with them. He was away all yesterday, visiting a girlfriend, so we didn't see him until this morning. He was behind the car on his motorbike for some miles and saw it draw in to park at the Stones. This was at about 11:35 on Friday. There was only one person in the car, and the driver switched off the lights when he parked. I asked him why he noticed the registration, and he said it was because 341 is a brilliant number. I'm glad it caught his interest. Brilliant in what way? Did he explain the fascination?" Apparently it's a mathematical term, sir. 341 is described as a brilliant number because it has two prime factors, 11 and 31. Multiply them, and you get 341. Numbers with two prime factors of equal length are known as brilliant numbers and are used in cryptography. Apparently, it's also the sum of the squares of the divisors of 16, but I think he was more impressed by the two prime factors. He had no trouble with UDG. It stands in his mind for you done good. Seems appropriate, sir. Dalgliesh said, The maths means nothing to me, but we must hope he's right. I suppose we can find someone to confirm it. I don't think we need bother, sir. He's just got a first in mathematics at Oxford. He said he can never get stuck behind another vehicle without mentally playing about with the registration number. And the car owner? A bit surprising on the face of it. It's a clergyman, the Reverend Michael Curtis. Lives in Draughton Cross, St. John's Church Vicarage, 2 Balaclava Gardens. It's a suburb of Draughton. The Midlands industrial city could be reached in little over 2 hours on the motorway. Dalgliesh said, Thank you, Sergeant. We'll go on to Draughton Cross as soon as we're finished here. The driver may have nothing to do with the murder, but we need to know why that car was parked by the stones and what, if anything, he saw. Is there anything else, Sergeant? One find by the Socko, sir, before they left. It's more odd than significant, I'd say. It's a bundle of 8 old postcards, all of foreign views and all dated 1993. They've been cut in two with the address on the right-hand side missing, so there's no way of knowing who the recipient was, but they read as if written to a child. They were wrapped tightly in silver paper inside a plastic bag and buried by one of the Cheverell stones. The Socko concerned was pretty sharp-eyed, and he saw some evidence that the grass had been disturbed, although not recently. It's difficult to say what connection they could have with Miss Gradwyn's death. We know someone was at the stones with a light that night, but if they were looking for the cards, they didn't find them. Have you asked anyone about the ownership? Yes, sir. It seemed most likely that they belonged to Sharon Bateman, so I asked her to come to the old police cottage. She admitted they were hers, and said they'd been sent to her by her father after he left home. She's an odd girl, sir. When I first laid the cards out, she went so white that D.C. Warren and I thought she was going to faint. I made her sit down, but I think it was anger, sir. I could see she wanted to snatch them from the table, but was managing to control herself. After that she was perfectly calm. She said they were the most precious things she had, and that she had buried them near the stone when she first came to the manor, because that was a very special place, and they would be safe there. I was worried about her for a moment, sir, so I said I'd need to show them to you, but that we'd take great care of them, and I could see no reason why she couldn't have them back. I'm not sure I did right, sir. It might have been better to wait until you were back and let Inspector Miskin speak to her. Dalgliesh said, Possibly, but I shouldn't worry about it, if you're satisfied that she's happier now. Keep a careful eye on her. We'll discuss it tonight. Has Dr. Glenister's report on the PM arrived? Not yet, sir. She rang to say we should get it by the evening, unless she needs a toxicology report. It's unlikely to surprise us. Is that all, Sergeant? Yes, sir. I don't think there's anything else to report. I'm seeing Robin Boyton in half an hour. Right. Find out, if you can, whether he has any expectations from Miss Gradwyn's will. You're having an eventful day. Well done. There's an interesting development here, but we'll discuss that later. I'll ring you from Draughton Cross. The call was over. Kate said, Poor girl. If she's speaking the truth, I can see why the cards are important to her. But why cut off the address? And why bother to hide them? They can't be of value to anyone else. And if she did go to the stones on Friday night to check on them or retrieve them, why did she need to? And why late at night? But Benton said that the package was undisturbed. It looks, sir, as if the cards are nothing to do with the murder. Events were moving fast. Before Dalgliesh could reply, the doorbell rang. Kate said, That'll be Mr. Macclesfield, and went down to let him in. There was a clatter of feet on the wooden stairs, but no voices. Newton Macclesfield came in first, evinced no curiosity about the room, and unsmiling held out his hand. He said, I hope I'm not inconveniently early. The traffic on a Sunday morning is light. He was younger than Dalgliesh had expected from his voice on the telephone, probably no more than early 40s, and was conventionally good-looking, tall, fair-haired and clear-skinned. He brought with him the confidence of assured metropolitan success, which was so in contrast to his corduroy trousers, checked open-neck shirt and well-worn tweed jacket, that the clothes, appropriate for a weekend in the country, had a contrived air of fancy dress. His features were regular, the mouth well-shaped and firm, the eyes wary, a face, Dalgliesh thought, disciplined to reveal only appropriate emotions. The appropriate one now was of regret and shock, gravely but not emotionally expressed, and to Dalglish's ears, not without a note of displeasure. An eminent city firm of solicitors did not expect to lose a client in so notorious a manner. He refused the chair which Kate had pulled out from the desk without looking at it, but used it to hold his briefcase. Opening it, he said, "I've brought a copy of the will. I doubt if there is anything in its provisions to help your inquiry, but it is of course right that you should have it." Dalgliesh said, "I expect my colleague has introduced herself, Detective Inspector Kate Miskin." "Yes, we met at the door." Kate received a handshake so brief that their fingers barely touched. No one sat down. Macclesfield said, "Miss Gradwyn's death will distress and horrify all the partners in the firm. As I explained when we spoke, I knew her as a client, not as a friend, but she was much respected and will be greatly missed. Her bank and my firm are joint executors of the will, so we shall take responsibility eventually for the funeral arrangements." Dalgliesh said, "I think that her mother, now Mrs. Brown, will find that a relief. I've already spoken to her. She seemed anxious to disassociate herself as far as possible from the aftermath of her daughter's death, including the inquest. It seems not to have been a close relationship, and there may be family matters which she doesn't want to disclose or even think about." Macclesfield said, "Well, her daughter was pretty good at disclosing other people's secrets. Still, the family's non-involvement probably suits you better than being landed with a tearful, publicity-avid mother milking the tragedy for all it's worth and demanding a progress report on the investigation. I'll probably have more problems with her than you. Anyway, whatever her relationship with her daughter, she'll get the money. The amount will probably surprise her. Of course, you'll have seen the bank statements of the portfolio." Dalgliesh said, "And it all goes to the mother?" "All but £20,000 of it. That goes to a Robin Boyton, whose relationship with the deceased is unknown as far as I'm concerned. I remember when Miss Gradwyn came to discuss the will with me. She showed a singular lack of interest in disposing of her capital. People usually mention a charity or two, their old university or school. None of that. It was as if with her death she wanted her private life to remain anonymous. I'll phone Mrs. Brown on Monday and arrange a meeting. Obviously we'll help in any way we can. No doubt you'll keep us in touch, but I don't think there's anything more I can tell you. Have you been able to make progress with your investigation?" Dalgliesh said, "As much as has been possible in the 1 day since her death. I shall know the date of the inquest on Tuesday. At this stage it's likely to be adjourned. We may send someone. A formality, but it's as well to be there if there's going to be publicity, as inevitably there will be once the news breaks." Taking the will, Dalgliesh thanked him. It was obvious that Macclesfield was ready to go. Closing the briefcase, he said, "Forgive me if I leave now, unless there's anything else you need. I promised my wife I would be back in time for lunch. My son has brought some school friends for the weekend. A house full of Etonians and 4 dogs can be a riotous mixture to keep in hand." He shook hands with Dalgliesh, and Kate preceded him down the stairs. Returning, she said, "He'd hardly be likely to mention his son from Bogside Comprehensive," and then regretted the comment. Dalgliesh had responded to Macclesfield's remark with a wry, briefly contemptuous smile, but this momentary revelation of an unattractive quirk of character hadn't irritated him. It would have amused but not irritated Benton. Taking out the bunch of keys, Dalgliesh said, "And now for the drawers. But first I feel the need for coffee. Perhaps we should have offered some to Macclesfield, but I wasn't anxious to prolong the visit. Mrs. Brown said that we could take what we wanted from the house, so she won't grudge milk and coffee. That is, if there is milk in the fridge." There wasn't. Kate said, "It's not surprising, sir. The fridge is empty. A carton of milk, even unopened, could have been out of date by the time she returned. She took the percolator down one flight to add water. Returning with a toothbrush holder, which she rinsed to use as a second mug, she felt a moment of disquiet, as if this small act, which hardly ranked as a violation of Miss Gradwyn's privacy, was an impertinence. Rhoda Gradwyn had been particular about her coffee, and on the tray with the coffee grinder was a tin of beans. Kate, still burdened with an irrational guilt that they should be taking from the dead, switched on the grinder. The noise was incredibly loud and seemed interminable. Later, when the percolator had stopped dripping, she filled the 2 mugs and carried them over to the desk. Waiting for the coffee to cool, he said, "If there's anything else interesting, this is where we'll probably find it," and unlocked the drawer. Inside there was nothing but a beige manila folder, the inside pocket stuffed with papers. The coffee for the moment forgotten, they pushed the mugs to one side, and Kate pulled in a chair beside Dalgliesh. The papers were almost entirely copies of press cuttings. At the top, an article from a Sunday broadsheet dated February 1995. The heading was stark: "Killed because she was too pretty." Underneath, taking half the page, was a photograph of a young girl. It looked like a school photograph. The fair hair had been carefully brushed and tied with a bow to one side, and the white cotton blouse, looking pristine clean, was open at the neck and worn with a dark blue tunic. The child had indeed been pretty. Even simply posed, and with no particular skill in lighting, the stark photograph conveyed something of the frank confidence, the openness to life, and the vulnerability of childhood. As Kate stared at it, the image seemed to disintegrate into dust and became a meaningless blur, then refocused again. Beneath the image, the reporter, eschewing the worst of hyperbole or outrage, had been content to let the story speak for itself. Today in the Crown Court, Shirley Beale, aged 12 years and 8 months, pleaded guilty to the murder of her 9-year-old sister, Lucy. She strangled Lucy with her school tie, then bashed in the face she hated until it was unrecognizable. All she has said, either at the time of the arrest or since, is that she did it because Lucy was too pretty. Beale will be sent to a secure children's unit until she can be transferred at 17 to a young offenders institution. Silford Green, a quiet East London suburb, has become a place of horror. Full report on page 5. Sophie Langton writes on page 12, "What makes children kill?" Dalgliesh turned over the cutting. Beneath it, clipped to a plain sheet of paper, was a photograph. The same uniform, the same white blouse. Only this time with a school tie, the face turned to the camera with a look Kate remembered from her own school photographs, resentful, a little nervous, participating in a small annual rite of passage, unwillingly but resigned. It was an oddly adult face, and it was one they knew. Dalgliesh took up his magnifying glass again, studied the picture, then handed the glass to Kate. The distinctive features were there, the high forehead, the slightly protuberant eyes, the small, precise mouth with the full upper lip, an unremarkable face, which it was now impossible to see as innocent or childish. The eyes stared into the camera, as inexpressive as the dots which formed the image. The lower lip seeming fuller now in adulthood, but with the same suggestion of a petulant obstinacy. As Kate stared, her mind superimposed a very different picture. A child's face smashed into blood and broken bone, fair hair caked in blood. It hadn't been a case for the Met, and with a guilty plea there had been no trial. But the murder stirred old memories for her, and she thought for Dalgliesh. Dalgliesh said, "Sharon Bateman. I wonder how Gradwyn managed to get hold of this. It's odd they were able to publish it. Restrictions must have been lifted." It wasn't the only thing Rhoda had managed to get hold of. Her research had obviously started since her first visit to the manor, and it had been thorough. The first cutting was followed by others. Former neighbours had been voluble, both in expressing horror and spelling out information about the family. There were pictures of the small terraced house in which the children had lived with their mother and grandmother. At the time of the murder, The parents were divorced, their father having walked out 2 years previously. Neighbours still living in the street reported that the marriage had been turbulent, but there had been no trouble with the children. No police or social workers round or anything like that. Lucy was the pretty one, no doubt about it, but the girls had seemed to get on all right. Shirley was the quiet one, a bit surly, not exactly a friendly child. Their memories, obviously influenced by the horror of what had happened, suggested the child had always been the odd one out. They reported sounds of quarrels, shouting and occasional blows before the parents parted, but the children had always seemed properly cared for. The grandmother saw to that. There had been a succession of lodgers after the father left, some obviously boyfriends of the mother, although this was reported with tact, and 1 or 2 students looking for cheap accommodation, none of whom stayed long. Rhoda Gradwyn had somehow or other got hold of the post-mortem report. Death had been by strangulation, and the injuries to the face, which had destroyed the eyes and broken the nose, were inflicted after death. Gradwyn had also traced and interviewed one of the police officers concerned with the case. There had been no mystery. Death had occurred at about 3:30 on a Saturday afternoon, when the grandmother, then aged 69, had gone to a local hall to play bingo. It was not unusual for the children to be left alone. The murder had been discovered when the grandmother returned home at 6 o'clock. Lucy's body was on the floor of the kitchen in which the family mostly lived, and Shirley was upstairs asleep in her bed. She had made no attempt to wash her sister's blood from her hands and arms. Her fingerprints were on the weapon, an old flat iron, which was used as a doorstop, and she had admitted killing her sister with no more emotion than if she had confessed to leaving her briefly alone. Kate and Dalgliesh sat for a moment in silence. Kate knew that their thoughts ran in parallel. This discovery was a complication which would influence both their perception of Sharon as a suspect, how could it fail to, and the conduct of the investigation. She saw it now as fraught with procedural pitfalls. Both victims had been strangled. That fact might prove irrelevant, but it was still a fact. Sharon Bateman, and they would continue to use that name, wouldn't be living in the community if the authorities hadn't seen her as no longer a threat. To that extent, wasn't she entitled to be regarded as one of the suspects? No more likely to be guilty than any of the others. And who else knew? Had Chandler-Powell been told? Had Sharon confided in anyone at the manor? And if so, in whom? Had Rhoda Gradwyn suspected Sharon's identity from the first, and was that why she had stayed on? Had she threatened exposure? And if so, had Sharon, or perhaps someone else who knew the truth, taken steps to stop her? And if they arrested someone else, wouldn't the very presence of a convicted murderer at the manor influence the Crown Prosecution Service in deciding whether the case would stand up in court? The thoughts seemed to tumble in her mind, but she didn't voice them. With Dalgliesh, she was always careful not to state the obvious. Now Dalgliesh said, "This year we've had the separation of functions in the Home Office, but I think I've got the changes more or less clear in my mind. Since May, the new Ministry of Justice became responsible for the National Offender Management Service, and the probation officers who undertake the supervision are now called offender managers. Sharon will certainly have one. I'll have to check that I've got the facts right, but my understanding is that an offender has to spend at least 4 trouble-free years in the community before the supervision is lifted, but the licence remains in force for life, so that a lifer is eligible to be recalled at any point." Kate said, "But surely Sharon has a legal obligation to inform her PO that she's become involved, even if innocent, in a case of murder." "Certainly she should have done. But if she hasn't, the National Offender Management Service will learn about it tomorrow when the news breaks. Sharon should also have told them about her change of job. Whether or not she has been in touch with her supervisor, it's certainly my responsibility to inform the probation service, and theirs to provide a report for the Ministry of Justice. It's the probation service, not the police, who must handle the information and make decisions on a need-to-know basis." Kate said, "So we say and do nothing until Sharon's supervisor takes over? But don't we need to interview her again? This alters her status in the investigation." "Obviously it's important for the supervising officer to be present when we do question Sharon, and I'd like to do that tomorrow if possible. Sunday isn't the best day to get this set up, but I can probably get in touch with the supervising officer through the duty officer at the Ministry of Justice. I'll phone Benton. I need to have Sharon watched, but it has to be done with complete discretion. While I get this set up, could you continue looking through the files here? I'll phone from the dining room downstairs. It may take some time. Left alone, Kate settled again to the files. She knew that Dalgliesh had left her so that she could be undisturbed, and it would indeed have been difficult to sort conscientiously through the remaining boxes without listening to what he was saying. Half an hour later, she heard Dalglish's foot on the stairs. Coming in, he said, "That was rather quicker than I feared. There were the general hoops to be jumped through, but I got the supervising probation officer in the end, a Mrs. Madeline Rayner. Fortunately, she lives in London, and I caught her just as she was leaving for a family lunch. She'll come to Wareham tomorrow by an early train, and I'll arrange for Benton to meet her and bring her straight to the old police cottage. If possible, I want her visit to be unnoticed. She seems convinced that Sharon needs no particular supervision and isn't a danger, but the sooner she leaves the manor, the better." Kate asked, "Are you thinking of going back to Dorset now, sir?" "No. There's nothing to be done about Sharon till Mrs. Rayner arrives tomorrow. We'll go on to Draughton and clear up the matter of the car. We'll take the copy of the will, the file about Sharon, and the article on plagiarism. But I think that's all, unless you found anything else relevant." Kate said, "Nothing that's new to us, sir. There's an article about the huge losses suffered by the Lloyds names in the early 1990s. Miss Cressit told us that Sir Nicholas was among them and was forced to sell Cheverell Manor. The best pictures were apparently sold separately. There's a picture of the manor and one of Sir Nicholas. The article isn't particularly kind to the names, but I can't see it as a possible motive for murder. We know that Helena Cressit wasn't especially anxious to have Miss Gradwyn under her roof. Shall I put this article with the rest of the papers?" "Yes. I think we should have anything she wrote which relates to the manor. But I agree. The article on the names is hardly a credible motive for anything more dangerous than a cool reception when Miss Gradwyn arrived. I've been looking through the box of correspondence with her agent. It seems she was thinking of cutting down on the journalism and writing a biography. It might be helpful to see her agent, but that can wait. Anyway, add any relevant letters, will you, Kate? And we'll need to write a list for Macclesfield of what we've taken, but that can be done later." He took a large exhibit bag from his case and got the papers together, while Kate went to the kitchen and washed up the mug and toothbrush holder, quickly checking that anything she had disturbed was now back in its place. Rejoining Dalgliesh, she sensed that he had liked the house, that he had been tempted to revisit the rooftop, that it was in this unencumbered seclusion that he too could happily live and work. But it was with relief that she stood again in Absolution Alley and watched in silence as he closed and double-locked the door. Chapter 2. Benton thought it unlikely that Robin Boyton would be an early riser, and it was after 10 before he and D.C. Warren set off to walk to Rose Cottage. The cottage, like the adjoining one occupied by the Westalls, was stone-walled under a slate roof. There was a garage to the left with standing for a car, and in front a small garden, mostly of low shrubs, cut by a narrow strip of crazy paving. The porch was covered with strong intertwined boughs and a few tight and browning buds, and a single pink rose in full bloom explained the name of the cottage. D.C. Warren pressed the brightly polished bell to the right of the door, but it was a full minute before Benton detected footfalls, followed by the rasp of bolts being drawn and the click of the raised latch. The door was opened wide, and Robin Boyton stood before them, unmoving and seeming deliberately to block their entrance. There was a moment of uneasy silence before he stood aside and said, "You better come in. I'm in the kitchen." They entered a small square hall, unfurnished except for an oak bench next to uncarpeted wooden stairs. The door to the left was open, and the glimpse of easy chairs, a sofa, a polished circular table, and what looked like a range of watercolours on the far wall suggested that this was a sitting room. They followed Boyton through the open door to the right. The room stretched the length of the cottage and was full of light. At the garden end was the kitchen, with a double sink, a green Aga, a central working surface, and a dining area, with an oak rectangular table and 6 chairs. Against the wall facing the door, a large dresser with cupboards held a miscellany of jugs, mugs and plates, while the space under the front window had been furnished with a coffee table and 4 low chairs, all old and none matching. Taking control, Benton introduced D.C. Warren and himself, then moved towards the table. He said, "Shall we sit here?" and seated himself with his back to the garden. He said, "Perhaps you would sit opposite Mr. Boynton," leaving Boynton no choice but to take the facing chair with the light from the windows full on his face. He was still under some strong emotion, whether grief, fear, or perhaps a mixture of both, and looked as if he hadn't slept. His skin was drab, the forehead beaded with sweat, and the blue eyes darkly shrouded. But he had recently shaved, and Benton detected a confusion of smells, soap, aftershave, and, when Boynton spoke, a trace of alcohol on his breath. He had managed in the short time since his arrival to make the room look untidy and dirty. The draining board was piled with food-encrusted plates and smeared glasses, and the sink held a couple of saucepans, while his long black coat hanging over the back of a chair, a pair of muddy trainers near the French window, and open newspapers strewn on the coffee table, completed the air of general dishevelment, a room temporarily occupied, but without pleasure. Looking at Boynton, Benton thought that his was a face that would always be memorable, the strong waves of yellow hair falling without artifice over the forehead, the remarkable eyes, the strong, perfect curve of the lips. But it wasn't beauty which could withstand tiredness, sickness, or fear. Already there were signs of incipient decadence in a draining of vitality, the pouches under the eyes, a slackness of the muscles round the mouth. But if he had fortified himself for the ordeal, when he spoke it was without slurring. Now, turning, he gestured towards the stove and said, "Coffee? Tea? I haven't had breakfast. In fact, I can't remember when I last ate, but I mustn't waste police time. Or would a mug of coffee count as bribery and corruption?" Benton said, "Are you saying you aren't fit to be questioned?" "I'm as fit as I'm likely to be, given the circumstances. I expect you take murder in your stride, Sergeant. It was Sergeant, wasn't it?" "Detective Sergeant Benton Smith and Detective Constable Warren. The rest of us find murder distressing, especially when the victim is a friend. But of course you're only doing your job, an excuse these days for practically anything. I expect you want to take down my particulars. That sounds indecent. My full name and address, if the Westalls haven't already provided it. I had a flat, but I had to give it up. A little difficulty with the landlord about the rent. So I'm lodging with my business partner in his house in Maida Vale." He gave his address, and watched while Constable Warren wrote it down, his huge hand moving with deliberation over the notebook. Benton asked, "And what job do you do, Mr. Boynton?" "You can put me down as an actor. I have an equity card, and from time to time, given the opportunity, I act. I'm also what you might call an entrepreneur. I get ideas. Some of them work and some of them don't. When I'm not acting and have no bright ideas, I get help from my friends. And if that fails, I look to a benevolent government for what is laughingly called the job seeker's allowance." Benton asked, "What are you doing here?" "What do you mean? I've rented the cottage. I've paid for it. I'm on holiday. That's what I'm doing here." "But why at this time? December can't be the most propitious month for a holiday." The blue eyes fixed on Benton's. "I could ask what you're doing here. I look more at home than you do, Sergeant. The voice so very English, the face so very, well, Indian. Still, it must have helped you to get taken on. It can't be easy, the job you've chosen. Not easy for your colleagues, I mean. One disrespectful or disobliging word about your colour, and they'd find themselves sacked, or hauled up before one of those race relations tribunals. Hardly part of the police canteen culture, are you? Not one of the boys. Can't be easy to cope with." Malcolm Warren looked up and gave an almost imperceptible shake of the head, as if deploring one more example of the propensity of people in a hole to go on digging, then returned to his notebook, his hand again moving slowly across the page. Benton said calmly, "Will you answer my question, please? I'll put it differently. Why are you here at this particular time?" "Because Miss Gradwyn asked me to come. She booked him for an operation which would be life-changing for her, and she wanted to have a friend here to join her for a week's convalescence. I come to this cottage fairly regularly, as no doubt my cousins have told you. It was probably because the assistant surgeon, Marcus, is my cousin, and I recommended the manor, that Rhoda came here. Anyway, she said she needed me, so I came. Does that answer your question?" "Not entirely, Mr. Boynton. If she was so anxious to have you here, why did she make it plain to Mr. Chandler-Powell that she didn't want any visitors? That's what he says. Are you accusing him of lying?" "Don't put words into my mouth, Sergeant. She may have changed her mind, although I don't think it likely. She may not have wanted me to see her until the bandages were off and the scar healed. Or the great George might have thought it medically unwise for her to have visitors and put a stop to it. How should I know what happened? I only know she asked me to come, and I was going to stay here until she left." "But you sent her a text message, didn't you? We found it on her mobile. Something very important has cropped up. I need to consult you. Please see me. Please don't shut me out." "What was this very important matter?" There was no reply. Boynton covered his face with his hands. The gesture might, Benton thought, be an attempt to conceal a wave of emotion, but it was also a convenient way of marshalling his thoughts. After a few moments' silence, Benton said, "And did you see her to discuss this important matter at any time after she arrived here?" Boynton spoke through his hands. "How could I? You know I didn't. They wouldn't let me into the manor before or after the operation, and by Saturday morning she was dead." "I have to ask you again, Mr. Boynton, what was this important matter?" And now Boynton was looking at Benton, his voice controlled. "It wasn't really important. I tried to make it sound as if it was. It was about money. My partner and I need another house for our business, and a suitable one has come on the market. It would be a really good investment for Rhoda, and I hoped she'd help. With the scar gone and a new life before her, she might have been interested." "And I suppose your partner can confirm this?" "About the house? Yes, he could. But I don't see why you should ask him. I didn't tell him I was going to approach Rhoda. None of this is your business." Benton said, "We're investigating a murder, Mr. Boynton. Everything is our business. And if you cared for Miss Gradwyn and want to see her killer caught, you can help best by answering our questions fully and truthfully. No doubt you'll be anxious now to get back to London and your entrepreneurial activities." "No, I booked for a week, and I'm staying for a week. That's what I said I'd do. And I owe it to Rhoda. I want to find out what's going on here." The answer surprised Benton. Most suspects, unless they actively enjoy involvement with violent death, are anxious to put as much distance between themselves and the crime as possible. It was convenient to have Boynton here in the cottage, but he had expected his suspect to protest that they couldn't legally hold him, and that he needed to get back to London. He asked, "How long have you known Rhoda Gradwyn, and how did you meet?" "We met about 6 years ago after a not very successful fringe theatre production of Waiting for Godot. I'd just left drama school. We met at a drinks party afterwards. A gruesome occasion, but a lucky one for me. We talked. I asked her to have dinner the following week, and to my surprise she agreed. After that we met from time to time, not frequently, but always with pleasure, at least as far as I'm concerned. I've told you she was my friend. A dear friend, and one of those who helped me when there was no acting job, and I had no lucrative ideas. Not often and not much. She always paid for dinner when we met. I can't make you understand, and I don't see why I should try. It's not your business. I loved her. I don't mean I was in love with her. I mean I loved her. I depended on seeing her. I liked to think she was in my life. I don't think she loved me, but she usually saw me when I asked. I could talk to her. It wasn't maternal, and it wasn't about sex, but it was love. And now one of those bastards at the manor has killed her, and I'm not leaving here until I know who. And I'm not answering any more questions about her. What we felt? We felt. It's nothing to do with why or how she died. And if I could explain, you wouldn't understand. You'd only laugh. He was beginning to cry, making no attempt to stem the flow of tears. Benton said, "Why should we laugh about love?" And thought, "Oh God, it sounds like some ghastly ditty. Why should we laugh about love? Why, oh, why should we laugh about love?" He could almost hear a cheerfully banal tune insinuating itself into his brain. It might do well at the Eurovision Song Contest. Looking across at Boyton's disintegrating face, he thought, the emotion is real enough, but what exactly is it? He asked more gently, "Can you tell us what you did from the moment you arrived at Stoke Cheverell? When was that?" Boyton managed to control himself, and more quickly than Benton had expected. Looking at Boyton's face, he wondered whether this swift alteration was the actor demonstrating his range of emotions. "On Thursday night at about 10 o'clock. I drove down from London." "So Miss Gradwyn didn't ask you to drive her down?" "No, she didn't. And I didn't expect her to. She likes driving, not being driven. Anyway, she needed to be here early for examinations and so on, and I couldn't get away until the evening. I brought some food with me for breakfast on Friday, but otherwise I thought I'd shop locally for what I needed. I rang the manor to say I'd arrived and to inquire after Rhoda, and was told she was sleeping. I asked when I could see her, and I was told by Sister Holland that she had specifically asked for no visitors, so I let it rest. I did consider calling in on my cousins. They're next door in Stone Cottage, and the lights were on, but I didn't think they'd exactly welcome me, particularly after 10 at night. I watched TV for an hour and went to bed. On Friday I'm afraid I slept in, so it's no good asking me about anything before 11. Then I phoned the manor again and was told that the operation had gone well and Rhoda was recovering. They repeated that she didn't want visitors. I had lunch at about 2 in the village pub, and afterwards went for a drive and did some shopping. Then I came back here, and was in all evening. On Saturday I found out about Rhoda's murder, when I saw the police cars arriving, and tried to get into the manor. In the end I managed to push past PC Plod on the door, and broke into the cosy little setup your boss had arranged. But you know all about that." Benton asked, "Did you at any time enter the manor before you forced your way in on Saturday afternoon?" "No. I thought I'd made that plain." "What were your movements from 4:30 on Friday afternoon until Saturday afternoon when you learnt about the murder? I'm asking in particular if you went out at any time during Friday night. It's very important. You might have seen something or someone." "I told you I didn't go out. And as I didn't go out, I saw nothing and nobody. I was in bed by 11. No cars? No one arriving late at night or early Saturday morning? Arriving where? I've told you. I was in bed by 11. I was drunk, if you must know. I suppose if a tank had crashed through the front door, I might have heard it, but I doubt I could have made it downstairs. But then there's Friday afternoon, after you'd had a drink and lunch at the Cresset Arms. Didn't you visit a cottage near the junction with the main road? The one set back from the road with a long front garden? It's called Rosemary Cottage." "Yes, I did. There was no one there. The cottage was empty, with a for sale board on the gate. I hoped the owners might have the address of someone I knew who used to live there. It was a small, private, unimportant matter. I want to send her a Christmas card. As simple as that. It's got nothing to do with the murder. Mogg was cycling past, no doubt to visit his girlfriend for a bit of anything on offer, and I suppose he handed you that titbit of gossip. Some people in this bloody village can't keep their mouths shut. I'm telling you it had nothing to do with Rhoda. We're not suggesting it had, Mr. Boyton. but you were asked for an account of what you did since arriving here. Why leave that out?" "Because I'd forgotten it. It wasn't important." "OK, I went to the village pub for lunch. I saw nobody and nothing happened. I can't remember every single detail. I'm upset, confused. If you're going to keep on badgering me, I'll have to send for a lawyer." "You could certainly do that if you think it's necessary. And if you seriously believe you're being badgered, no doubt you'll make a formal complaint. We may wish to question you again, either before you leave or in London. In the meantime, I suggest that if there's any other fact, however unimportant, that you have omitted to mention, you let us know as soon as possible." They rose to go. It was then that Benton remembered that he hadn't asked about Miss Gradwyn's will. To have forgotten such an instruction from A.D. would have been a bad mistake. Angry with himself, he spoke almost without thinking. "You say you were Miss Gradwyn's dear friend. Did she ever confide in you about her will? Hint that you might be a beneficiary? At your last meeting, perhaps. When was that?" "On November the 21st at the Ivy. She never mentioned her will. Why should she? Wills are about death. She wasn't expecting to die. The operation wasn't life-threatening. Why would we talk about her will? Are you saying you've seen it?" And now, unmistakably under his tone of outrage, was the half-shameful curiosity and a spark of hope. Benton said casually, "No, we haven't seen it. It was just a thought." Boyton didn't come to the door, and they left him sitting at the table, head in hands. Closing the garden gate behind them, they set out to return to the old police cottage. Benton said, "Well, what did you think of him?" "Not much, Sarge. Not bright, is he? And spiteful with it. But I can't see him as a killer. If he'd wanted to murder Miss Gradwyn, why follow her down here? He'd have more opportunity in London. But I don't see how he could have done it without an accomplice." Benton said, "Perhaps Gradwyn herself, letting him in for what she thought would be a confidential chat. But on the day of her operation? Unusual, surely. He's frightened, that's obvious. But he's also excited. And why is he staying on? I have a feeling he was lying about the important matter that he wanted to discuss with Rhoda Gradwyn. I agree, it's hard to see him as a murderer. But then that goes for everyone here. And I think he was lying about the will." They walked on in silence. Benton wondered whether he had confided too much. It must, he thought, be difficult for D.C. Warren, part of the team and yet a member of another force. Only members of the special unit took part in the evening discussions, but D.C. Warren would probably feel more relieved than aggrieved at being excluded. He had told Benton that by 7, unless specifically needed, he drove back to Wareham to his wife and 4 children. Altogether he was proving his worth, and Benton liked him, and felt at ease with the 6'2" of solid muscle pacing by his side. Benton had a strong interest in helping to ensure that Warren's home life wasn't greatly disturbed. His wife was Cornish, and that morning Warren had arrived with 6 Cornish pasties, of remarkable flavour and succulence. Chapter 3. Dalgliesh spoke little on the journey north. This wasn't unusual, and Kate didn't find his taciturnity uncomfortable. To journey with Dalgliesh in companionable silence had always been a rare and private pleasure. As they approached the outskirts of Droughton Cross, she concentrated on giving precise instructions well in advance of a turning, and on contemplating the interview ahead. Dalgliesh hadn't phoned to give the Reverend Curtis warning of their arrival. It was hardly necessary, as clergymen could usually be found on a Sunday, if not in their vicarages or churches, then somewhere in the parish. And there was also advantage in a surprise visit. The address they were seeking was 2 Balaclava Gardens, the 5th turning off Marland Way, a wide road running to the centre of the city. Here was no Sunday calm. The traffic was heavy. Cars, delivery vans, and a succession of buses bunching on the glistening road. The grinding roar was a constant, discordant descant to the continually repeated blare of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer interposed with the first verses of the better-known carols. No doubt in the city centre, the Winterfest was being appropriately celebrated by the official municipal decorations, but in this less privileged highway, the individual and uncoordinated efforts of the local shopkeepers and cafe owners, the rain-soaked lanterns and faded bunting, the swinging lights blinking from red to green to yellow, and the occasional meanly decorated Christmas tree seemed less a celebration than a desperate defence against despair. The faces of the shoppers, seen through the rain-besmirched side windows of the car, had the melting, insubstantial look of disintegrating wraiths. Peering through the blur of the rain which had persisted throughout their journey, they could have been driving through any thoroughfare in an unprosperous inner-city suburb, not so much featureless as an amorphous mixture of the old and new, the neglected and the renovated. Terraces of small shops were broken by a series of high-rise flats, set well back behind railings, and a short terrace of well-maintained and obviously 18th-century houses was an unexpected and incongruous contrast to the takeaway cafes, the betting shops, and the garish shop signs. The people, heads hunched against the driving rain, seemed to move with no apparent purpose, or stood under the shelter of shop awnings, surveying the traffic. Only the mothers pushing their baby buggies, the hoods shrouded in plastic, showed a desperate and purposeful energy. Kate fought off the depression tinged with guilt which always descended on her at the sight of high-rise flats. In such a grimy oblong container, monument to local authority aspiration and human desperation, had she been born and bred. From childhood, her one compulsion had been to escape, to break free from the pervading smell of urine on the stairs, a lift that was always broken down, the graffiti, the vandalism, the raucous voices. And she had escaped. She told herself that life in a high-rise was probably better now, even in a city centre. But she couldn't drive past without feeling that in her personal liberation, something that was inalienably part of her had not been so much rejected as betrayed. No one could miss St. John's Church. It stood on the left of the road, a huge Victorian building, with a dominant spire on the junction with Balaclava Gardens. Kate wondered how a local congregation could possibly support this grimed architectural aberration. Apparently, it was with difficulty. A tall billboard outside the gate bore a painted thermometer-like structure which proclaimed that £350,000 remained to be raised, and underneath the words, "Please help save our tower." An arrow, pointing to 123,000, looked as if it had remained stationary for some time. Dalgliesh drew up outside the church and went over quickly to look at the notice board. Sliding back into his seat, he said, "Low Mass at 7, High Mass at 10:30, Evensongs and Vespers at 6, Confessions 5 to 7, Mondays, Wednesday and Saturdays. With luck we'll find him at home." Kate was grateful that she and Benton weren't facing this interview together. Years of experience in interrogation of a variety of suspects had taught her the accepted techniques, and where necessary, modification in the face of widely differing personalities. She knew when softness and sensitivity were necessary, and when they were seen as weakness. She had learnt never to raise her voice or avert her gaze. But this suspect, if that's what he proved to be, was one she wouldn't find it easy to question. Admittedly, it was difficult to see a clergyman as a suspect for murder, but there might be an embarrassing, if less horrific, reason for his stopping at that remote and lonely spot so late at night. And what exactly was one supposed to call him? Was he a vicar, rector, clergyman, minister, parson, or priest? Should she call him father? She had heard all used at different times, but the subtleties and indeed the orthodox belief of the national religion were alien to her. The morning assembly at her inner-city comprehensive had been determinedly multi-faith, with occasional reference to Christianity. What little she knew about the country's established church had been unconsciously learnt from architecture and literature, and from the pictures in the major galleries. She knew herself to be intelligent, with an interest in life and people, but the job she loved had largely satisfied her intellectual curiosity. Her personal creed of honesty, kindness, courage, and truth in human relationships had no mystical basis, and no need of one. The grandmother who grudgingly had brought her up had given her only one piece of advice on religion, which even at the age of 8 she had found unhelpful. She had asked, "Gran, do you believe in God?" "What a daft question. You don't want to start wondering about God at your age. Only one thing to remember about God. When you're dying, call in a priest. He'll see you're all right." "But suppose I don't know I'm dying?" "Folk usually do. Time enough then to start bothering your head with God." Well, at this moment she didn't need to bother her head. A.D. was the son of a priest, and had interviewed parsons before. Who better to cope with the Reverend Michael Curtis? They turned into Balaclava Gardens. If there had ever been gardens, all that remained now were occasional trees. Many of the original Victorian terraced houses still stood, but number 2 and 4 or 5 houses beyond were square, modern red-brick dwellings. Number 2 was the largest, with a garage to the left, and a small front lawn with a central bed. The garage door was open, and inside was a dark blue Ford Focus with the registration W341UDG. Kate rang the bell. Before there was any response, she caught the sound of a woman's voice calling and the high shout of a child. After some delay, there was the sound of keys being turned, and the door opened. They saw a young woman, pretty and very fair. She was wearing trousers with a smock and was carrying a child on her right hip, while 2 toddlers, obviously twins, pulled at both sides of her trousers. They were miniatures of their mother, each with the same round face, corn-coloured hair cut in a fringe, and wide eyes which now stared at the newcomers in unblinking judgment. Dalgliesh took out his warrant card. "Mrs. Curtis? I am Commander Dalgliesh from the Metropolitan Police, and this is Detective Inspector Miskin. We're here to see your husband." She looked surprised. "The Metropolitan Police? That's something new. We do get the local police round from time to time. Some of the youths from the high-rises cause trouble occasionally. They're a good crowd. The local police, I mean. Anyway, please come in. Sorry I kept you waiting, but we've got these double security locks. It's awful, I know, but Michael has been attacked twice in the last year. That's why we had to take down the sign saying that this is the vicarage." She called, in a voice totally devoid of anxiety, "Michael, darling, someone from the Met Police is here." The Reverend Michael Curtis was wearing a cassock with what looked like an old college scarf wound round his neck. Kate was glad when Mrs. Curtis shut the front door behind them. The house struck her as cold. He came forward and rather absent-mindedly shook hands. He was older than his wife, but perhaps not so much older as he seemed. His thin, rather stooped frame in contrast to her buxom comeliness. His brown hair, cut in a monk-like fringe, was beginning to grey, but the kindly eyes were watchful and shrewd, and when he grasped Kate's hand, his grip was confident. Bestowing on his wife and children a look of puzzled love, he indicated a door behind him. Perhaps in the study? It was a larger room than Kate had expected, its French windows looking out on a small garden. Obviously no attempt at cultivating the beds or mowing the lawn had been made. The small space had been given over to the children, with a climbing frame, a sandpit, and a swing. Various toys were strewn across the grass. The study itself smelled of books, and, she thought, faintly of incense. There was a crowded desk, a table piled with books and magazines set against the wall, a modern gas fire, at present lit with only one bar, and to the right of the desk a crucifix with a stool for kneeling before it. There were 2 rather battered armchairs in front of the fire. Mr. Curtis said, "I think you'll find these 2 chairs reasonably comfortable." Seating himself at the desk, he edged round the swivel chair to face them, hands on knees. He looked a little puzzled, but completely unworried. Dalgliesh said, "We wanted to ask you about your car." "My old Ford? I don't think it can have been taken and used in the commission of a crime. It's very reliable for its age, but it doesn't go very fast. I can't believe anyone has taken it with evil intent. As you probably saw, it's in the garage. It's perfectly all right." Dalgliesh said, It was seen parked late on Friday night, close to the scene of a serious crime. I'm hoping that whoever was driving might have seen something that would help our inquiries. Perhaps another parked car or someone acting suspiciously. Were you in Dorset on Friday night, Father?
Dorset?
No. I was here with the parochial church council on Friday from 5 o'clock. As it happens, I wasn't driving the car myself that evening. I'd lent it to a friend. He'd taken his in for servicing and its MOT, but I gather there were things that needed to be done. He'd had an urgent appointment he was very anxious to keep, so he asked if he could borrow mine. I said I could use my wife's bike if I were called out. I'm sure he'll be happy to help in any way he can. When did he return the car? It must have been very early yesterday morning, before we got up. I remember that it was back when I went out to 7 o'clock Mass. He left a thank-you note on the dashboard, and he'd filled it with petrol. I thought he would. He's always considerate. Dorset, you say? That was a long journey. I think if he'd seen anything suspicious, or had witnessed an incident, he would have phoned and told me. Actually, we haven't spoken since he returned. Dalgliesh said, anyone near the scene could have useful information without realizing its significance. It might not have seemed unusual or suspicious at the time. May we have his name and address? If he lives locally, it would save time if we could see him now. He's the head of our local comprehensive, Broughton Cross School. Stephen Collinsby. You might catch him now at the school. He usually goes in on Sunday afternoons to prepare in peace for the week ahead. I'll write the address down for you. It's quite close. You could walk there if you want to leave your car here. It should be safe in our drive. Swivelling round, he pulled open the left-hand drawer, and after rummaging for a time, found a blank sheet of paper, and began writing. Folding it neatly and handing it to Dalgliesh, he said, Collinsby's our local hero. Well, he's become something of a national hero now. Perhaps you read something in the papers, or saw that television programme on education in which he appeared. He's a brilliant man. He's completely turned round Broughton Cross Comprehensive. It was all done by principles which I suppose most people would support, but which others don't seem to be able to put into effect. He believes that every child has a talent, skill, or intellectual ability, which can enhance his whole life, and that it's the job of the school to discover and nurture it. Of course he needs help, and he's got the whole community involved, particularly the parents. I'm a school governor, so I do what I can. I give Latin lessons here to 2 boys and 2 girls once a fortnight, helped by the organist's wife, who augments my deficiencies. Latin isn't on the syllabus. They come because they want to learn the language, and they're wonderfully rewarding to teach. And one of our church wardens runs the chess club with his wife. They have boys in that club who have a rare talent for the game and huge enthusiasm. Boys who no one thought would ever achieve anything. And if you become school champion, with a hope of playing for the county, you don't have to earn respect by carrying a knife. Forgive me for nattering on like this, but since I've known Stephen and become a school governor, I've got very interested in education. And it's heartening when good things happen against the odds. If you have time to talk to Stephen about the school, I think you'll be fascinated by his ideas. Now they were rising together. He said, Oh dear, I'm afraid I've been very remiss. Won't you stay for tea, or perhaps coffee? He looked round vaguely, as if expecting the beverage to materialize from the air. My wife could... He made for the door, and was about to call. Dalgliesh said, Thank you, Father, but we must be away. I think we'd better take the car. We may have to leave in a hurry. Thank you for seeing us and for your help. In the car, their seat belts buckled, Dalgliesh opened the paper and passed it to Kate. Father Curtis had drawn a meticulous little diagram with arrows pointing to the school. She knew why Dalgliesh had decided not to walk. Whatever the coming interview revealed, it would be prudent not to return and risk questions from Father Curtis. After a moment's silence, sensing Dalglish's mood, she asked, knowing that he would understand, Do you think this is going to be bad, sir? She meant bad for Stephen Collinsby, not for them. Yes, Kate, I think it may be. Chapter 4. They had turned into the noise and heavy traffic of Marland Way. The journey wasn't easy, and Kate didn't speak except to give Dalgliesh directions, until he had taken a right turn into the second set of traffic lights, and they found themselves in a quieter road. "Sir, do you think that Father Curtis will have phoned to say we're on our way?" "Yes, he's an intelligent man. By the time we left, he'll have put several puzzling facts together. The involvement of the Met, our rank, why a commander and a detective inspector if this is a routine inquiry, the early return of his car and his friend's silence. But he obviously doesn't know yet about the murder. He will when he reads tomorrow's broadsheets or listens to the news. Even then I doubt whether he'll be suspecting Collinsby, but he knows that his friend may be in trouble. That's why he was determined to get in all that information about how he's transformed the school. It was an impressive testimonial." Kate hesitated before the next question. She knew that Dalgliesh respected her and thought that he was fond of her. Over the years she had learnt to discipline her emotions, but though the core of what she had always known was a hopeless love remained and always would, it didn't give her the freehold of his mind. There were questions better not asked, but was this one? After a silence in which she kept her eyes on Father Curtis's instructions, she said, "You knew he'd warn his friend, but you didn't tell him not to." "He'll have a bad 5 minutes of spiritual struggle without me making it worse for him. Our man isn't going to run away." Another turn. Father Curtis had been optimistic in describing the school as quite close. Or was it the turnings, her companion's reticence, or the apprehension about the coming interview which made the journey seem long? Now a billboard. Someone had painted in streaks of black paint, "The devil is in the internet." Beneath it, more precisely written, "There is no devil and no God." Then the next panel, this time in red paint, "God lives. See Book of Job." This led to the final exhortation, "Fuck off." Dalgliesh said, "A not uncommon ending to theological dispute, but rarely so crudely expressed. I think this must be the school." She saw a Victorian building of patterned brick, faced with stone, standing back in a large asphalt playground, surrounded by tall railings. To her surprise, the gate to the playground was unlocked. A smaller and more ornate version of the main building, obviously by the same architect, was linked to it by a newer-looking corridor. Here an attempt had been made to compensate for size by ornamentation. Rows of windows and 4 carved stone steps led to an intimidating door, which was opened to their ring so quickly that Kate suspected the headmaster had been waiting for them. She saw a spectacled man in early middle age, almost as tall as Dalgliesh, wearing a pair of old slacks and a jumper with patches of leather on the elbows. He said, "If you'll just wait a moment, I'll lock the playground gate. There's no bell there, so I hoped you'd find your way in." Within a minute he was back with them. He waited while Dalgliesh showed his warrant card and introduced Kate, then said briefly, "I've been expecting you. We'll speak in my study." Following him through the sparsely furnished entrance hall and down the terrazzo-floored corridor, Kate was back in her comprehensive school. Here was the faint, almost illusory smell of paper, bodies, paint and cleaning materials. There was no smell of chalk. Did teachers ever use it now? Blackboards had largely given way to computers, even in primary schools. But gazing through the few open doors, she saw no classrooms. Perhaps the formal headmaster's house was now largely devoted to his study and to seminar rooms or administration. It was obvious that he didn't live on the premises. He stood aside to let them enter a room at the end of the corridor. It was a mixture of conference room, study, and sitting room. There was a rectangular table set in front of the window with 6 chairs, bookshelves almost to the ceiling on the left-hand wall, and the headmaster's desk, with his own chair and 2 before it, to the right. One wall was covered with school photographs, the chess club, a row of smiling faces with the board set up in front of them, the captain holding the small silver trophy, the football and swimming teams, the orchestra, the cast of the Christmas pantomime, and a scene from what looked like Macbeth. Wasn't it always Macbeth? Short, suitably bloody, not too difficult to learn. An open door gave a glimpse of what was obviously a small kitchen. There was a smell of coffee. Collinsby pulled out 2 chairs at the table and said, "I take it that this is a formal visit. Shall we sit here?" He seated himself at the top of the table, with Dalgliesh on his right, Kate on his left. And now she could look at him fleetingly, but more closely. She saw a good face, sensitive and firm-jawed, a face one saw on television advertisements, chosen to inspire confidence in the actor's spiel about the bank's superiority over its competition, or to persuade the viewers that that unaffordable car could provoke envy among the neighbours. He looked younger than Kate had expected, perhaps because of the informality of his weekend clothes, and might, she thought, have shown some of the confident insouciance of youth if he hadn't looked so tired. The grey eyes, which briefly met hers and then turned to Dalgliesh, were dulled with exhaustion, but when he spoke his voice was surprisingly youthful. Dalgliesh said, "We're making inquiries into the suspicious death of a woman at a house in Stoke Cheverell in Dorset. A Ford Focus with the number plate W341UDG was seen parked close to the house between 11:35 and 11:40 on the night she died. That was last Friday, December the 14th. We are told that you had borrowed the car on that date. Were you driving? And were you there?" "Yes, I was there." "Under what circumstances, Mr. Collinsby?" And now Collinsby roused himself. Speaking to Dalgliesh, he said, "I want to make a statement. Not an official statement at present, although I realise that will have to come. I want to explain to you why I was there, and to do it now, just as events come into my mind, without even worrying how they sound or what the effect of them might be. I know you'll have questions, and I'll try to answer them, but it would be helpful if I could first just tell the truth without interruption. I was going to say tell what happened in my own words, but what other words have I?" Dalgliesh said, "Perhaps that would be the best way to start. I'll try not to make it too long. The story has become complicated, but basically it's very simple. I won't go into details about my early life, my parents, my upbringing. I'll just say that I knew from childhood that I wanted to teach. I got a scholarship to a grammar school, and later a major county award to Oxford. I read history. After my degree, I gained a place at London University to take a teacher training course, leading to a diploma in education. This took a year. Once I'd qualified, I decided to take a year off before applying for a job. I felt I'd been breathing academic air for too long and needed to travel, to experience something of the world, to meet people from other walks of life before I began teaching. I'm sorry, I've got ahead of myself. We need to return to the time when I gained my place at London University. My parents had always been poor, not distressingly poor, but every pound counted, and any money I needed had to be saved either from my grant or from working in the holidays. So, when I went to London, I needed to find somewhere cheap to live. The city centre was obviously too expensive, and I had to look further afield. A friend who had gained a place the year before was lodging in Gidea Park, an Essex suburb, and suggested I tried there. It was when I was visiting him that I saw an advertisement outside a tobacconist's shop for a room suitable for a student in Silford Green, only 2 further stations on the East London line. There was a phone number, so I rang and went to the house. It was semi-detached, occupied by a docker, Stanley Beale, his wife and their 2 daughters, Shirley, who was 11, and a younger sister, Lucy, aged 8. Their maternal grandmother also lived in the house. There wasn't really room for a lodger. The grandmother shared the largest bedroom with the 2 girls, and Mr. and Mrs. Beale had the second bedroom at the back. I had the third and smallest bedroom, also at the back. But it was cheap, close to the station. The journey was quick and easy, and I was desperate. The first week fulfilled my worst fears. The husband and wife were on shouting terms. The grandmother, a sour, disagreeable old woman, was obviously resentful that she was basically a childminder, and whenever we met was full of complaints about her pension, the local council, her daughter's frequent absences, her son-in-law's mean insistence that she contribute towards her keep. As I was in London most days and often worked late in the university library, I avoided the worst of the family disputes. Within a week of my arrival, after a quarrel of house-shaking ferocity, Beale finally walked out. I could have done the same, but what kept me there was the younger daughter, Lucy. He paused. The silence lengthened, and no one interrupted him. He raised his head to look at Dalgliesh, and Kate could hardly bear to watch the anguish she saw. He said, "How can I describe her to you? How can I make you understand? She was an enchanting child. She was beautiful. But it was more than that. She had grace, gentleness, a fine intelligence. I began getting home early, so that I could study in my room, and Lucy would join me before she went to bed. She used to knock on my door and come in to sit quietly and read while I was working. I would bring home books, and when I stopped writing to make coffee for myself and a milk drink for her, we would talk. I tried to answer her questions. We spoke about the books she'd been reading. I can see her now. Her clothes looked as if her mother had found them in a jumble sale. Long summer dresses in winter, under a shapeless cardigan, short socks and sandals. If she was cold, she never said so. Some weekends I would ask her mother if I could take her up to London to a museum or gallery. There was never any problem. She was glad to have her out of the way, particularly when she was bringing her men home. I knew what was going on, of course, but it wasn't my responsibility. I wouldn't have stayed except for Lucy. I loved her. Again there was a silence. Then he said, "I know what you're going to ask. Was this a sexual relationship? I can only say that even the thought would have been a blasphemy for me. I never touched her in that way. But it was love. And isn't love always to some extent physical? Not sexual, but physical. A delight in the beauty and grace of the one who is loved. You see, I'm a schoolmaster. I know all the questions I shall be asked. Were any of your actions inappropriate? How can one answer that in an age when even to put your arm round the shoulders of a weeping child is regarded as inappropriate? No, it was never inappropriate. But who is ever going to believe me?" There was a prolonged silence. After a minute, Dalgliesh asked, "At this time, was Shirley Beale, now Sharon Bateman, living in the house?" "Yes. She was the older sister, a difficult, morose, uncommunicative child. It was hard to believe that they were sisters. She had a disconcerting habit of staring at people, not speaking, just looking, an accusatory look, more adult than childish. I suppose I should have realized that she was unhappy. Well, I must have realized it. But it wasn't something I felt I could help. I did once suggest to Lucy, when I'd planned to take her to London to see Westminster Abbey, that Shirley might like to come too. Lucy said, 'Yes, you ask her.' And I did. I can't remember what response I got. Something about not wanting to go to boring London to see the boring Abbey with boring me. But I know I was relieved that I'd brought myself to ask, and she'd refused. After that I needn't bother again. I suppose I should have realized what she was feeling, the neglect, the rejection. But I was 22, and I hadn't the sensitivity to recognize her pain or to deal with it. And now Kate interposed. She said, "Was it your responsibility to deal with it? You weren't her father. If things were going wrong in the family, it was for them to deal with the problems." He turned to her, almost, it seemed, with relief. "That's what I tell myself now. I'm not sure I believe it. It wasn't a comfortable house for me or any of them. If it hadn't been for Lucy, I would have looked elsewhere. Because of her, I stayed until the end of my year. After I qualified as a teacher, I decided to start on the planned journey. I'd never been abroad except for a school trip to Paris, and I went first to the obvious places: Rome, Madrid, Vienna, Siena, Verona, and then on to India and Sri Lanka. At first I sent postcards to Lucy, sometimes twice a week. Dalgliesh said, "It's probable Lucy never received your cards. We think they were intercepted by Shirley." They've been found cut in half and buried beside one of the Cheverell stones." He didn't explain what the stones were, but then, thought Kate, did he need to? After a time I stopped sending them, thinking that Lucy had either forgotten me or was busy with her school life, that I had been an important influence for a time, but not a lasting one. And the awful thing is, in a way I was relieved. I had a career to carve out for myself, and perhaps Lucy would have been a responsibility as well as a joy. And I was looking for adult love. Aren't we all in our youth? I learnt of the murder when I was in Sri Lanka. For a moment I was physically sick with shock and horror, and of course I grieved for the child I had loved. But later, when I remembered that year with Lucy, it was like a dream, and the grief was an unfocused sorrow for all ill-treated and murdered children, and for the death of innocence. Perhaps that was because I now had a child. I didn't write to the mother or grandmother to commiserate. I never mentioned to anyone that I had known the family. I felt absolutely no responsibility for her death. I had none. I did feel some shame and regret that I'd not continued trying to keep in touch, but that passed. Even when I returned home, the police didn't contact me to question me. Why should they? Shirley had confessed, and the evidence was overwhelming. The only explanation anyone ever received was that she had killed Lucy because her sister was too pretty. There was a momentary silence. Then Dalgliesh spoke. "When did Shirley Beale get in touch with you?" "On the 30th of November, I received a letter from her. Apparently she had seen a television programme on secondary education in which I had appeared. She recognised me, and noted the name of the school where I was working, still work. The letter simply said that she remembered me, that she still loved me, and she needed to see me. She told me she was working at Cheverell Manor, and how to find my way there, and suggested that we meet. The letter horrified me. I couldn't imagine what she meant by still loving me. She had never loved me, or shown the slightest sign of affection for me, nor I to her. I acted weakly and unwisely. I burnt the letter, and tried to forget I'd ever seen it. It was hopeless, of course. 10 days later she wrote again. This time there was a threat. She said she had to see me, and if I didn't come she had found someone who would tell the world how I had rejected her. I still don't know what the proper response would have been. Probably to tell my wife, even to inform the police. But could I make them believe the truth about my relationship with Lucy or with Shirley? I decided that the best plan, at least at first, would be to see her and to try to reason her out of her delusions. She had told me to meet her at a parking place by the side of the road near the Cheverell stones at midnight. She even sent a little map, carefully drawn. The letter ended, "It's so wonderful to have found you. We must never let each other go again." Dalgliesh asked, "Have you got the letter?" No. Again I acted stupidly. I took it with me on the journey, and when I got to the parking space I used the car lighter to burn it. I suppose I was in denial from the moment her first letter arrived. "And did you meet her?" "Yes, we met, and at the stones as she had arranged. I didn't touch her, even to shake hands, nor did she seem to expect that. She repelled me. I suggested we return to the car where we would be more comfortable, and we sat side by side. She said that even when I had been infatuated with Lucy, that was the word she used, she had loved me. She had killed Lucy because she was jealous, but now she had served her sentence. That meant she was free to love me. She wanted to marry me and have my children. It was all said very calmly, almost without emotion, but with a terrible will. She stared ahead, and I don't think she even looked at me as she spoke. I explained as gently as I could that I was married, that I had a child, and that there could never be anything between us. I didn't offer her even friendship. How could I? My only wish was never to see her again. It was bizarre, a horror. When I told her I was married, she said that needn't stop us from being together. I could get a divorce. We would have children together, and she would look after the son I had. He had been looking down as he spoke, his hands clasped on the table. Now he lifted his face to Dalgliesh, and he and Kate could see the horror and desperation in his eyes. To look after my child! The thought of even having her in the house, close to my family, appalled me. I suppose I failed again in imagination. I should have sensed her need. But all I felt was horror, the compulsion to get away from her, to buy time. I did that by lying. I said I would talk to my wife, but that she mustn't hope, because there was none. I did at least make that clear. And then she said goodbye, again without touching me, and left. I sat watching her as she disappeared into the darkness, following a small pinprick of light. Dalgliesh said, "Did you at any time enter the manor?" "No." "Did she ask you to do so?" "No." "Did you, while you were parked, see or hear anyone else?" "No one. I drove away the minute Shirley got out of the car. I saw no one." "That night one of the patients there was murdered. Did Shirley Beale say anything which leads you to believe that she might be responsible?" "Nothing." "The patient's name was Rhoda Gradwyn. Did Shirley Beale mention that name to you? Speak about her? Tell you anything about the manor?" "Nothing, except that she worked there." "And was this the first time you've heard of the manor?" "Yes, first time. There hasn't been anything on the news, surely, and certainly not in the Sunday papers. I wouldn't have missed it." "Nothing yet, but there probably will be tomorrow morning." "Have you spoken to your wife about Shirley Beale?" "No, not yet. I think I've been in denial, hoping, but without real hope, that I might hear nothing more from Shirley, that I'd convinced her that we had no future together. The whole incident was fantastic, unreal, a nightmare. As you know, I borrowed Michael Curtis's car for the journey, and I'd decided that if Shirley wrote again, I'd confide in him. I had a desperate need to tell someone, and I knew that he would be wise and kind and sensible, and at least would advise me what I should do. Only then would I speak to my wife. I realize, of course, that if Shirley did make the past public, it could destroy my career." And now Kate spoke again. She said, "But surely not if the truth were accepted. You showed kindness and affection to an obviously lonely and needy child. You were only 22 at the time. You couldn't possibly know that your friendship with Lucy would lead to her death. You aren't responsible for that death. No one is but Shirley Beale. She was lonely and needy too, but you weren't responsible for her unhappiness. But I was responsible, indirectly and without malice. If Lucy hadn't met me, she'd be alive today." Kate's voice was urgent, compelling. "Would she? Wouldn't there have been another cause for jealousy? Particularly when they became adolescents, and it was Lucy who had the boyfriends, the attention, the love? You can't possibly tell what might have happened. We can't be held morally responsible for the long-term results of all our actions." She stopped, her face flushed, and looked across at Dalgliesh. He knew what she was thinking. She had spoken from pity and outrage, but in betraying those emotions she had acted unprofessionally. No suspect in a murder case should be led to believe that the investigating officers are on his side. Now Dalgliesh spoke directly to Collinsby. "I'd like you to make a statement setting out the facts as you have described them. We shall almost certainly need to talk again when we have interviewed Sharon Bateman. So far she has told us nothing, not even her true identity. And if she has spent less than 4 years living in the community after her release from custody, she will still be under supervision. Please put your private address on the statement. We shall need to know how to reach you at home." Reaching for his briefcase, he took out an official form and handed it over. Collinsby said, "I'll take this over to the desk. The light's better there," and sat with his back to them. Then he turned and said, I'm sorry I haven't offered you coffee or tea. If Inspector Miskin would like to make it, everything necessary is next door. This may take some time." Dalgliesh said, "I'll see to it. and went into the adjoining room, leaving the door open. There was a chink of china, the sound of a kettle being filled. Kate waited a couple of minutes, then went to join him, searching in a small refrigerator for the milk. Dalgliesh carried in the tray with 3 cups and saucers, and placed one with a sugar bowl and milk jug beside Coningsby, who continued writing, and then, without looking at them, stretched out a hand and drew the cup towards him. He took neither milk nor sugar, and Kate moved them over to the table, where she and Dalgliesh sat in silence. She felt extraordinarily tired, but resisted the temptation to lean back in the chair. 30 minutes later, Coningsby turned and handed the pages to Dalgliesh. He said, "It's finished now. I tried to keep it factual. I haven't attempted any justification, but there is none. Do you need to watch me signing it?" Dalgliesh went over, and the paper was signed. He and Kate picked up their coats and were ready to go. As if they were parents who had come to discuss the progress of their children, Coningsby said formally, "It was good of you to come to the school. I'll see you to the door. When you need to speak to me again, no doubt you'll be in touch." He unlocked the front door and went with them to the gate. The last they saw of him was his pale, taut face staring at them from behind the bars, like a man incarcerated. Then he closed the gate, turned, and walking with firm steps to the school door, entered without looking back. In the car, Dalgliesh switched on the reading light and took up the map. He said, "The best route seems to be to take the M1 south, then the M25 and the M3. You must be hungry. We both need to eat, and this doesn't look a particularly promising place." Kate found herself desperate to get away from the school, from the town, from the memory of the last hour. She said, "Couldn't we stop somewhere on the motorway? I don't mean for a meal, but we could pick up a sandwich." The rain had stopped now, except for a few heavy drops which fell, viscous as oil, on the bonnet. When they were at last on the motorway, Kate said, "I'm sorry I said what I did to Mr. Coningsby. I know it's unprofessional to sympathise with a suspect." She wanted to go on, but her voice was choked, and she simply said again, "I'm sorry, sir." Dalgliesh didn't glance at her. He said, "You spoke out of compassion. To feel compassion strongly can be dangerous in a murder investigation, but not as dangerous as losing the capacity to feel it at all. No harm was done." But the tears still came, and he let her quietly weep, keeping his eyes on the road. The motorway unwound before them in a phantasmagoria of light, the procession of dipped headlights on their right, the moving pattern of the southward traffic, the blotting out of black hedges and trees by the huge shapes of trucks, the roar and grind of a world of unknowable travellers caught up in the same extraordinary compulsion. When he saw a sign saying "Services," Dalgliesh moved into the left-hand lane and then pulled off into the slip road. He found a space on the edge of the car park and switched off the engine. They moved into a building ablaze with light and colour. Every cafe and shop was hung with Christmas decorations, and in a corner a small amateur choir, largely disregarded, was singing carols and collecting for charity. They made their way to the washrooms, then picked up sandwiches and 2 large plastic beakers of coffee, and returned with them to the car. While they ate, Dalgliesh phoned Benton to put him in the picture, and within 20 minutes they were on their way. Glancing at Kate's face, strained with stoical determination not to betray her tiredness, he said, "It's been a long day, and it isn't over yet. Why not put the seat back and have a sleep?" "I'm all right, sir." "There's no need for both of us to stay awake. There's a rug on the back seat if you can reach it. I'll wake you up in good time." He resisted tiredness when driving by keeping the heating low. If she slept, she would need the rug. She jerked back her seat and settled herself, the rug huddled close to her neck, her face turned towards him. Almost at once she was asleep. She slept so quietly that he could hardly hear her gently drawn breath, except that from time to time she made a small contented grunt like a sleeping child, and snuggled deeper into the rug. Glancing at her face, all anxiety smoothed away by the benison of life's little semblance of death, he thought what a good face it was. Not beautiful, certainly not conventionally pretty, but a good face, honest, open, pleasant to look at, a face that would last. For years, when on a case, she had worn her light brown hair in a single thick plait. Now she had had it cut, and it lay softly on her cheeks. He knew that what she needed from him was more than he could give, but what he did give he knew that she valued: friendship, trust, respect, and affection. But she deserved much more. About 6 months ago he had thought that she had found it. Now he was not so sure. Soon, he knew, the Special Investigation Squad would fold or be absorbed into another department. He would make his own decision about his future. Kate would gain her overdue promotion to Detective Chief Inspector. But what then for her? He had sensed of late that she was tired of travelling alone. At the next service station he pulled in and cut off the engine. She didn't stir. He tucked the rug close round her sleeping body and settled himself for a short break. 10 minutes later, he slid back into the stream of traffic and drove southwestward through the night. Chapter 5. Despite the exhaustion and trauma of the previous day, Kate woke early and refreshed. On Dalglish's and her late return from Draughton, the team's usual review of progress had been intensive but brief, an exchange of information, not a prolonged discussion of its implications. The result of the autopsy on Rhoda Gradwyn's body had been received in the late afternoon. Dr. Glenister's reports were always comprehensive, but this was uncomplicated and unsurprising. Miss Gradwyn had been a healthy woman with all that implied of hope and fulfilment. It had been her 2 fatal decisions to have the scar removed and the operation performed at Cheverell Manor which had led to those 7 stark, decisive words: death by asphyxia caused by manual strangulation. Reading the report with Dalgliesh and Benton, Kate was seized by the familiar impotent surge of anger and pity at the wanton destructiveness of murder. Now she dressed quickly, and found that she was hungry for the breakfast of bacon and egg, sausages and tomatoes served to her and Benton by Mrs. Shepherd. Dalgliesh had decided that she, not himself or Benton, should meet Mrs. Rayner at Wareham. The supervising officer had telephoned late the previous night to say that she would take the 8:05 train from Waterloo and hoped to arrive at Wareham at 10:30. The train was on time, and Kate had no difficulty in identifying Mrs. Rayner among the small number of alighting passengers. She looked intently into Kate's eyes and shook hands with a brief pumping action, as if this formal meeting of flesh was a valediction of some prearranged contract. She was shorter than Kate, stout-bodied, with a square, clear-skinned face, given strength by the firmness of the mouth and chin. Her dark brown hair, greying in streaks, had been well and, as Kate knew, expensively cut. She was without the usual symbol of bureaucracy, a briefcase, and carried instead a large linen bag with a drawstring and straps slung over her shoulder. For Kate, everything about her spoke of authority, quietly and confidently exercised. She reminded Kate of one of her schoolteachers, Mrs. Butler, who had transformed the dreaded Fourth into acting like comparatively civilized beings by the simple expedient of believing that when she was present they could do no other. Kate made the customary inquiry about the journey. Mrs. Rayner said, "I had a window seat with no children or obsessive squawkers on their mobiles. The bacon sandwich from the refreshment car was fresh, and I enjoyed the scenery. That for me is a good journey." They didn't speak of Shirley, now Sharon, on the drive, although Mrs. Rayner asked about the manor and the people who worked there, perhaps to put herself in the picture. Kate guessed that she was saving the essentials until she was with Dalgliesh. There was no point, and there might be misunderstanding, in saying things twice. In the old police cottage, Mrs. Rayner, welcomed by Dalgliesh, declined the offer of coffee and asked for tea, which Kate made. Benton had arrived, and the 4 of them sat round the low table in front of the fire. Dalgliesh, who had Rhoda Gradwyn's file in front of him, briefly explained how the team had come to know of Sharon's real identity. He handed the file to Mrs. Rayner. who examined the picture of Lucy's battered face without comment. After a few minutes' scrutiny, she closed the file and handed it back to Dalgliesh. She said, "It would be interesting to find out how Rhoda Gradwyn managed to get hold of some of this material, but as she's dead, there seems little point in instituting an inquiry. Anyway, that won't be for me to do. Certainly we've had no instances of anything about Sharon being published, and there was a legal prohibition when she was a minor." Dalgliesh asked, "She didn't notify you of her change of job and address?" "No. She should have done, of course, and I should have been in touch before now with the retirement home. I last met her by arrangement 10 months ago when she was still there. She must have already decided to move. Her excuse will probably be that she didn't want to tell me and saw no need. My excuse, less valid, is the usual one. A too heavy workload and the reorganization following the splitting of Home Office responsibilities. In common parlance, Sharon fell through the net." "Falling through the net," thought Dalgliesh, would be a perfect title for a contemporary novel. He said, "You had no particular anxiety about her?" "None in the sense of seeing her as a public danger. She wouldn't have been released if the parole board hadn't been satisfied that she wasn't a danger to herself or others. She was no trouble when she was in Moorfield House, and has been none since release. If I had anxiety, indeed still have, it's about finding a satisfying and suitable job for her, helping her to make a life for herself. She has always resisted taking any form of training. The job at the retirement home wasn't a long-term solution. She should be with people of her own age. But I'm not here to discuss Sharon's future. I can see that she presents a problem for your investigation. Wherever she goes, we'll ensure she's available if you wish to question her. Has she been cooperating so far?" Dalgliesh said, "She hasn't been a problem. At present we have no prime suspect." "Well, obviously she can't stay here. I'll make arrangements for her to go to a hostel until we can arrange something more permanent. I hope to be able to send someone for her in 3 days' time. Of course I'll keep in touch." Kate asked, "Has she ever expressed remorse for what she did?" "No, and that has been a problem. She only repeats that she wasn't sorry at the time, and what was the point of being sorry afterwards, just because you've been found out?" Dalgliesh said, "There's a certain honesty in that. Shall we see her now?" "Kate, would you find her, please, and bring her here?" They were kept waiting for Kate to return with Sharon, and when, after 15 minutes, they arrived, the reason for the delay was apparent. Sharon had taken trouble over her appearance. A skirt and jumper had been substituted for her working overall. Her hair had been brushed to shininess, and she was wearing lipstick. There was an immense gilt earring in each ear. She came in belligerently, but with a certain wariness, and took a seat opposite Dalgliesh. Mrs. Rayner took a chair beside her, an indication, Kate thought, of where her professional concern and loyalty lay. She herself sat beside Dalgliesh, and Benton, notebook open, sat close to the door. On entering the room, Sharon had shown no surprise at seeing Mrs. Rayner. Now, fixing her eyes on her, she said without apparent resentment, "I thought you'd be along sooner or later." "It would have been sooner, Sharon, if you'd told me about your change of job, and Miss Gradwyn's death, as of course you should have." "Well, I was going to, but fat chance with the cops all over the house and everyone watching me. If they saw me phone, they'd ask why. Anyway, she was only killed on Friday night. Well, I'm here now, and there are a number of things we need to talk about in private, but first of all, Commander Dalgliesh has some questions, and I want you to promise to answer them truthfully and in full. This is important, Sharon." Dalgliesh said, "You have the right, Miss Bateman, to ask for a solicitor to be present if you think it necessary." She stared at him. "Why would I want a solicitor? I haven't done anything wrong. Anyway, Mrs. Rayner's here. She'll see there's no funny business. And I told you everything I know when we were in the library on Saturday." Dalgliesh said, "Not all. You didn't say then that you left the manor on Friday night." We know now that you did. You went out to meet someone at about midnight, and we know who it was. We've spoken to Mr. Collinsby." And now there was a change. Sharon started from her chair, then sat back and clasped the edge of the table. Her face flushed, and the deceptively mild eyes widened and seemed to Kate to darken into pools of anger. "You can't pin it on Stephen. He never killed that woman. He wouldn't kill anyone. He's good and he's kind, and I love him. We're going to get married." Mrs. Rayner said, her voice gentle, "That isn't possible, Sharon, and you know it isn't. Mr. Collinsby is already married and has a child. I think in asking him to come back into your life you were acting out a fantasy, a dream. Now we have to face reality." Sharon looked at Dalgliesh, who said, "How did you discover where Mr. Collinsby was?" "Saw him on TV, didn't I? I was watching it in my room after dinner. I just turned it on and I saw him. That's why I kept on watching. It was a boring programme about education, but I saw Stephen and I heard his voice, and he was just the same, only older. The programme said how he'd changed this school, so I wrote down the name, and that's where I sent the letter. He never replied to the first one, so I sent another, and told him he'd better meet me. It was important." Dalgliesh said, "Did you make threats? Either he met you or you'd tell someone that he'd lodged with your family and had known both you and your sister. Had he harmed either of you?" "He didn't do no harm to Lucy. He's not one of them paedophiles, if that's what you're thinking. He loved her. They were always reading together up in his room or going out for treats. She liked being with him, but she didn't care about him. She just liked the treats. And she only went up to his room because that was better than staying in the kitchen with me and Gran. Gran was always picking on us. Lucy said she was bored with Stephen, but I cared about him. I loved him. I've always loved him. I never thought I'd see him again, but now he's back in my life. I want to be with him. I know I can make him happy." Kate wondered if either Dalgliesh or Mrs. Rayner would mention Lucy's murder. Neither did. Instead, Dalgliesh asked, "So you arranged for Mr. Collinsby to meet you at the parking space for the stones? I want you to tell me exactly what happened and what passed between you." "You said you'd seen him. He must have told you what happened. I don't see why I should have to go over it all again. Nothing happened. He said he was married, but he was going to talk to his wife and ask for a divorce. And then I went back into the house and he drove away." Dalgliesh asked, "And that was all?" "Well, we weren't going to sit in the car all night, were we? I just sat there beside him for a bit. But we never kissed or anything like that. You don't have to kiss when you're really in love. I knew he was speaking the truth. I knew he loved me. So after a time I got out and went back to the house." "Did he go back with you?" "No, he didn't. Why would he? I knew my way, didn't I? Anyway, he wanted to be off, I could tell that." "Did he at any time mention Rhoda Gradwyn?" "Of course he didn't. Why would he talk about her? He never met her." "Did you give him keys to the manor?" And now she was suddenly angry again. No, he never asked for the keys. Why would he want them? He never went near the place. You're trying to pin murder on him because you're protecting all the others, Mr. Chandler-Powell, Sister Holland, Miss Cressid, all of them. You're trying to pin it all on Stephen and me." Dalgliesh said quietly, "We're not here to pin this crime on the innocent. Our job is to find out who's guilty. The innocent have nothing to fear. But Mr. Collinsby may well be in trouble if the story about you becomes known. I think you understand what I mean. We don't live in a kind world, and people might very easily misinterpret the friendship between him and your sister." "Well, she's dead, isn't she? What can they prove now?" Mrs. Rayner broke her silence. She said, "They can't prove anything, Sharon, but gossip and rumour don't rely on truth. I think when Mr. Dalgliesh has finished questioning you, we'd better have a talk about your future, after this terrible experience. You've done very well so far, Sharon, but I think it may be time to move on." She turned to Dalgliesh. "Could I have the use of a room here for a time, if you've finished?" "Of course. It's straight across the hall." Sharon said, "All right. I'm sick of the cops anyway. Sick of their questions, sick of their stupid faces, sick of this place. I don't see why I can't leave right away. I could come with you now." Mrs. Rayner had already got up. "I don't think that will be possible immediately, Sharon, but we'll certainly work on it." She turned to Dalgliesh. "Thank you for the use of the room. I don't think Sharon and I will need it for long." They didn't, but the 45 minutes or so which passed before they reappeared seemed long to Kate. Sharon, who was no longer truculent, said good-bye to Mrs. Rayner, and meekly enough returned to the manor with Benton. As the gates were unlocked by the security guard, Benton said, "Mrs. Rayner seemed a very nice person." "Oh, she's all right. I'd have been in touch with her earlier if you lot hadn't been watching me like a cat with a mouse. She's going to find a place for me, so I'll be out of here soon. In the meantime, you lay off Stephen. I wish I'd never called him to this bloody place." In the interview room, Mrs. Rayner put on her jacket and took up her bag. "It's unfortunate that this is happening. She was doing very well at the geriatric unit, but it was reasonable for her to want a job with younger people. The old patients liked her, though. They spoilt her a bit, I imagine. But it's time she got some proper training and settled into something with a future. I hope to find a place for her fairly soon, where I think she'll be happy to spend a few weeks until we can settle the next move. And she may need psychiatric help. Obviously she's in denial about Stephen Coningsby. But if you're asking me whether she killed Rhoda Gradwyn, which of course you aren't, I'd say it's extremely unlikely. I would say impossible, except that one can never use that word about anyone." Dalgliesh said, "The fact that she's here and with her record is a complication." "I can see that. Unless you get a confession, it will be difficult to justify arresting anyone else. But like most murderers, hers was that one act." Kate said, "She's managed to do some appalling harm in her short life. A child murdered and a good man's job and future at risk. It's hard to look at her without seeing an image of that smashed face superimposed on hers." Mrs. Rayner said, "The anger of a child can be terrible. If an out-of-control 4-year-old had a gun and the strength to use it, how many families would be left standing?" Dalgliesh said, "Lucy was apparently a lovely, endearing little girl. Possibly to other people, not perhaps to Sharon." Within minutes she was ready to leave, and Kate drove her to Wareham Station. On the way they spoke from time to time about Dorset and the countryside through which they were passing. But Mrs. Rayner didn't mention Sharon's name, and nor did Kate. Kate had decided that it would be both polite and sensible to wait with Mrs. Rayner until the train had arrived, and she was safely on her way. It wasn't until it was approaching the platform that her companion spoke. She said, "Don't worry about Stephen Coningsby. Sharon will be looked after and given the help she needs, and he won't be harmed." Chapter 6. Candace Westall came into the front room of the old police cottage in a jacket and scarf, and wearing her gardening gloves. She seated herself, then took off her gloves and placed them, large and mud-caked, on the table between herself and Dalgliesh, like an allegorical challenge. The meaning, if crude, was plain. She had been called from a necessary job once again to answer unnecessary questions. Her antagonism was palpable, and he knew that it was shared, if less openly, by most of his suspects. This he expected, and in part understood. At first, he and his team were awaited and greeted with relief. Action would be taken, the case cleared up. The horror, which was also an embarrassment, would be salved, the innocent vindicated. The guilty, probably a stranger whose fate could cause no distress, would be arrested and dealt with. Law, reason, and order would replace the contaminating disorder of murder. But there had been no arrest, and no sign of one. It was still early days, but for the small company at the manor there was no foreseeable end to his presence or to his questioning. He understood their growing resentment, because he had once experienced it when he had discovered the murdered body of a young woman on a Suffolk beach. The crime was not on his patch, and another investigating officer had taken over. There had been no question of his being regarded as a serious suspect, but the police questioning had been detailed, repetitive, and it seemed to him unnecessarily intrusive. An interrogation was uncomfortably like a mental violation. He said, "In 2002, Rhoda Gradwyn wrote an article for the Paternoster Review dealing with plagiarism in which she attacked a young writer, Annabel Skelton, who subsequently took her own life. What was your relationship with Annabel Skelton?" She met his eyes, hers cold with dislike, and, he thought, contempt. There was a brief silence, in which the antagonism crackled from her like an electric current. Without altering her gaze, she said, "Annabel Skelton was a dear friend. I would say I loved her, except that you would misinterpret a relationship which I doubt I can make you understand. All friendships seem to be defined now in terms of sexuality. She was my pupil, but her talent was for writing, not classics. I encouraged her to complete her first novel and to submit it for publication." "Did you know at the time that parts of it had been plagiarized from an earlier work?" "Are you asking me, Commander, whether she told me?" "No, Miss Westall. I'm asking whether you knew." "I didn't. Not until I read Gradwyn's article." Kate intervened. "It must have surprised and distressed you." "Yes, Inspector, both of those things." Dalgliesh asked, "Did you take any action? See Rhoda Gradwyn? Write to protest either to her or to the Paternoster Review?" "I saw Gradwyn. We met briefly in her agent's office at her request. It was a mistake. She was, of course, totally unrepentant. I prefer not to discuss the details of that encounter. I didn't know at the time that Annabel was already dead. She hanged herself 3 days after the Paternoster Review appeared." "So you didn't have an opportunity to see her, ask for an explanation? I'm sorry if this is painful for you." "Surely not too sorry, Commander. Let there be honesty between us. Like Rhoda Gradwyn, you're merely doing your distasteful job." "I tried to get in touch, but Annabel wouldn't see me. The door locked, the phone unplugged. I'd wasted time with Gradwyn when I might have succeeded in seeing her. The day after her death, I received a postcard. There were only 8 words and no signature. 'I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I love you.'" There was a silence. Then she said, "The plagiarism was the least important part of a novel which showed extraordinary promise. But I think Annabel realized that you would never write another, and for her that was death. And there was the humiliation. That, too, was more than she could bear." "Did you hold Rhoda Gradwyn responsible?" "She was responsible. She murdered my friend. As I suppose that wasn't her intention, there would be no hope of legal redress. But I didn't take private revenge after 5 years. Hatred doesn't die, but it loses some of its power. It's like an infection in the blood, never completely lost, liable to flare up unexpectedly, but its fever becoming less debilitating, less acutely painful with the passing years. I'm left with regret and a lasting sadness. I didn't kill Rhoda Gradwyn, but I can't feel even a minute's regret that she's dead. Does that satisfy the question you were about to ask, Commander?" "You say, Miss Westall, that you didn't kill Rhoda Gradwyn. Do you know who did?" "I do not. And if I did, Commander, I think it unlikely that I would tell you." She rose from the table to go. Neither Dalgliesh nor Kate made a move to stop her. Chapter 7. In the 3 days following Rhoda Gradwyn's murder, Letty was struck by how briefly death is allowed to interfere with life. The dead, however they die, are tidied away with decent speed to their designated place, a tray in a hospital mortuary, the undertaker's embalming room, the pathologist's table. The doctor may not come when called. The undertaker always does. Meals, however sparse or unconventional, are prepared and eaten. Post arrives, telephones ring, bills have to be paid, official forms filled in. Those who mourn, as she in her time had mourned, move like automata into a shadow world in which nothing is real or familiar, or seemingly ever will be again. But even they speak, attempt to sleep, raise untasting food to their mouths, continue as if by rote to play their destined part in a drama in which all the other characters seem familiar with their roles. At the Manor no one pretended to mourn Rhoda Gradwyn. Her death was a shock made more terrible by mystery and fear, but the routine of the Manor went on. Dean continued to cook his excellent meals, although a certain simplicity in the menus suggested that he was paying a perhaps unconscious tribute to death. Kim continued to serve them, although appetite and frank enjoyment seemed a gross insensitivity, inhibiting conversation. Only the coming and going of the police, and the presence of the cars of the security team, and the caravan in which they ate and slept, parked outside the main entrance, were an ever-constant reminder that nothing was normal. There had been a spurt of interest and half-shameful hope when Sharon was called for by Inspector Miskin and taken for questioning at the old police cottage. She had returned to say briefly that Commander Dalgliesh was preparing for her to leave the Manor, and a friend would be calling for her in 3 days. In the meantime, she didn't intend to do any more work. As far as she was concerned, the job was over, and they knew where they could shove it. She was tired and upset, and couldn't fucking well wait to get away from the fucking Manor. Now she was going to her room. Sharon had never been heard to utter an obscenity, and the word was as shocking as if it had come from Letty's mouth. Commander Dalgliesh had then been closeted with George Chandler-Powell for half an hour, and after he left, George had summoned them to the library. They had gathered silently, with the shared anticipation that something of significance was about to be told. Sharon had not been arrested, so much was obvious, but there might have been developments, and even unwelcome news was preferable to this continuing uncertainty. For all of them, and sometimes they confided as much, life was on hold. Even the simplest decisions, which clothes to put on in the morning, what orders to give Dean and Kimberly, required an effort of will. Chandler-Powell did not keep them waiting, but it seemed to Letty that he was unusually ill at ease. Entering the library, he seemed uncertain whether to stand or sit, but after a moment's hesitation, positioned himself beside the fire. He must know himself to be a suspect, as were they all, but now, with our eyes fixed expectantly on him, he seemed more a surrogate of Commander Dalgliesh, a role which he neither wanted nor felt comfortable with. He said, "I'm sorry to interrupt what you're doing, but Commander Dalgliesh has asked me to speak to you, and it seems sensible to get you together to hear what he had to say. As you know, Sharon will be leaving us in a few days' time. There was an incident in her past which makes her progress and her welfare a matter for the probation service, and it's thought best that she should leave the Manor. I understand that Sharon will be cooperating with the arrangements made for her. That's all I have been told, and it's all anyone has a right to know. I must ask you all not to discuss Sharon among yourselves, or to speak to her about her past or her future, neither of which is our concern." Marcus asked, "Does this mean that Sharon is no longer regarded as a suspect, if she ever was?" "Presumably." Flavia's face was flushed, her voice uncertain. "Could we know precisely what her status here is? She's told us that she doesn't intend to do any more work. I take it that, as the Manor seems to be regarded as a crime scene, we can't call in any of the village cleaners. With the Manor empty of patients, there's not a lot of work, but someone has to do it." Dean said, "Kim and I could help, but what about her food? Usually she eats with us in the kitchen. Suppose she stays upstairs? Is Kim expected to carry up trays and wait on her?" His voice made it plain that this would not be acceptable. Helena glanced at Chandler-Powell. It was obvious his patience was wearing thin. She said, "Of course not. Sharon knows the time of the meals. If she's hungry, she'll appear. It will only be for a day or two. If there's any trouble, tell me and I'll speak to Commander Dalgliesh. Meanwhile, we carry on as normally as possible." Candace spoke for the first time. "As I was one of those who interviewed her, I suppose I ought to take some responsibility for Sharon. It might be a help if she moved into Stone Cottage with Marcus and me, if Commander Dalgliesh is happy about it. We have the room, and she can give me a hand with Father's books. It's not good for her to have nothing to do. And it's time someone tried to discourage her obsession with Mary Keat. Last summer she took to laying wild flowers on the centre stone. It's morbid and unhealthy. I'll go up to her now and see if she's calmed down." Chandler-Powell said, "By all means have a try. As a teacher, you're probably more experienced than the rest of us in dealing with the recalcitrant young. Commander Dalgliesh has assured me that Sharon doesn't require supervision. If she does, it's for the police or the probation service to provide it, not us. I've cancelled my American trip. I have to be back in London by Thursday, and I'll need Marcus with me. I'm sorry if that sounds like desertion, but I have to catch up on some of the NHS patients I should have operated on this week. Obviously, I had to cancel all those operations. The security team will be here, and I shall arrange for 2 of them to sleep in." Marcus asked, "And the police? Did Dalgliesh say when they expect to leave?" "No, and I hadn't the temerity to ask. They've only been here 3 days, so unless they make an arrest, I imagine we'll have to tolerate some police presence for quite a time." Flavia said, "You mean we'll have to tolerate it? You'll be safely out of it in London. Are the police happy about your leaving?" Chandler-Powell looked at her coldly. "What legal power do you suppose Commander Dalgliesh has to detain me?" And then he was gone, leaving the little group with the impression that somehow they had all behaved unreasonably. They looked at each other in an uneasy silence. It was broken by Candace. "Well, I'd better tackle Sharon. And perhaps, Helena, you'd have a private word with George. I know I'm in the cottage, and it hardly affects me as it does the rest of you. But I do work here, and I'd rather the security team slept outside the manor. It's bad enough seeing their caravan parked outside the gate, and them wandering round the grounds without having them in the house." And then she too was gone. Mogg, who had seated himself in one of the most impressive chairs, had gazed impassively at Chandler-Powell throughout, but had remained silent. Now he heaved himself up and left. The rest of the group waited for Candace's return, but after half an hour, during which Chandler-Powell's injunction not to discuss Sharon inhibited conversation, they dispersed, and Helena closed the library door firmly behind them. Chapter 8. The 3 days of the week when no patients were operated on and George Chandler-Powell was in London gave Candace and Letty time to work on the accounts, deal with any financial problems with the temporary staff, and settle the bills for the additional food necessary to feed the influx of non-resident nursing staff, the technicians, and anaesthetist. The change in the atmosphere of the manor between the beginning and the end of the week was as dramatic as it was welcome to the 2 women. Despite the surface calm of operating days, the mere presence of George Chandler-Powell and his team seemed to permeate the whole atmosphere. But the days before he left for London were periods of almost total calm. The Chandler-Powell, who was a distinguished and overworked surgeon, became Chandler-Powell the country squire, content with a domestic routine which he never criticised or attempted to influence, a man breathing in solitude like reviving air. But now, on Tuesday morning, the 4th day after the murder, he was still at the manor, his London list postponed, and he himself obviously torn between his responsibility to his St. Angela's patients and the need to support the remaining staff at the manor. But by Thursday both he and Marcus would have gone. Admittedly they would be back by Sunday morning, but reaction to even a temporary absence was mixed. People already slept behind locked doors. Although Candace and Eleanor had succeeded in dissuading Chandler-Powell from instituting nightly patrols by the police or security team. Most of the residents had convinced themselves that an intruder, probably the owner of the parked car, had killed Miss Gradwyn, and it seemed unlikely that he had any interest in another victim. But presumably he still possessed the keys to the west door, a frightening thought. Mr. Chandler-Powell wasn't a guarantee of safety, but he was the owner of the manor, their go-between with the police, a reassuring, authoritative presence. On the other hand, he was obviously irked at time wasted and impatient to be getting on with his job. The manor would be more peaceful without his restless footsteps, the occasional spats of ill humour. The police were still silent about the progress, if any, of the investigation. The news of Miss Gradwyn's death had, of course, broken in the media, but to everyone's relief, the reports had been surprisingly short and ambiguous, helped by the competition of a political scandal and a pop star's particularly acrimonious divorce. Letty wondered whether some influence on the media had been exerted, but the restraint wouldn't last for long, and if an arrest were made, the dam would burst and the polluted waters sweep over them. And now, with no part-time domestic staff, the patients' section sealed, the telephone frequently on the answer phone, and the police presence a daily reminder of that departed presence which was still, in imagination, locked in the silence of death behind that sealed door, it was a comfort to Letty, and she suspected to Candace, that there was always work to be done. On Tuesday morning both were at their desks shortly after 9, Letty sorting through a collection of grocers' and butchers' bills, and Candace at the computer. The telephone was on the table before her, and now it rang. Candace said, "Don't answer it." It was too late. Letty had already lifted the receiver. She handed it over. "It's a man. I didn't catch his name, but he sounds agitated. He's asking for you." Candace took the receiver, was silent for a minute, then said, "We're busy in the office here, and frankly we haven't time to chase after Robin Boyton. I know he's our cousin, but that doesn't make us his keepers. How long have you been trying to reach him?" "All right, someone will go round to the guest cottage, and if we've got any news we'll tell him to ring you." "Yes, I'll ring back if we've no luck. What's your number?" She reached for a sheet of paper, took down the number, then replaced the receiver and turned to Letty. "That's Robin's business partner, Jeremy Coxon. Apparently one of his teachers has let him down and he wants Robin back urgently. He phoned late last night but got no reply, so left a message, and he's been repeatedly trying again this morning. Robin's mobile rings, but no answer." Letty said, "Robin may have come here to get away from phone calls and the demands of their business. But then why not turn off his mobile? I suppose someone had better take a look." Candace said, "When I left Stone Cottage this morning his car was there and the curtains were drawn. He could be still asleep and has left his mobile where he can't hear it. Dean could run over if he's not busy. He'll be quicker than Mogg." Letty got to her feet. "I'll go. I could do with a breath of fresh air." "Then you'd better take the spare key. If he's still sleeping off a hangover, he might not hear the bell. It's a nuisance that he's still here at all. Dalgliesh can't detain him without cause, and you'd think he'd be only too glad to get back to London, if only for the fun of spreading the gossip." Letty was tidying the papers on which she was working. "You dislike him, don't you? He seems harmless enough, but even Helena sighs when she books him in." "He's a hanger-on with a grievance. A perfectly legitimate one, probably. His mother got herself pregnant, and subsequently married an obvious fortune hunter, to old Grandfather Theodore's disgust. Anyway, she was cast off, more, I suspect, for stupidity and naivety than for the pregnancy. Robin likes to turn up from time to time to remind us of what he sees as unfair discrimination, and frankly we find his persistence boring. We do hand out the odd subvention from time to time. He takes the money, but I think he finds it humiliating. Actually, it's humiliating for both parties." This frank disclosure of family affairs surprised Letty. It was so unlike the reticent Candace she knew, or, she told herself, thought she knew. She took her jacket from the back of her chair. Departing, she said, "Wouldn't he be less of a nuisance if you gave him a moderate sum from your father's estate, and put an end to his opportunism? That is, if you feel he has a genuine grievance." "It did cross my mind. The difficulty with Robin is he'd always want more. I doubt whether we'd agree on what constitutes a moderate sum." Letty left, closing the door behind her, and Candace turned her attention again to the computer and brought up the figures for November. The West Wing was again in profit, but only just. The fees paid covered the general upkeep of the house and gardens, as well as the surgical and medical costs, but the income fluctuated and costs were rising. It was certain that the next month's figures would be disastrous. Chandler-Powell had said nothing, but his face, taut with anxiety and a kind of desperate resolve, told her all. How many patients would care to occupy a room in the West Wing with their minds filled with images of death, and worse, the death of a patient? The clinic, so far from being a money spinner, was now a financial liability. She gave it less than a month. 15 minutes later, Letty returned. "He's not there. There's no sign of him in the cottage or the garden. I found his mobile on the kitchen table, among the remains of what could be his lunch or supper. A plate with congealed tomato sauce and a few strands of spaghetti, and a plastic packet which had held 2 chocolate eclairs. The mobile phone rang as I was unlocking the door. It was Jeremy Coxon again. I told him we were looking. The bed looked as if it hasn't been slept in, and, as you said, the car's outside, so he obviously hasn't driven off. He can't have gone far. He doesn't sound like someone who goes in for long country walks." "No, he isn't. I suppose we'd better instigate a general search, but God knows where we'll start. He could be anywhere, including, I suppose, comfortably oversleeping in someone else's bed, in which case he's hardly likely to welcome a general search. We could give it another hour or so." Letty said, "Is that wise? It looks as if he's been gone for some time." Candace considered. "He's an adult and entitled to go where and with whom he chooses. But it is odd. Jeremy Coxon seemed worried as well as irritated. Perhaps we should at least ensure that he's not here in the manor or anywhere in the grounds. I suppose it's possible that he's ill or has had an accident, although it seems unlikely. And I'd better check Stone Cottage. I'm not very conscientious about locking the side door, and he may have sneaked in after I left to see if there's anything there to find. And you're right. If he's not in the cottages or here, we'd better tell the police. If there's a serious search, I suppose it will be by the local force. See if you can find Sergeant Benton Smith or D.C. Warren. I'll take Sharon with me. She seems to be hanging about doing nothing most of the time." Letty, still standing, thought for a moment, then said, "I don't think we need to involve Sharon. She's been in an odd mood since Commander Dalgliesh sent for her yesterday, sulky and withdrawn some of the time, and looking pleased with herself, almost triumphant, at others. And if Robin really is missing, best keep her out of it. If you want to extend the search, I'll come. Frankly, if he's not here or in either cottage, I don't see where else we can look. Better pass it on to the police." Candace took down her jacket from the peg on the door. "You're probably right about Sharon. She wouldn't leave the manor and come to Stone Cottage. And frankly, it was a relief. Not one of my most sensible ideas. But she agreed to help me for a couple of hours a day with Father's books, probably because she wants an excuse to get out of the kitchen. She and the Bostocks have never hit it off. She seemed to enjoy handling the books. I've lent her one or two she seemed interested in." Again Letty was surprised. Lending books to Sharon was a kindness which she hadn't expected from Candace, whose attitude to the girl had been one of grudging tolerance rather than benevolent interest. But Candace was, after all, a teacher. Perhaps this was a resurgence of her pedagogic vocation, and it was surely a natural impulse in any lover of reading to lend a book to a young person who showed an interest in it. She would have done the same herself. Walking beside Candace, she felt a small stab of pity. They worked together amicably, as both of them did with Helena, but they had never been close, and were colleagues rather than friends. But she was useful at the manor. The 3 days Candace had spent visiting Toronto a couple of weeks ago had proved that. Perhaps it was because Candace and Marcus lived in Stone Cottage that they sometimes seemed emotionally as well as physically distanced from the life of the manor. She could only imagine what the last 2 years had been like for an intelligent woman, her job in jeopardy, and now, so it was rumoured, no longer available. Her nights and days spent ministering to a domineering and querulous old man, her brother desperate to get away. Well, there should be no difficulty about that now. The clinic could hardly continue after Miss Gradwyn's murder. Only patients with a pathologically morbid fascination with death and horror would book in at the Manor now. It was a drab and sunless morning. There had been heavy showers during the night, and now from the sun-drenched earth there rose a pungent miasma of rotting leaves and sodden grass. Autumn had come early this year, but already its mellow refulgence had faded into the bleak, almost odourless breath of the dying year. They walked through the damp mist, which struck cold on Letty's face, and brought with it the first chill touch of unease. Earlier she had entered Rose Cottage without apprehension, half expecting to find Robin Boyton returned, or at least some evidence of where he had gone. Now, as they walked between the winter-scarred rose bushes to the front door, she felt she was being inexorably drawn towards something which was none of her business, which she had no wish to get involved in, and which boded ill. The front door was unlocked, as she had found it, but entering the kitchen, it seemed to her that the air was now more rancid than the smell of unwashed plates. Candace approached the table, and regarded the debris of the meal with a moue of distaste. She said, "Certainly it looks more like yesterday's lunch or supper than breakfast, but with Robin who can tell? You said you'd checked upstairs." "Yes. The bed wasn't properly made, just the bedclothes pulled together, but it didn't look as if he'd slept there last night." Candace said, "I suppose we'd better check the whole cottage, and then the garden and next door. Meanwhile, I'll get rid of this mess. The place stinks." She picked up the soiled plate and moved towards the sink. Letty's voice seemed as sharp as a command. "No, Candace, no!" halting Candace in her tracks. She went on, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout, but hadn't we better leave things as they are? If Robin has had an accident, if something's happened to him, timing might be important." Candace returned to the table and replaced the plate. "I suppose you're right, but all this tells us is that he ate a meal, probably lunch or dinner, before setting off." They went upstairs. There were only 2 bedrooms, both a good size, and each with a bathroom and shower. The slightly smaller one at the back was obviously unused, the bed made up, with clean sheets covered with a patchwork counterpane. Candace opened the door of the fitted wardrobe, then closed it, and said defensively, "God knows why I thought he could be in here, but if we've come to search, we might as well be thorough." They moved to the front bedroom. It was simply and comfortably furnished, but now looked as if it had been ransacked. A toweling dressing-gown was lying on the bed, with a crumpled T-shirt and a Terry Pratchett paperback. 2 pairs of shoes had been flung into a corner, and the low-padded chair was heaped with a jumble of woolen sweaters and trousers. Boyton had at least come prepared for the worst of December weather. The wardrobe door was open to reveal 3 shirts, a suede jacket, and a dark suit. Was the suit, Letty wondered, brought to be worn when he was at last admitted to see Rhoda Gradwyn? Candace said, "This looks ominously like either a fight or a hasty departure. But taken with the state of the kitchen, I think all we can safely assume is that Robin was exceptionally untidy, and that I knew already. Anyway, he isn't in the cottage." Letty said, "No, he isn't here," and turned towards the door. But in one sense, she thought, he was there. The half-minute in which she and Candace had surveyed the bedroom had intensified her sense of foreboding. Now it had deepened into an emotion which was a puzzling mixture of dread and pity. Robin Boyton was absent, but paradoxically he seemed more fully present than he had been 3 days ago, when he erupted into the library. He was here in the jumble of youthful clothes, in the shoes, 1 pair with worn-down heels, in the carelessly discarded book, the crumpled T-shirt. They moved into the garden, Candace striding out ahead. Letty, although usually as energetic as her companion, felt as if she were being dragged behind, like a dilatory encumbrance. They searched both cottage gardens and the wooden sheds at the end of each. The one at Rose Cottage held a miscellany of dirty tools, implements, some rusty, broken flower pots, and swathes of raffia thrown together on a shelf with no attempt at organisation, while the door was partly jammed with an old lawn-mower and a net sack of wood kindling. Candace closed the door without comment. In contrast, the shed at Stone Cottage was a model of logical and impressive tidiness. Spades, forks and hoses, their metal gleaming, were ranged on one wall, while the shelves held flower pots arranged in order, and the lawn-mower was clean of any trace of its function. There was a comfortable wicker chair with a checked cushion, obviously well used. The contrast between the state of the two sheds was reflected in the gardens. Mogg was responsible for the garden at Rose Cottage, but his interest was in the manor gardens, particularly the knot garden, of which he was jealously proud, and which he trimmed with obsessive care. He did little more at Rose Cottage than was necessary to avoid criticism. The Stone Cottage garden showed evidence of expert and regular attention. Dead leaves had been swept up and added to the wooden box which held the compost heap, shrubs pruned, the earth dug, and tender plants shrouded against frost. Remembering the wicker chair with its indented cushion, Letty felt a surge of pity and irritation. So this hermetic shack, the air of which felt warm even in winter, was a refuge, as well as a utilitarian garden shed. Here Candace could hope to snatch an occasional half-hour of peace from the antiseptic odour of the sick-room, could escape to the garden in short periods of freedom, when it would have been more difficult to find time for her other known passion, swimming from one of her favourite coves or beaches. Candace closed the door on the smell of warm wood and earth without comment, and they made their way to Stone Cottage. Although it was not yet noon, the day was gloomy and dark, and Candace switched on a light. Letty had been in Stone Cottage several times since Professor Westall's death, always on the business of the manor, and never with pleasure. She was not superstitious. Her faith, maverick and undogmatic as she knew it to be, had no place for disembodied souls, revisiting the rooms in which they had unfinished business, or had last drawn breath. But she was sensitive to atmosphere, and Stone Cottage still provoked in her an unease, a lowering of the spirit, as if accumulated unhappiness had infected the air. They were in the stone-paved room referred to as the old pantry. A narrow conservatory led into the garden, but the room was virtually unused, and seemed to have no function except as a repository for unwanted furniture, including a small wooden table and 2 chairs, a decrepit-looking freezer, and an old dresser holding a miscellany of mugs and jugs. They passed through a small kitchen, into the sitting-room, which was also used for dining. The grate was empty, and a clock on the otherwise bare mantelpiece ticked the present into the past with irritating insistence. The room was comfortless, except for a wooden settle with cushions to the right of the fireplace. One wall was covered with bookshelves to the ceiling, but most of the shelves were empty, and the remaining volumes fell against each other in disorder. A dozen tightly packed cardboard boxes of books were ranged against the opposite wall, where oblongs of unfaded paper showed where pictures had once hung. The whole cottage, although very clean, struck Letty as almost deliberately cheerless and unwelcoming, as if, after their father's death, Candace and Marcus had wanted to emphasise that for them, Stone Cottage could never be a home. Upstairs, Candace, with Letty following, moved with deliberate strides through the 3 bedrooms, giving a cursory glance inside the cupboards and wardrobes, then almost slamming them shut as if the search were a tedious routine chore. There was a fleeting but pungent aroma of mothballs, a tweedy country smell of old clothes, and in Candace's wardrobe Letty glimpsed the scarlet of a doctor's gown. The front room had been her father's. Here everything had been cleared away, apart from the narrow bed to the right of the window. Upstairs, Candace, with Letty following, moved with deliberate strides through the 3 bedrooms, giving a cursory glance inside the cupboards and wardrobes, then almost slamming them shut as if the search were a tedious routine chore. There was a fleeting but pungent aroma of mothballs, a tweedy country smell of old clothes, and in Candace's wardrobe Letty glimpsed the scarlet of a doctor's gown. The front room had been her father's. Here everything had been cleared away, apart from the narrow bed to the right of the window. This had been stripped bare, except for a single sheet stretched taut and pristine over the mattress, the universal domestic acknowledgement of the finality of death. Neither spoke. The search was nearly over. They went downstairs, their feet sounding unnaturally loud on the uncarpeted staircase. The sitting-room had no cupboards, and they passed again into the old pantry. Candace, suddenly realizing for the first time what Letty had been feeling throughout, said, "What on earth do we think we're doing? We're acting as if searching for a child or a lost animal. Let the police take over if they're worried." Letty said, "But we're nearly through, and at least we've been thorough. He's not anywhere in either cottage or in the sheds." Candace had moved into the large walk-in larder. Her voice was muffled. "It's time I cleared out this place. While Father was ill, I became obsessive about making marmalade. God knows why. He liked homemade preserves, but not that much. I'd forgotten the jars were still here. I'll get Dean to collect them. He'll find a use for them if he condescends to take them. My marmalade is hardly up to his standard." She reappeared. Letty, turning to follow her to the door, paused, then unlatched and lifted the lid of the freezer. The action was instinctive and without thought. Time stopped. For a couple of seconds, which in retrospect would stretch to minutes, she stared down at what lay below. The lid fell out of her hands with a soft clang, and she slumped over the freezer, shaking uncontrollably. Her heart was pounding, and something had happened to her voice. She gasped and tried to form words, but no sound came. At last, struggling, she found a voice. It didn't sound like her voice or anyone she knew. She croaked, "Candace, don't look! Don't look! Don't come!" But Candace was pushing her aside, forcing the lid wide open against the weight of Letty's body. He was lying, curled on his back, both legs raised stiffly in the air. His feet must have been pressed against the lid of the freezer. His two hands, curved like claws, lay pale and delicate, the hands of a child. In his desperation he had beaten his hands against the lid. His knuckles were bruised, and there were threads of dried blood on his fingers. His face was a mask of terror, the blue eyes wide and lifeless as a doll's, the lips drawn back. He must have bitten his tongue in the final spasm, and 2 trickles of blood had dried on his chin. He was wearing blue jeans and a blue and fawn checked open-necked shirt. The smell, familiar and revolting, rose up like gas. Somehow Letty found the strength to stagger to one of the kitchen chairs and collapsed into it. And now, no longer standing, her strength began to return, and her heartbeats became slower, more regular. She heard the sound of the lid being closed, but quietly, almost gently, as if Candace were afraid of waking the dead. She looked across. Candace was standing motionless against the freezer. Then suddenly she began retching, and running to the stone sink, was violently sick, clutching the sink sides for support. The retching continued long after there was nothing to bring up, loud whooping cries which must have torn her throat. Letty watched, wanting to help, but knowing Candace wouldn't want to be touched. Now Candace turned the tap to full power, and was splashing water over her face, as if the skin were on fire. Streams of water ran down over her jacket, and her hair lay in sodden strands against her cheeks. Without speaking, she stretched out a hand, and found a tea-towel hanging by the sink on a nail, then wrung it out under the still-flowing tap, and began again to wash her face. At last Letty felt able to get to her feet, and placing an arm round Candace's waist, led her to the second chair. Candace said, "I'm sorry. It's the stink. I never could stand that particular smell." With the horror of that lonely death still seared on her mind, Letty felt a sharp, defensive pity. "It isn't the smell of death, Candace. He couldn't help it. He had an accident, perhaps out of terror. It happens." She thought, but didn't say. "And that must mean that he went into the freezer alive. Or does it? The forensic pathologist will know." Now that her physical strength had returned, her mind felt preternaturally clear. She said, "We must ring the police. Commander Dalgliesh gave us a number. Do you remember it?" Candace shook her head. "Nor do I. It never occurred to me that we'd need it. He and that other policeman were always about the place. I'll fetch him." But now Candace, her head stretched back, her face so white that it looked as if cleansed of all emotion, all that made her uniquely herself, no more than a mask of flesh and bone, said, "No, don't go. I'm all right, but I think we ought to stay together. My mobile's in my pocket. Use it to get someone at the manor. Try the office first, and then George. Tell him to call Dalgliesh. He mustn't come himself. None of them should. I couldn't stand a crowd. Questions, curiosity, pity. We'll get all that, but not now." Letty was ringing the office. There was no reply, and she tried George's number. Listening and waiting for a response, she said, "He shouldn't come here anyway. He'll know that. The cottage will be a crime scene." Candace's voice was sharp. "What crime?" There was still no reply from George's phone. Letty said, "It could be suicide. Isn't suicide a crime?" "Does it look like suicide? Does it? Does it?" Letty, appalled, thought, "What are we arguing about?" But she said calmly, "You're right. We know nothing. But Commander Dalgliesh won't want a crowd. We'll stay here and wait." And now at last the mobile was answered, and Letty heard George's voice. She said, "I'm phoning from Stone Cottage. Candace is here with me. We found Robin Boyton's body in the disused freezer. Could you get Commander Dalgliesh as soon as possible? Better say nothing to anyone else until he's arrived. And don't come over. Don't let anyone come." George's voice was sharp. "Boyton's body? You sure that he's dead?" "Quite sure. George, I can't explain now. Just get Dalgliesh." "Yes, we're all right." "Shocked, but all right." "I'll get Dalgliesh." And the call was ended. Neither of them spoke. In the silence, Letty was aware only of their deeply drawn breath. They sat on the two kitchen chairs, not speaking. Time passed. Endless, unmeasured time. Then there were faces passing the opposite window. The police had arrived. Letty had expected them to walk in, but there was a knock on the door, and glancing at Candace's rigid face, she went to open it. Commander Dalgliesh came in, followed by Inspector Miskin and Sergeant Benton Smith. To her surprise, Dalgliesh didn't immediately go to the freezer, but concerned himself with the two women. Taking 2 mugs from the dresser, he filled them at the tap and brought them over. Candace left her mug on the table, but Letty found herself desperate for water and drained hers. She was aware of Commander Dalgliesh watching them closely. He said, "I need to ask some questions. You've both had a terrible shock. Are you well enough to talk?" Regarding him steadily, Candace said, "Yes, perfectly, thank you." Letty murmured her consent. "Then perhaps we had better go next door. I'll be with you in a minute." Inspector Miskin followed them into the sitting room. Letty thought, "So he's not going to leave us alone until he's heard our story," then wondered if she was being perspicacious or unreasonably suspicious. If Candace and she had wanted to concoct an agreed account of their actions, there had been time enough before the police arrived. They seated themselves on the oak settle, and Inspector Miskin drew up 2 chairs from the table to face them. Without sitting, she said, "Can I get you anything? Tea, coffee? If Miss Westall will tell me where to find things." Candace's voice was uncompromisingly harsh. "Nothing, thank you. All I want is to get out of here." "Commander Dalgliesh won't be long." Nor was he. Hardly had she spoken than he appeared, and took one of the chairs directly opposite them. Inspector Miskin took the other. Dalglish's face, only feet from theirs, was as pale as Candace's, but it was impossible to guess what was going on behind that carved, enigmatic mask. When he spoke, his voice was gentle, almost sympathetic, but Letty had no doubt that the ideas his mind was busily processing had little to do with compassion. He asked, "How did you both come to be in Stone Cottage this morning?" It was Candace who replied, "We were looking for Robin. His business partner rang the office at about 9:40 to say that he hadn't been able to contact Robin since yesterday morning and was worried. Mrs. Frensham came over first and found the remains of a meal on the kitchen table, his car in the driveway, and his bed apparently not slept in. So he came back to make a more thorough search. Did either of you know or suspect that you would find Robin Boyton in the freezer? He made no apology for the question, which was almost brutally explicit. Letty hoped that Candace would keep her temper. She confined herself to a quiet "No," and looking into Dalglish's eyes, thought that she had been believed. Candace was silent for a moment while Dalglish waited. "Obviously not, or we would have looked into the freezer immediately. We were looking for a living man, not a dead body. Personally, I thought that Robin would turn up soon enough, but his absence was puzzling since he isn't given to country walks, and I suppose we were looking for a clue to explain where he might have gone. Which of you opened the freezer?" Letty said, "I did. The old pantry, the room next door, was the last place we searched. Candace had gone into the walk-in larder, and I lifted the freezer lid on impulse, almost without thinking. We'd looked in all the cupboards in Rose Cottage, and in here, and in the garden sheds, and I suppose looking in the freezer seemed a natural action." Dalglish didn't speak. Letty thought, is he going to point out that a search which included cupboards and a freezer was hardly a search for a living man? But she had given her explanation. She wasn't sure that it sounded convincing, even to her own ears, but it was the truth, and she had nothing to add. It was Candace who attempted to explain. "It never occurred to me that Robin might be dead, and neither of us ever mentioned that possibility. I took the initiative, and once we'd begun to peer in cupboards and were making a thorough search, I suppose, as Letty has said, it seemed natural to carry on. I may have had the possibility of an accident at the back of my mind, but the word wasn't mentioned between us." Dalglish and Inspector Miskin got to their feet. Dalglish said, "Thank you both. You need to get out of here. I won't trouble you any further for now." He turned to Candace. "I'm afraid for the present, and probably for some days, Stone Cottage will have to be closed." Candace said, "As a crime scene?" "As a scene of an unexplained death. Mr. Chandler-Powell tells me that there are rooms for you and your brother at the manor. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm sure you'll understand the necessity. There will also be a forensic pathologist and technical officers coming here, but care will be taken not to cause damage." Candace said, "You can pull the place apart for all I care. I finished with it." He went on as if he hadn't heard. "Inspector Miskin will go with you to collect what you need to take to the manor." Letty thought, so they were under escort. What did he fear? That they might make a run for it? But she told herself that she was being unfair. He had been polite and courteous, scrupulously so, but then what did he gain by being otherwise? Candace got to her feet. "I can collect what I need. My brother can pack for himself, no doubt under supervision. I've no intention of rummaging through his room." Dalglish said calmly, "I'll let you know when it will be possible for him to collect what he needs. Inspector Miskin will help you now." The three of them, led by Candace, climbed the stairs, Letty glad of an excuse for getting away from the old pantry. In her bedroom, Candace dragged a suitcase from the wardrobe, but it was Inspector Miskin who lifted it onto the bed. Candace began taking clothes from her drawers and wardrobe, folding them quickly and packing them expertly into the case: warm jumpers, trousers, shirts, underwear, nightclothes and shoes. She went into the bathroom and returned with her toilet bag. Without a backward glance, they were ready to go. Commander Dalgliesh and Sergeant Benton Smith were in the old pantry, obviously waiting for them to leave. The lid of the freezer was closed. Candace handed over the house keys. Sergeant Benton Smith scribbled a receipt, and the cottage door was closed behind them. Letty, listening, thought she heard the turning of the key. Silently, with Inspector Miskin walking between them, they took deep cleansing breaths of the sweet, damp morning air, and in silence made their slow, measured way back to the manor. Chapter 9. As they approached the front door of the manor, Inspector Miskin stood back and tactfully turned away, as if anxious to demonstrate that they hadn't returned under police escort. It gave Candace time for a quick whisper as Letty opened the door. "Don't discuss what's happened. Just give them the facts." Letty was tempted to say that she had no intention of doing more, but had time only to murmur, "Of course." She noticed that Candace immediately put herself out of risk of discussing anything by saying that she wanted to see where she would be sleeping. Helena came forward at once, and the two of them disappeared into the east wing, which, with Flavia already sleeping there since the patient's corridor was barred, was likely soon to become uncomfortably crowded. Marcus, after phoning for Dalglish's consent, went to Stone Cottage to collect the clothes and books he needed, then joined his sister in the east wing. Everyone was quietly solicitous. No inconvenient questions were asked, but as the morning dragged on, the air seemed to be humming with unspoken comments. Chief among them, why exactly had Letty lifted the freezer lid? Since in the end someone would surely voice it, Letty increasingly felt that she should break her silence, despite what she and Candace had agreed. As 1 o'clock approached, there was still no news from Commander Dalgliesh or his team. Only 4 of the household sat down in the dining room for lunch: Mr. Chandler-Powell, Helena, Flavia, and Letty. Candace had asked that a tray for herself and Marcus should be sent up to her room. On operating days, Chandler-Powell ate lunch later with his team, if he ate a formal meal at all, but at other times, as today, he joined the party in the dining room. Letty sometimes felt uneasily that the small household should eat together, but Dean, she knew, would have considered it demeaning to his status as chef to be expected to lunch or dine with those he served. He and Kim, with Sharon, ate later in their own apartment. The meal was simple: a first course of minestrone, followed by a pork and duck terrine, baked potatoes, and a winter salad. When Flavia, helping herself to salad, asked whether anyone knew when they could expect the police to appear, Letty broke in with what seemed to her an unnatural nonchalance. "They didn't say when we were at Stone Cottage. I expect they're busy examining the freezer. Perhaps they'll take it away. I can't explain why I lifted the lid. We were on our way out, and it was an impulsive gesture, perhaps no more than curiosity." Flavia said, "It's just as well you did. He could have been there for days while the police were searching the countryside. After all, unless they suspected they were looking for a body, why would they open the freezer? Why would anybody?" Mr. Chandler-Powell frowned, but didn't comment. There was a silence, broken by the entrance of Sharon to remove the soup bowls. A period of unaccustomed idleness had proved boring, and she had condescended to undertake a limited number of household tasks. At the door she turned and said, with, for her, unexpected brightness, "Perhaps there's a serial murderer loose in the village, picking us all off one by one. I read a book by Agatha Christie which deals with that. They were all cut off on this island, and the serial killer was among them. In the end, only one was left alive." Flavia's voice was sharp. "Don't be ridiculous, Sharon. Miss Gradwyn's death? Did that look like the work of a serial murderer? They killed to a pattern. And why should a mass murderer put a body in a freezer? But perhaps your serial killer has an obsession with freezers, and is even now looking for one to accommodate his next victim." Sharon opened her mouth to retort, caught a glance from Chandler-Powell, and thought better of it, then kicked the door closed after her. No one spoke. Letty sensed the general feeling that if Sharon's comment had been ill-judged, Flavia's hadn't improved on it. Murder was a contaminating crime, subtly changing relationships, which, even if not close, had been easy and without strain. Hers with Candace, and now with Flavia. It wasn't a question of active suspicion, more the spread of an atmosphere of unease, a growing awareness that other people, other minds, were unknowable. With her sitting room in the west wing barred to her, she had taken to walking alone in the garden, or down the lime walk to the stones, returning with eyes more red and swollen than could be caused by a keen wind or sudden shower. Perhaps, thought Letty, it wasn't surprising that Flavia seemed more affected by Miss Gradwyn's death than were the others. She and Chandler-Powell had lost a patient. For both of them it was a professional disaster. And then there were the rumours about the relationship with George. When they were together at the Manor, it was always one of surgeon and theatre sister, sometimes seeming almost unnecessarily professional. Certainly, if they had been sleeping together at the Manor, someone would have known. But Letty wondered if Flavia's changing moods, the new waspishness, the solitary walks had a cause other than the death of a patient. As the day wore on, it became apparent to Letty that this death was creating more covert interest than either fear or anxiety. Robin Boyton was hardly known except to his cousins, and not particularly liked by those who did know him, and at least he had had the decency to die outside the Manor. None would have expressed the thought with such callous insensitivity, but the 100 yards or so between the house and Stone Cottage was a psychological as well as a physical separation from a corpse imagined, but by the majority not witnessed. They felt more like onlookers than participants in a drama, isolated from the action, beginning indeed to feel unreasonably excluded by Dalgliesh and his team, who asked for information and gave so little in return. Mogg, who by virtue of his job in the garden and throughout the grounds had an excuse to loiter at the gate, had fed them nuggets of information. He reported on the return of the scene of crime officers, the arrival of the photographer and Dr. Glenister, and finally the lumpy body bag being stretchered down the cottage path to the sinister mortuary van. With that news, the company at the Manor braced themselves for the return of Dalgliesh and his team. Chapter 10. Dalgliesh, who was occupied at Stone Cottage, left the initial questioning to Kate and Benton. It was 3:30 before they arrived to begin their inquiries, and again, with the consent of Mr. Chandler-Powell, used the library for the majority of their interviews. For the first few hours the results were disappointing. Dr. Glenister couldn't be expected to give a precise assessment of the time of death until after the post-mortem, but given the accuracy of her preliminary estimations, they could work on the assumption that Boyton had died the previous day sometime between 2 o'clock and 6. The fact that he hadn't had time to wash his plates after a meal that was clearly more likely to be lunch than breakfast was less helpful than it seemed, since there were in the sink unwashed crockery and 2 saucepans, which looked as if they had been there from the night before. Kate decided to ask people where they were the previous day from 1 o'clock until dinner, which was served at 8. Nearly everyone could provide an alibi for part of the time, but none for the whole 7 hours. The afternoon was a time when people were generally free to follow their own interests or inclinations, and most had been alone for some of the time, either in the Manor or in the garden. Marcus Westall had driven into Bournemouth to do some Christmas shopping, leaving shortly after lunch, and had not returned until 7:30. Kate sensed that the rest of the household thought that it was a little odd that whenever there was a dead body to be explained, Marcus Westall had the good fortune to be absent. His sister had worked with Letty in the office in the morning, and after lunch had returned to Stone Cottage to garden. She had been sweeping leaves, building up the compost heap, and cutting away the dead branches of the bushes until the light began to fail. She had then returned to the cottage to make tea, entering by the door into the conservatory, which she had left open. She had seen Boyton's car parked outside, but had seen and heard nothing of him the whole afternoon. George Chandler-Powell, Flavia and Helena had occupied themselves in the Manor, either in their own apartments or in the office, but were only able to provide firm alibis for the time when with the others they were eating lunch, having afternoon tea in the library, and dinner at 8 o'clock. Kate sensed their resentment, shared by the others, at having to be so specific about time. It had, after all, been for them an ordinary day. Mogg claimed that he had been busy for most of the previous afternoon in the rose garden, and planting tulip bulbs in the large urns in the formal gardens. No one remembered seeing him, but he was able to produce a bucket with a few bulbs waiting to be planted, and the torn packets which had contained the others. Neither Kate nor Benton felt inclined to entertain him by digging into the urns to see if the bulbs were there, but no doubt this could be done if it proved expedient. Sharon had been persuaded to spend some time in the afternoon dusting and polishing furniture, and vacuum cleaning the rugs in the great hall, entrance hall and library. Certainly the noise of the vacuum had from time to time been an irritant to others in the manor, but no one could be specific when exactly it was heard. Benton pointed out that it was possible for a vacuum to be left on without anyone using it, a suggestion which Kate found difficult to take seriously. Sharon had also spent time in the kitchen helping Dean and Kimberly. She gave her evidence willingly enough, but took an unconscionable time before answering questions, and stared throughout at Kate with a speculative interest and a hint of pity, which Kate found more disconcerting than the expected undisguised hostility. Altogether, by late afternoon, they felt that little had so far been achieved. It was perfectly possible for any of the residents of the manor, including Marcus on his way to Bournemouth, to have called at Stone Cottage. But how could anyone other than a Westall have enticed Robin into the cottage, managed to kill him, and return undetected to the manor, avoiding the security guards? Obviously the prime suspect had to be Candace Westall, who certainly had the strength to shove Boyton into the freezer. But it was premature to decide on a prime suspect when at present they had no convincing evidence that the death had been murder. It was nearly 5 o'clock before they got round to seeing the Bostocks. The interview took place in the kitchen, where Kate and Benton were comfortably ensconced in low chairs beside the window, while the Bostocks drew up a couple of upright chairs from the table. Before seating themselves, they made tea for the 4 of them, and set up with some ceremony a low table in front of the visitors, inviting them to sample Kim's biscuits, newly baked and hot from the Aga. An irresistible smell, rich and spicy, wafted from the open oven door. The biscuits, almost too hot to handle, thin and crisp, were delicious. Kim, with the face of a happy child, smiled on them as they ate, and pressed them not to hold back. There were plenty more. Dean poured the tea. The atmosphere became domestic, almost cosy. Outside, the rain-saturated air pressed against the windows like a fog, and the deepening darkness obscured all but the geometry of the knot garden, while the high beech hedge became a distant blur. Inside, all was light, colour and warmth, and the comforting aroma of tea and food. The Bostocks were able to provide an alibi for each other, having spent almost all the previous 24 hours together, mostly in the kitchen, or when taking advantage of Mogg's temporary absence, they had together visited the kitchen garden to select vegetables for dinner. Mogg tended to resent every gap in his carefully planted rows. Kim on her return had served the main meals and later cleared the table, but usually there had been someone present, Miss Cressit or Mrs. Frensham. Both Bostocks looked shocked, but less distressed or frightened than Kate and Benton had expected. Partly, Kate thought, because Boyton had been only an occasional visitor, for whom they had no responsibility, and whose rare appearances, so far from adding to the gaiety of the community, were regarded, particularly by Dean, as a potential source of irritation and extra work. Boyton had made his mark. A young man with his looks could hardly fail. But Kimberly, happily in love with her husband, was impervious to classic handsomeness, and Dean, uxorious, was largely concerned to guard his kitchen against unwarranted intrusions. Neither seemed particularly frightened, perhaps because it became apparent that they had managed to convince themselves that Boyton's death had been an accident. Conscious of their own uninvolvement, interested, a little excited, and ungrieving, they chatted on, and Kate let the talk flow. The Bostocks, like the rest of the household, had been told only that Boyton's body had been found, and where. What else at present was there to tell? And there had been no point in leaving anyone in ignorance. It might, with luck, be possible to keep this present death out of the press, and for a while from the village, if Mogg held his tongue. But it was hardly feasible or necessary to keep it from anyone at the manor. It was nearly 6 o'clock when the breakthrough came. Kim roused herself from a minute's silent reverie and said, "Poor man. He must have climbed into the freezer, and then the lid fell down on him. Why would he do that? Perhaps he was playing a silly game, a sort of private dare like kids do. My mum had a big wicker basket at home, more like a trunk really, and we kids used to hide in it. But why didn't he push up the lid?" Dean was already clearing the table. He said, He couldn't, not if the catch fell down. But he's not a kid. Daft thing to do. Not a nice way to go, suffocation. Or maybe he had a heart attack. Looking at Kim's face, creasing in distress, he added firmly, "That's probably what it was, a heart attack. He got into the freezer out of curiosity, panicked when he couldn't open the lid, and died, nice and quick. He wouldn't have felt a thing." Kate said, "That's possible. We'll know more after the autopsy." "Had he ever complained to you about his heart? Said he had to be careful, anything like that?" Dean looked at Kim, who shook her head. "Not to us. Well, he wouldn't, would he? He wasn't here often, and we didn't usually see him. The Westalls may know. They're cousins, and his story was that he came here to see them. Mrs. Frensham makes him pay something, but Mogg says he doesn't think it's the full visitor's rent. He says Mr. Boynton was just after a cheap holiday." Kim said, "I don't think Miss Candice would know anything about his health. Mr. Marcus might, being a doctor, but I don't think they were close. I've heard Miss Candice say to Mrs. Frensham that Robin Boynton never bothered to tell them when he was renting the cottage. And if you ask me, they weren't all that pleased to see him. Mogg says there was some kind of family feud, but he doesn't know what about." Kate said, "This time, of course, Mr. Boynton said he was here to see Miss Gradwyn." "But he didn't see her, did he? Not this time, or when she was here a couple of weeks ago. Mr. Chandler-Powell and Sister Holland saw to that. I don't believe they were friends, Mr. Boynton and Miss Gradwyn. That was probably him trying to make himself look important. But it's odd about the freezer. It isn't even in his cottage, but he seems sort of fascinated with it. Do you remember, Dean, all those questions he asked when he was last here and came to borrow some butter? He never paid it back." Concealing her interest and taking care to avoid Benton's eyes, Kate said, "When was that?" Dean glanced at his wife. "The night Miss Gradwyn first arrived. Tuesday the 27th, wasn't it? Guests are expected to bring their own food, and then they either shop locally or eat out. I always leave milk in the fridge, and tea, coffee and sugar, but that's all. Unless they order provisions in advance, and then Mogg shops for them. Mr. Boynton rang to say that he had forgotten to bring butter, and could I let him have a packet. He said he'd come over for it, but I wasn't keen to have him poking about the kitchen, so I said I'd take it. It was 6:30, and the cottage looked as if he'd just arrived. His gear was dumped on the kitchen floor. He asked if Miss Gradwyn had arrived, and when could he see her. But I said I couldn't discuss anything to do with the patient, and he'd better speak to Sister or Mr. Chandler-Powell. And then, casual-like, he began asking about the freezer. How long had it been next door? Was it still working? Did Miss Westall use it? I told him that it was old and useless, and no one used it. I said Miss Westall had asked Mogg to get rid of it, but he said it wasn't his job. It was for the council to take away, and Miss Cressit or Miss Westall had better ring them. I don't think anyone did. Then he stopped asking questions. He offered me a beer, but I didn't want to drink with him. I haven't the time anyway. So I left and came back to the manor." Kate said, "But the freezer was next door in Stone Cottage. How did he know about it? It must have been dark by the time he arrived." "Well, I suppose he'd seen it on a previous visit. He must have been in Stone Cottage at some time, at least after the old man died. He used to make a lot of the Westalls, being cousins. Or he could have snooped round when Miss Westall wasn't there. People round here don't bother much about locking their doors." Kim said, "And there's a door from the old pantry through the lean-to conservatory to the garden. That could have been open. Or he could have seen the freezer from the window. Funny, though, him taking an interest like that. It's only an old freezer. It isn't even working. It broke in August. Do you remember, Dean? You wanted to use it to store that haunch of venison over the bank holiday, and you found it wasn't working." At last something had been achieved. Benton glanced quickly at Kate. Her face was expressionless, but he knew that their thoughts marched in step. She asked, "When was it last used as a freezer?" Dean said, "I can't remember. No one ever reported that it wasn't working. We didn't need it except for bank holidays, and when Mr. Chandler-Powell had guests, when it could come in useful if Stone Cottage was empty. The freezer here is usually plenty big enough." Kate and Benton were rising to go. Kate said, "Have you told anyone here about Mr. Boyton's interest in the freezer?" The Bostocks looked at each other, then vigorously shook their heads. "Then please keep this strictly to yourselves. Don't discuss the freezer with anyone at the manor." Kimberly, wide-eyed, asked, "Is it important?" "Probably not, but we don't yet know what is or could be important. That's why I want you to say nothing." Kim said, "We won't. Cross my heart and hope to die. Anyway, Mr. Chandler-Powell doesn't like us to gossip, and we never do." Kate and Benton had hardly got to their feet and were thanking Dean and Kimberly for the tea and biscuits when Kate's mobile rang. She listened, acknowledged the call, and said nothing until they were outside. Then she said, "That was AD. We're to go at once to the old police cottage. Candace Westall wants to make a statement. She'll be there in 15 minutes. It looks as if we may be getting somewhere at last." Chapter 11. They reached the old police cottage just before Candace left the gates of the manor, and from the window Kate could see her stalwart figure pausing to look both ways at the edge of the road, then walking confidently across, the strong shoulders swinging. Dalgliesh greeted her at the door and led her to a seat at the table, and with Kate sat opposite. Benton took the fourth chair and, notebook in hand, positioned himself to the right of the door. In her country tweeds and brogues, Candace, he thought, had the assurance of a rural vicar's wife, visiting a backsliding parishioner. But from his seat he could glimpse the only sign of nervousness, a momentary tightening of the hands clasped in her lap. Whatever she had come to tell them, she had taken her time over it. But he had no doubt that she knew precisely what she was prepared to say, and how she would phrase it. Without waiting for Dalgliesh to speak, she began her story. "I have an explanation for what could have happened, what seems to me possible, even probable. It doesn't reflect well on me, but I think you should know of it even if you decide to discount it as fantasy. Robin could have been experimenting with or rehearsing some ludicrous joke, and it went disastrously wrong. I need to explain, but it will involve disclosing family affairs which can't in themselves be relevant to Rhoda Gradwyn's murder. I take it that what I tell you will be treated as confidential, if you're satisfied that it has no direct bearing on her death." Dalglish's words were unemphatic, a statement, not a warning, but they were direct. "It will be for me to decide what is relevant and how far family secrets can be protected. I can't give any assurances in advance, you must know that. So in this, as in other matters, we have to trust the police. Forgive me, but that doesn't come easily in an age when newsworthy information is money." Dalgliesh said quietly, "My officers do not sell information to newspapers. Miss Westall, aren't we wasting time? You have a responsibility to assist my investigation by disclosing any information you have which could be relevant. We have no wish to cause unnecessary distress, and have enough problems in processing relevant information without wasting time on matters that are not relevant. If you know how Robin Boyton's body got into the freezer, or have any information which could help to answer that question, hadn't we better get on with it?" If the rebuke stung her, she betrayed no sign of it. She said, "Some of it may already be known to you, if Robin has spoken to you about his relationship with the family." As Dalgliesh didn't reply, she went on, "He is, as he's fond of proclaiming, Marcus's and my first cousin. His mother, Sophie, was our father's only sister. For at least the past 2 generations, the Westhall men have undervalued and occasionally despised their daughters. The birth of a son was a cause for celebration. The birth of a daughter, a misfortune. This prejudice isn't totally uncommon even today, but with my father and grandfather it amounted almost to a family obsession. I'm not saying there was any physical neglect or cruelty. There wasn't. But I've no doubt Robin's mother suffered emotional neglect and acquired a weight of inferiority and self-distrust. She wasn't clever or pretty, or indeed particularly likable, and was not, unnaturally, something of a problem from childhood. She left home as soon as she could, and had some satisfaction in disobliging her parents by living a fairly rackety life in the hectic world on the fringes of the pop music scene. She was just 21 when she married Keith Boyton, and she could hardly have made a worse choice. I only met him once, but I found him repellent. She was pregnant when they married, but that was hardly an excuse, and I'm surprised she went ahead with the pregnancy. Motherhood was a new sensation, I suppose. Keith had a certain superficial charm, but I have never met anyone more obviously on the make. He was a designer, or claimed to be, and found work occasionally. In between he did odd jobs to bring in some income, at one time, I believe, selling double glazing by telephone. Nothing lasted. My aunt, who worked as a secretary, was the main wage earner. Somehow the marriage lasted, largely because he depended on her. Maybe she loved him. Anyway, according to Robin, she died of cancer when he was 7, and Keith found himself another woman and emigrated to Australia. No one has heard from him since. Dalgliesh asked, "When did Robin Boyton make regular contact with you?" "When Marcus took the job here with Chandler-Powell, and when we moved farther into Stone Cottage. He started having brief holidays here in the guest cottage, obviously hoping that he could kindle some cousinly interest in Marcus or myself. Frankly, it wasn't there. But I did have a slight conscience about him. I still have. From time to time, I'd help him out with small sums, $250 here, $500 there, when he asked, claiming desperation. But then I decided that this was unwise. It seemed too like assuming a responsibility, which frankly I didn't accept. And then, about a month ago, he got an extraordinary idea into his head. My father's death followed my grandfather's by only 35 days. If it had been less than 28 days, there would have been difficulty about the will, which has a clause stating that a beneficiary must outlive the testator by 28 days to inherit. Obviously, if my father hadn't benefited from our grandfather's will, there would have been no fortune to pass down to us. Robin obtained a copy of grandfather's will and conceived the bizarre idea that our father had died some time before the 28 days were up, and that Marcus and I together, or one or other of us, had concealed his body in the freezer in Stone Cottage, thawed him out after a couple of weeks or so, and then called in old Dr. Stenhouse to write the death certificate. The freezer finally broke down last summer, but at that time, although seldom used, it was working. Dalgliesh said, "When did he first put forward this idea to you?" "During the 3 days when Rhoda Gradwyn was here for her preliminary visit. He arrived the morning after she did, and I think had some idea of seeing her. But she was adamant that she didn't want visitors, and as far as I know he was never admitted to the manor. She may have been behind the whole idea. I've no doubt the two were in collusion. In fact, he more or less admitted it. Why otherwise did Gradwyn choose the manor, and why was it so important for Robin to be here with her? The scheme may have been mischief on her part. She could hardly have taken it seriously. But with him it was deadly serious." "How did he raise the matter with you?" "By giving me an old paperback, Cyril Hare's Untimely Death. It's a detective story in which the time of death is falsified. He brought it in to me as soon as he arrived, saying he thought I would find it interesting. Actually, I'd read it many years ago, and as far as I know it's now out of print. I simply told Robin that I wasn't interested in reading it again and handed it back. I knew then what he was up to." Dalgliesh said, "But surely the idea was fantastic. Appropriate to an ingenious novel, but not to the situation here. Can he possibly have believed there was truth in it?" "Oh, he believed, all right. In fact, there were a number of circumstances which could be said to add credibility to the fantasy. The idea wasn't as ridiculous as it sounds. I don't think we could have kept the deception going for long, but for a few days, or a week, maybe 2, it would have been perfectly possible. My father was an extremely difficult patient who hated illness, resisted sympathy, and was adamant that he wanted no visitors. I looked after him with the help of a retired nurse, who is now living in Canada, and an elderly maid, who died just over a year ago. The day after Robin left, I had a phone call from Dr. Stenhouse, the GP who looked after my father. Robin had visited him with some specious excuse and tried to find out how long my father had been dead before the doctor was called in. The doctor was never a patient man, and in retirement even less tolerant of fools than he was when in practice, and I can well imagine the response Robin got for his impertinence. Dr. Stenhouse said that he answered no questions about patients when they were alive, nor did he when they were dead. I imagine Robin came away convinced that the old doctor, if not senile when he signed the death certificate, had been either duped or was complicit. He probably assumed that we'd bribed the two helpers, Grace Holmes, the elderly nurse who emigrated to Canada, and the maid, Elizabeth Barnes, who since died. There was, however, one fact he didn't know. On the night before he died, my father asked to see the parish priest, the Reverend Clement Matheson. He's still the parish priest in the village. Of course he came at once, driven by his elder sister Marjorie, who keeps house for him, and can be said to personify the church militant. Neither will have forgotten that evening. Father Clement arrived, equipped to give the last rites, and no doubt to solace a penitent soul. Instead, my father found the strength to inveigh for the last time against all religious belief, Christianity in particular, with scathing reference to Father Clement's own brand of churchmanship. This wasn't information that Robin could pick up in the bar of the Crescent Arms. I doubt whether Father Clement or Marjorie have ever spoken of it except to Marcus and myself. It had been an unpleasant and a humiliating experience. Happily, both are still alive. But I have a second witness. I paid a short visit to Toronto 10 days ago to see Grace Holmes. She was one of the very few people my father would tolerate, but was left nothing in his will. And now that probate has been granted, I wanted to give her a lump sum to compensate for that last terrible year. She gave me a letter, which I passed to my solicitor, stating that she was with my father on the day he died. Kate said quietly, "Armed with this information, didn't you immediately confront Robin Boyton and disillusion him?" "Probably I should have done. But it amused me to keep quiet and let him embroil himself further. If I look at my conduct with as much honesty as is possible when we are trying to justify ourselves, I think I was glad that he had revealed something of his true nature. I'd always felt some guilt that his mother had been so neglected. But now I didn't feel any necessity to pay him anything. By this one attempt at blackmail, he had relieved me from any future obligation. I rather looked forward to my moment of triumph, however petty, and to his disappointment. Dalgliesh asked, "Did he ever demand money?" "No, he didn't get to that point. If he had, I could have reported him to the police for attempted blackmail, but I doubt I should have gone down that road. But he hinted pretty clearly what he had in mind. He seemed content when I said I would consult my brother and be in touch. I made, of course, no admission." Kate asked, "Does your brother know anything of this?" "Nothing. He's been particularly anxious recently about leaving the job here and going to work in Africa, and I saw no reason to burden him with what was essentially nonsense. And of course he would have had no sympathy with my plan to bide my time and devise the maximum humiliation for Robin. His is a more admirable character than is mine. I think that Robin was working himself up to a final accusation, possibly a suggestion that I should hand over a specific sum in exchange for his silence. I believe that's why he stayed on here after Rhoda Gradwyn's death. After all, I take it that you couldn't legally detain him unless he was charged, and most people would be only too glad to get away from the scene of crime. Since her death, he's prowled around Rose Cottage and the village, obviously unsettled, and I think frightened. But he needed to bring the matter to a head. I don't know why he climbed into the freezer. It could have been to see how feasible it was for my father's body to be placed there. He was, after all, considerably taller than Robin, even when shrunken by his illness. Robin might have had an idea of summoning me to the utility room, and then slowly opening the freezer, terrifying me into an admission. That's exactly the kind of dramatic gesture that might appeal. Kate said, "If he was frightened, could it be because he feared you personally? It might have occurred to him that you could have killed Miss Gradwyn because of her involvement in the plot, and that he too might be at risk." Candace Westall turned her eyes to Kate, and now the dislike and contempt were unmistakable. I don't suppose that even Robin Boyton's fevered imagination could seriously conceive that I would see murder as a rational way out of any dilemma. Still, I suppose it's possible. And now, if you haven't any more questions, I would like to get back to the manor. Dalgliesh said, "Only two. Did you put Robin Boyton into the freezer, dead or alive?" "I did not." "Did you kill Robin Boyton?" "No." She hesitated, and for a moment Dalgliesh thought she had something to add. But she got up without speaking, and left without another word or a backward glance. Chapter 12. By 8 o'clock that evening, Dalgliesh had showered, changed, and was beginning to decide on his supper when he heard the car. It came up the lane almost silently. The first he knew of it was the lightening of the windows behind the drawn curtains. Opening the front door, he saw a Jaguar being driven onto the opposite verge, and the lights switched off. A few seconds later, Emma was crossing the road towards him. She was wearing a thick jersey and a sheepskin jerkin, her head bare. As she came in without speaking, instinctively he put his arms round her, but her body was unyielding. She seemed almost unaware of his presence, and the cheek which momentarily brushed his was icy cold. He was full of dread. Something appalling had happened, an accident, even a tragedy. She wouldn't otherwise have arrived like this without a warning. When he was on a case, Emma never even telephoned, not by his wishes, but her own. Never before had she impinged on an investigation. To do so in person could only mean disaster. He took off her jerkin and led her to a seat by the fire, waiting for her to speak. As she sat silently, he went into the kitchen and switched on the electricity under the flask of coffee. It was already hot, and it took only a few seconds to pour it into a mug, add the milk, and bring it to her. Taking off her gloves, she wrapped her fingers round its warmth. She said, "I'm sorry I didn't phone. I had to come. I had to see you." "Darling, what is it?" "Annie. She's been attacked and raped yesterday evening. She was on her way home from teaching English to 2 immigrants. It's one of the things she does. She's in hospital and they think she'll recover. By that, I suppose they mean she won't die. I don't see how she can recover, not completely. She's lost a lot of blood, and one of the knife wounds pierced her lung. It only just missed her heart. Someone at the hospital said she was lucky. Lucky. What an odd word to use." He had nearly asked, "How is Clara?" but before the words were framed, he knew that the question was as ridiculous as it was insensitive. And now she looked at him full in the face for the first time. Her eyes were full of pain. She was in a torment of anger and grief. "I couldn't help Clara. I was useless to her. I took her in my arms, but mine weren't the arms she wanted. There was only one thing she wanted from me: to get you to take over the case. That's why I'm here. She trusts you, she can talk to you, and she knows you're the best." Of course that's why she was here. She didn't come for his comfort or out of need to see him and share her grief. She wanted something from him, and it was something he couldn't give. He sat down opposite her and said gently, "Emma, that isn't possible." She put her coffee mug on the hearth, and he could see her hands were shaking. He wanted to reach out and take them, but was afraid that she would withdraw. Anything would be better than that. She said, "I thought that's what you'd say. I try to explain to Clara that it might be outside the rules, but she doesn't understand, not fully. I'm not sure I do. She knows that the victim here, the dead woman, is more important than Annie. That's what your special squad is all about, isn't it? Solving crimes when people are important. But Annie is important to her. To her and to Annie, rape is more awful than death. If you were investigating, she'd know that the man who did this would be caught." He said, "Emma, the squad isn't primarily to do with the importance of the victim. To the police, murder is murder. Unique. Never put permanently on one side. The investigation never recorded as failure, only as at present unsolved. No murder victim is ever unimportant. No suspect, however powerful, can buy immunity from the inquiry. But there are cases which are best tackled by a small designated team, cases where it's in the interest of justice to get a quick result.
Clara doesn't believe in justice, not now. She thinks you could take over if you wanted to, that if you asked you would get your own way, rules or no rules.
It felt wrong to be sitting so far distanced. He longed to take her in his arms, but that would be too easy a comfort. Almost, he felt, an insult to her grief. And what if she drew away, if she made it obvious by a shudder of distaste that he wasn't a comfort, but a contribution to her anguish? What did he represent to her now? Death, rape, mutilation, and decay? Hadn't his job been ring-fenced with an invisible sign, "Keep out"? And this wasn't a problem that could be solved with kisses and murmured reassurance, not for them. It couldn't even be solved by rational discussion, but this was their only way. Hadn't he prided himself, he thought bitterly, that they could always talk? But not now, not about everything. He asked, "Who is the chief investigating officer? Have you spoken to him?"
"He's Detective Inspector A.L. Howard. I've got a card somewhere. He's spoken to Clara, of course, and he saw Annie in hospital. He said a woman D.S. needed to ask some questions before Annie went under the anaesthetic. I suppose in case she died. She was too weak to say more than a few words, but apparently they were important."
He said, "Andy Howard is a good detective with a sound team. This isn't a case which can be solved by anything but conscientious police work, much of it laborious, plodding routine. But they'll get there."
Clara didn't find him sympathetic, not really. I suppose it was because he wasn't you. And the woman sergeant, Clara almost hit her. She asked whether Annie had recently had sex with a man before she was raped.
Emma, that was a question she had to ask. It could mean that they may have DNA, and if they have, that's a huge advantage. But I can't take over another officer's investigation, apart from the fact that I'm in the middle of one myself, and it wouldn't help solve the rape, even if I could. At this stage it could even hinder it. I'm sorry I can't go back with you to try to explain to Clara." She said sadly,
"Oh, I expect she'll understand eventually. All she wants now is someone she can trust, not strangers. I suppose I did know what you'd say, and I should have been able to explain it to her myself. I'm sorry I came. It was a wrong decision."
She got to her feet, and rising he came towards her. He said, "I can't be sorry for any decision you make which brings you to me." And now she was in his arms, and shaking with the force of her weeping. The face that was pressed against his was wet with tears. He held her without speaking until she relaxed, then said, "My darling, must you go back tonight? It's a long drive. I can sleep perfectly well in this chair." As he had once before, he remembered, at St. Anselm's College after they had first met. She had been staying next door, but after the murder he had settled himself in an armchair in his sitting room so that she could feel safe in his bed while she tried to sleep. He wondered if she too was remembering. She said, "I'll drive carefully. We're getting married in 5 months. I'm not going to risk killing myself before then." "Whose is the Jaguar?"
"Giles's. He's in London attending a conference for a week, and he rang to make contact. He's getting married, and I expect he wanted to tell me about it. When he heard about Annie and that I was driving here, he lent me his car. Clara needs hers to visit Annie, and mine is in Cambridge."
Dalgliesh was shaken by the sudden spurt of jealousy, as powerful as it was unwelcome. She had finished with Giles before they had met. He had proposed and been rejected. That was all he knew. He had never felt threatened by anything in her past, nor had she in his. So why this sudden primitive response to what, after all, had been a thoughtful and generous gesture? He didn't want to think of Giles as either of these things, and the man now had his chair at some northern university, safely out of the way. So why the hell couldn't he stay there? He found himself thinking bitterly that Emma might point out that she was comfortable driving a Jag. After all, it wouldn't be for the first time. She drove his. Mastering himself, he said, "There's some soup and some ham, so I'll make us sandwiches. Stay by the fire, and I'll bring it in." And even now, in the depth of distress, weary and heavy-eyed, she was beautiful. That the thought, in its egotism, its stirring of sex, should come so quickly to mind, appalled him. She had come to him for comfort, and the only comfort she craved he couldn't give. And wasn't this onrush of anger and frustration at his powerlessness only the atavistic male arrogance, which said that the world is a dangerous and cruel place, but now you have my love, and I can shield you? Wasn't his reticence about his job less a response to her own reluctance to be involved than a wish to shield her from the worst realities of a violent world? But even her world, academic and seeming so cloistered, had its brutalities. The hallowed peace of Trinity Great Court was an illusion. He thought, "We are violently propelled into the world with blood and pain, and few of us will die with the dignity for which we hope, and for which some pray. Whether we choose to think of life as an impending happiness, broken only by inevitable grief and disappointment, or as the proverbial vale of tears with brief interludes of joy, the pain will come, except to those few whose deadened sensibilities make them apparently impervious to either joy or sorrow." They ate together almost in silence. The ham was tender, and he heaped it generously on the bread. He drank the soup almost without tasting it, only vaguely knowing that it was good. She did manage to eat, and within 20 minutes was ready to leave. Helping her on with the jerkin, he said, "You will phone me when you get back to Putney. I won't be a nuisance, but I do need to know you got home safely. And I'll have a word with D.I. Howard." She said, "I'll ring." He kissed her on the cheek, almost formally, and went across to see her into the car, then stood watching until it disappeared down the lane. Returning to the fireplace, he stood looking down at the flames. Ought he to have insisted on her staying the night? But insist wasn't a word that would ever be used between them. And stay where? There was his bedroom, but would she want to sleep there, distanced by the complicated emotions and unexpressed inhibitions which kept them apart when he was on a case? Would she wish to confront Kate and Benton tomorrow morning, if not tonight? But he was worried about her safety. She was a good driver, and would rest if she became tired. But the thought of her in a lay-by, even with the precaution of a locked car, gave him no comfort. He stirred himself. There were things to do before he summoned Kate and Benton. Firstly, he must get in touch with Detective Inspector Andy Howard and get the latest report. Howard was an experienced and reasonable officer. He wouldn't see the call either as an unwelcome distraction or, worse, as an attempt to influence. Then he must phone or write to Clara with a message for Annie. But to telephone was almost as inappropriate as to fax or email. Some things had to be conveyed by a handwritten letter, and by words which cost something in time and careful thought, indelible phrases which might have some hope of giving comfort. But there was only one thing Clara wanted from him, and that he couldn't give. To phone now, for her to hear the bad news from him, would be intolerable for them both. The letter had better wait until tomorrow. And in the meantime Emma would be back with Clara. It took some time to reach D.I. Andy Howard. Howard said, "Annie Townsend is doing well, but it will be a long road, poor girl. I met Dr. Lavenham at the hospital, and she told me you had an interest in the case. I meant to get in touch earlier to have a word." Dalgliesh said, "Speaking to me had to have a low priority. It still has. I won't keep you now, but I was anxious to have a more up-to-date report than Emma could give me. Well, there is good news, if anything about this can be good. We've got his DNA. With luck, he'll be on the database. I can't believe that he hasn't got form. It was a violent attack, but the rape wasn't completed. Probably too drunk. She fought back with extraordinary courage for so slight a woman. I'll ring you as soon as I have anything to report. And of course we're keeping closely in touch with Miss Beckwith. He's probably local. He certainly knew where to drag her. We've already started a house-to-house. The sooner the better, DNA or no DNA. Things going well with you, sir?" "Not particularly. No clear line at present." He didn't mention the new death. Howard said, "Well, it's early days, sir." Dalgliesh agreed that it was early days, and after thanking Howard, rang off. He carried the plates and mugs into the kitchen, washed and dried them, then rang Kate. "Have you had a meal?"
"Yes, sir, we've just finished."
"Then come over now, please." Chapter 13. By the time Kate and Benton arrived, the 3 glasses were on the table, the wine uncorked. But for Dalgliesh, it was a less successful, at times almost acrimonious meeting. He said nothing about the visit of Emma, but he wondered whether his subordinates were aware of it. They must have heard the Jaguar passing Wisteria House, and been curious about any car arriving at night on the road to the manor. But neither of them spoke of it. The discussion was probably unsatisfactory, because, with Boyton's death, they were in danger of theorizing in advance of the facts. There was little new to be said about Miss Gradwyn's murder. The post-mortem report had been received, with Dr. Glenister's expected conclusion that the cause of death was throttling by a right-handed killer wearing smooth gloves. This last was hardly necessary information, in view of the fragment in the WC in one of the empty suites. She confirmed her final assessment of the time of death. Miss Gradwyn had been killed between 11 o'clock and 12:30. Kate had had a tactful word with the Reverend Matheson and his sister. Both had found strange her questions about the vicar's one and only visit to Professor Westall, but confirmed that they had indeed visited Stone Cottage, and that the priest had seen the patient. Benton had telephoned Dr. Stenhouse, who confirmed that Boyton had questioned him about the time of death, an impertinence to which he had given no response. The date on the death certificate had been correct, as had his diagnosis. He had shown no curiosity about why the questions were being put so long after the event, probably, Benton thought, because Candace Westall had been in touch with him. Members of the security team had been cooperative but not helpful. Their leader had pointed out that they were concentrating on strangers, particularly members of the press arriving at the manor, not on individuals with a right to be there. Only one of the 4 men had been in the caravan outside the gates at the relevant time, and he couldn't remember seeing any member of the household leave the manor. The other 3 members of the team had concentrated on patrolling the boundary separating the manor grounds from the stones, and the field in which they stood, in case this offered a convenient access. Dalgliesh made no attempt to press them. They were, after all, responsible to Chandler-Powell, who was paying them, not to him. For most of the evening, Dalgliesh let Kate and Benton take over the discussion. Benton said, "Miss Westall says she told no one about Boyton's suspicions that they faked the date of her father's death. It seems unlikely that she would. But Boyton himself may have confided in someone, either at the manor or in London. And if so, that person might use the knowledge to kill him, and then tell much the same story as Miss Westall." Kate's voice was dismissive. "I can't see an outsider killing Boyton, Londoner or not. At least not in this way. Think of the practicalities. He'd have to arrange a rendezvous with his victim in Stone Cottage, when he could be sure that the Westalls weren't there, and the door would be open. And what reason could he give for enticing Boyton into a neighbour's cottage? And why kill him here anyway? London would be simpler and safer. The same complications would apply to anyone at the manor. Anyway, there's no point in theorising until we get the autopsy report. On the face of it, misadventure seems a more likely explanation than murder, particularly in view of the Bostock's evidence about Boyton's fascination with the freezer, which gives some credence to Miss Westall's explanation. Provided, of course, that they're not lying." Benton broke in. "But you were there, ma'am. I'm sure they weren't lying. I don't think Kim in particular has the wit to make up a story like that, and tell it so convincingly." "I was absolutely convinced." "So at the time was I, but we have to keep an open mind. And if this is murder, not misadventure, then it has to be tied up with Rhoda Gradwyn's death. 2 killers in the same house at the same time beggars belief." Benton said quietly, "But it has been known, ma'am." Kate said, "If we look at the facts and ignore motive for the present, the obvious suspects are Miss Westall and Mrs. Frensham. What were they really doing at the 2 cottages? Opening cupboards and then the freezer. It's as if they knew that Boyton was dead. And why did it take 2 of them to search?" Dalgliesh said, "Whatever they were up to, they weren't moving the body. The evidence shows he died where he was found. I don't find their actions quite as odd as you do, Kate. People do behave irrationally under stress, and both women have been under stress since Saturday. Perhaps subconsciously, they were fearing a second death. On the other hand, one of them might have needed to ensure that the freezer was opened. That would be a more natural action if the search so far had been thorough. Benton said, "Murder or no murder, we won't get much help from prints." They both opened the freezer. One of them may have been taking care that she did. Would there have been prints anyway? Noctis will have worn gloves. Kate was getting impatient. Not if he was tipping Boyton alive into the freezer. Wouldn't you find that a bit odd if you'd been Boyton? And isn't it premature to start using the word Noctis? We don't know whether this was murder. The three of them were getting tired. The fire was beginning to die, and Dalgliesh decided it was time to end the discussion. Looking back, he felt he was living through a day which would never end. He said, "It's time for a relatively early night. There's a lot to do tomorrow. I'll be here, but I want you, Kate, with Benton to interview Boyton's partner." According to Boyton, he was lodging at Maida Vale, so his papers and belongings should be there. We're not going to get anywhere until we know what sort of man he was, and if possible, why he was here. Have you been able to get an appointment yet? Kate said, "He can see us at 11 o'clock, sir. I didn't say who was coming. He said the sooner the better." "Right. 11 o'clock in Maida Vale, then. And we'll talk before you leave." At last the door was locked behind them. He placed the guard in front of the dying fire, stood for a moment gazing into the last flickers, then wearily climbed the stairs to bed. Book 4, 19 to 21st December, London, Dorset. Chapter 1. Jeremy Coxon's house in Maida Vale was one of a row of pretty Edwardian villas, with gardens leading down to the canal, a neat, domestic toy house, grown to adult size. The front garden, which even in its winter aridity showed signs of careful planting and the hope of spring, was bisected by a stone path, leading to a glossily painted front door. It wasn't at first sight a house which Benton associated with what he knew of Robin Boyton, or expected of his friend. There was a certain feminine elegance about the facade, and he recalled reading that it was in this part of London that Victorian and Edwardian gentlemen provided houses for their mistresses. Remembering Holman Hunt's painting, The Awakening Conscience, he brought to mind a cluttered sitting-room, a young woman starting up, bright-eyed from the piano, her lounging lover, one hand on the keys, reaching out to her. In recent years he had surprised in himself a fondness for Victorian genre painting, but that hectic and for him unconvincing depiction of remorse was not one of his favourites. As they unlatched the gate, the door opened, and a young couple were gently but firmly propelled out. They were followed by an elderly man, neat as a mannequin, with a bouffant of white hair and a tan which no winter sun could have produced. He was wearing a suit with a waistcoat, the exaggerated stripes of which diminished his meagre frame still further. He appeared not to notice the newcomers, but his fluting voice came clearly to them down the path. "You don't ring. It's supposed to be a restaurant, not a private house. Use your imagination. And Wayne, dear boy, get it right this time. You give your name and the booking details to the reception. Someone will take your coats, then you follow the person greeting you to your table. The lady goes first. Don't bang on ahead and pull out your guest's chair as if you're afraid someone will grab it. Let the man do his job. He'll see to it that she's comfortably seated. So let's do it again. And try, dear boy, to look confident. You'll be paying the bill, for God's sake. Your job is to see that your guest has a meal which makes at least a pretence at being worth what you'll be paying for it, and a happy evening. She won't if you don't know what you're doing. All right. Perhaps you'd better come in and we'll practice the knives and forks bit." The couple disappeared inside, and it was then he deigned to turn his attention to Kate and Benton. They walked up to him, and Kate flipped open her wallet. "Detective Inspector Miskin and Detective Sergeant Benton Smith. We're here to see Mr. Jeremy Coxon." "I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I'm afraid you arrived at an inopportune moment."
It'll be a long time before those two are ready for Claridge's. Yes, Jeremy said something about expecting the police. You'd better come in. He's upstairs in the office.
They passed into the hall. Benton saw through the open door to the left that a small table for two had been set, with 4 glasses in each place and a plethora of knives and forks. The couple were already seated, staring at each other disconsolately. "I'm Alvin Brent. If you'll just wait, I'll pop up and see if Jeremy's ready. You will be very considerate with him, won't you? He's terribly upset. He's lost a dear, dear friend. But of course you'll know all about that. That's why you're here." He was about to walk up the stairs, but at that moment a figure appeared at the top. He was tall and very thin, with sleek black hair drawn back from a taut, pale face. He was expensively dressed, with a careful casualness, which, with his dramatic stance, gave him the appearance of a male model posed for a camera shoot. His close-fitting black trousers looked immaculate. His tan jacket, unbuttoned, was a design Benton recognized and wished he could afford. His starched shirt was open-necked, and he wore a cravat. His face had been furrowed with anxiety, but now the features smoothed with relief. Coming down to meet them, he said, "Thank God you've come. Sorry about the reception. I've been frantic. I've been told nothing, absolutely nothing, except that Robin's been found dead. And of course he'd rung to tell me about Rhoda Gradwyn's death. And now Robin. You wouldn't be here if it was death by natural causes. I have to know. Was it suicide? Did he leave a note?" They were following him up the stairs, and standing aside, he indicated a room to the left. It was overcrowded, and obviously both sitting-room and study. A large trestle table before the window held a computer, fax machine, and a rack of filing trays. 3 smaller mahogany tables, one with a printer precariously balanced, were crowded with porcelain ornaments, brochures, and reference books. There was a large sofa against one wall, but hardly usable since it was covered with box files. But despite the clobber, an attempt at order and tidiness had been made. There was only one chair behind the desk, and a small armchair. Jeremy Coxon looked round as if expecting a third to materialize, then went across the hall and came back with a cane-bottomed chair which he placed before the desk. They seated themselves. Kate said, "There was no note. Would you be surprised if it were suicide?" "God, yes. Robin had his difficulties, but he wouldn't take that way out. He loved life and he had friends, people who would help him out in an emergency. Of course he had his moments of depression, don't we all? But with Robin they never lasted long. I only asked about the note because any alternative is even less believable. He had no enemies." Benton said, "And there were no particular difficulties at present? Nothing you know which could have driven him to despair?" "Nothing. Obviously he was devastated by Rhoda's death, but despair isn't a word I'd have used about Robin. He was a Micawber, always hoping something would turn up, and usually it did. And things were going rather well for us here. Capital was a problem, of course. It always is when you start up a business. But he said he had plans, that he was expecting money, big money. He wouldn't say where from, but he was excited, happier than I'd seen him for years. Rather different from when he came back from Stoke Cheverell 3 weeks ago. Then he seemed depressed. No, you can rule out suicide. But as I said, nobody's told me anything except that Robin's dead, and to expect a visit from the police. If he's made a will, he's probably named me as an executor, and he always put me down as next of kin. I don't know anyone else who will take responsibility for his stuff here, or for the funeral. So why the secrecy? Isn't it time you came clean and told me how he died?" Kate said, "We don't know for certain, Mr. Coxon. We may know more when we get the results of the autopsy, which should be later today." "Well, where was he found?" Kate said, "His body was in a disused freezer in the cottage next to the guest cottage where he was staying." "A freezer? You mean one of those rectangular chest freezers for long-term storage?" "Yes, a disused freezer." "Was the lid open?" "The lid was shut. We don't yet know how your friend came to be in there. It could have been an accident." And now Coxon was looking at them in stark amazement, which even as they watched turned to horror.
There was a pause. Then he said, "Let's get this clear. You're telling me that Robin's body was found shut in a freezer?" Kate said patiently, "Yes, Mr. Coxon, but we don't yet know how it got there or the cause of death." He shifted his gaze, wide-eyed, from Kate to Benton, as if testing which, if either, could be believed. When he spoke, his voice was emphatic, the note of hysteria barely suppressed. "Then I'll tell you one thing. This was no accident. Robin was seriously claustrophobic. He never travelled by air or on the underground. He couldn't enjoy a restaurant meal if he wasn't seated close to the door. He was fighting it, but not successfully. Nothing and no one would ever have persuaded him to climb inside a freezer." Benton said, "Not even if the lid was propped wide open?" "He'd never believe that it wouldn't fall and trap him inside. What you're investigating is murder." Kate could have said that it was possible Boynton had died either by accident or natural causes, and that someone, for reasons unknown, had placed his body in the freezer. But she had no intention of swapping theories with Coxon. Instead, she asked, "Was it generally known among his friends that he was claustrophobic?" Coxon was calmer now, still gazing from Kate to Benton, willing them to believe. "Some may have known or guessed, I suppose, but I never heard it mentioned. It's something he was rather ashamed of, particularly not being able to fly. That was why we didn't have foreign holidays, unless we went by train. I couldn't get him onto a plane, even if I tanked him up at the bar. It was a hell of an inconvenience. If he told anyone, it would have been Rhoda, and Rhoda's dead. Look, I can't give you any proof, but you have to believe me about one thing. Robin would never have got into a freezer alive." Benton asked, "Did his cousins or anyone at Cheverell Manor know that he was claustrophobic?" "How the hell do I know? I've never met any of them, and I've never been there. You'll have to ask them." His composure had cracked. He sounded close to tears. He muttered, Sorry, and fell silent. After a minute, in which he stood still, taking deep, regular breaths, as if they were an exercise in regaining control, he said, "Robin had taken to going to the manor more frequently. I suppose it could have come up in conversation, if they were talking about holidays or the hell of London tube trains at rush hour." Kate said, "When did you hear about Rhoda Gradwyn's death?" "On Saturday afternoon. Robin phoned about 5 o'clock. "How did he sound when he gave you the news?" "How would you expect him to sound, Inspector? He wasn't exactly ringing to inquire after my health. Oh, God, I didn't mean that. I'm trying to be helpful. It's just that I'm still trying to take it in. How did he sound? He was almost incoherent at first. It took me some minutes to calm him down. After that, well, you can take your pick of adjectives. Shocked, horrified, surprised, frightened. Mostly shocked and frightened. A natural reaction. He'd just been told that a close friend had been murdered." "Did he use that word, murdered?" "Yes, he did. A reasonable assumption, I'd say, when the police were there, and he'd been told they'd be coming to interview him. And not the local CID either. Scotland Yard. He didn't need telling that this wasn't a natural death." "Did he say anything about how Miss Gradwyn died?" "He didn't know. He was pretty bitter that no one at the manor had bothered to come and break the news to him. He only found out that something had happened when the police cars arrived. I still don't know how she died, and I don't suppose you're about to tell me." Kate said, "What we need from you, Mr. Coxon, is anything you can tell us about Robin's relationship with Rhoda Gradwyn, and of course with you. We now have 2 suspicious deaths which could be linked. How long have you known Robin?" "About 7 years. We met at the party after a drama school production, in which he had a not particularly distinguished part. I went with a friend who teaches fencing, and Robin caught my eye. Well, that's what he does. He catches people's eyes. We didn't speak then, but the party lingered on, and my friend, who had another date, had left by the time the last bottle was finished. It was a foul night, the rain pelting down, and I could see Robin, somewhat inadequately clad, waiting for a bus. So I hailed a cab and asked if I could drop him. That's how the acquaintanceship began. Benton said, "And you became friends?" We became friends and later business partners. Nothing formal, but we worked together. He had the ideas, and I had the practical experience, and at least the hope of raising money. I'll answer the question you're thinking of a tactful way to ask. We were friends. Not lovers, not fellow conspirators, not buddies, not drinking companions. Friends. I liked him, and I suppose we were useful to each other. I told him I'd inherited just over $1 million from a maiden aunt who recently died. The aunt was genuine enough, but the old dear hadn't a penny to leave. Actually, I was lucky in the lottery. I don't quite know why I'm bothering to tell you this, except you'll no doubt find out sooner or later, when you start wondering whether I have any financial interest in Robin's death. I haven't. I doubt whether he's left anything but debts and the jumble of things, mostly clothes, that he's dumped here. Did you ever tell him about the lottery win? No, I didn't. I never think it's wise to tell people if you have a big win. They simply take the view that since you've done nothing to deserve your luck, you have an obligation to share it with the equally undeserving. Robin fell for the rich auntie's story. I invested over $1 million on this house, and it was his idea that we started etiquette courses for the newly rich, or social aspirants, who don't want to be embarrassed every time they entertain the boss, or take a girl out to dinner at a decent restaurant. Benton said, "I thought the very rich didn't care one way or another. Don't they make their own rules?" We don't expect to attract billionaires, but most people care, believe me. This is an upwardly mobile society. No one likes to be socially insecure. And we're doing well. We've got 28 clients already, and they pay £550 for a 4-week course. Part-time, that is. Cheap at the price. It's the only one of Robin's schemes that ever showed any promise of making money. He got chucked out of his flat a couple of weeks ago, so he's been living here in one room at the back. He wasn't exactly a considerate house guest, but basically it suited us both. He kept an eye on the house, and he was here when it was his turn to take a class. It might be hard to believe, but he was a good teacher, and he knew his stuff. The clients liked him. The problem with Robin is that he was unreliable and volatile, madly enthusiastic one minute and chasing off after some new harebrained scheme the next. He could be maddening, but I never wanted to cast him off. It just never occurred to me. If you can explain the chemistry which keeps disparate people together, I'd be interested to hear it. And what about his relationship with Rhoda Gradwyn? Ah, that's more difficult. He didn't talk much about her, but he obviously liked having her as a friend. It gave him kudos in his own eyes, which is what matters after all. Kate said, "Was it sex?" "Oh, hardly. I fancied that the lady swam with bigger fish than Robin, and I doubt whether she fancied him. People don't. Too beautiful, perhaps, a bit asexual, rather like making love to a statue. Sex wasn't important to him, but she was. I think she represented a stabilizing authority. He did once say that he could talk to her and be told the truth, or what passes for it. I used to wonder if she reminded him of someone who'd influenced him that way, a schoolteacher perhaps. And he lost his mother when he was 7. Some kids never get over that. He could have been looking for a substitute. Psychobabble, I know, but there could be something in it." Benton reflected that maternal wasn't a word he'd have used of Rhoda Gradwyn. But then what did they really know about her? Wasn't that part of the fascination of his job? The unknowingness of other people? He asked, "Did Robin tell you that Miss Gradwyn was having a scar removed and where it was being done?" "No, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised he didn't tell me. She probably asked him to keep it secret. Robin could keep a secret if he thought it was worth his while. All he said was that he was having a few days in the guest cottage at Stoke Cheverell. He never mentioned that Rhoda would be there." Kate asked,
What was his mood? Did he seem excited? Or did you get the impression that this was just a routine visit? Like I said, he was depressed when he got back after the first visit, but excited when he set off last Thursday night. I've seldom seen him happier. He said something about having good news for me when he got back, but I didn't take that seriously. Robin's good news usually turned out to be bad news, or no news at all. Apart from that first call, did he speak to you again from Stoke Cheverell? Yes, he did. He gave me a ring after you'd interviewed him. He said you were pretty rough with him, not particularly considerate to a man grieving for a friend. Kate said, I'm sorry he felt that. He made no formal complaint of his treatment. Would you in his place? Only fools or the very powerful antagonize the police. After all, you didn't exactly set about him with truncheons. Anyway, he did ring me again after you'd interviewed him in the cottage, and I told him to come to me and let the police grill him here, where I'd arrange for my solicitor to be present if necessary. It wasn't entirely disinterested. We're busy and I needed him here. He said he was determined to stay on for the week he'd booked. He talked about not deserting her in death. A bit histrionic, but that was Robin. Of course, he knew more about it by then, and told me that she'd been found dead at 7:30 on the Saturday morning, and that it looked like an inside job. After that I rang him again several times on his mobile, but couldn't get a reply. I left messages asking him to ring back, but he never did. Benton said, When he first rang you, you said he sounded frightened. Didn't it strike you as odd that he was preparing to stay on with a murderer on the loose? Yes, it did. I pressed him, and he said he had unfinished business. There was a silence. Kate's voice was deliberately incurious. Unfinished business. Did he give you any clue what he meant? No, and I didn't ask. As I said, Robin could be histrionic. Perhaps he thought of lending a hand in the investigation. He'd been reading a detective story, which you'll probably find in his room. You'll want to see the room, I suppose? Yes, said Kate, as soon as we finish speaking to you. There's one other thing. Where were you between the hours of 4:30 last Friday afternoon and 7:30 the next morning? Coxon was unworried. I thought you'd get round to that. I was teaching here from 3:30 until 7:30, 3 couples with gaps in between. I then made myself spaghetti bolognese, watched TV until 10 o'clock, and went to the pub. Thanks to a benign government, which allows us to drink until the early hours, that's what I did. The landlord was serving, and he can confirm that I was there until about 1:15. And if you care to tell me when Robin died, I dare say I could produce an equally valid alibi. We don't know yet, Mr. Coxon, exactly when he did die, but it was on Monday, probably between the hours of 1 o'clock and 8. Look, it seems ludicrous to be supplying an alibi for Robin's death, but I suppose you have to ask. Luckily for me, there's no problem. I lunched here at 1:30 with one of our temporary teachers, Alvin Brent. You met him at the door. At 3 o'clock I had an afternoon session with 2 new clients. I can give you their names and addresses, and Alvin will confirm the lunch. Kate asked, At what time did the afternoon lesson end? Well, they were supposed to get an hour, but I had no immediate engagements, so I let it overrun a bit. It was 4:30 by the time they left. Then I worked here in the office until 6, when I went to the pub, the Leaping Hare, a new gastropub in Napier Road. I met a pal, I can give you his name and address, and was there with him until about 11, when I walked home. I'll have to look in my address book for the addresses and phone numbers, but I'll do that now if you can wait. They waited while he went to the desk, and within a few minutes of riffling through his address book, found a piece of paper in his desk drawer, copied the information, and handed over the paper. He said, If you have to check, I'll be glad if you'd make it plain that I'm not a suspect. It's bad enough trying to come to terms with the loss of Robin. It hasn't hit me yet. Perhaps because I still can't believe it. But believe me, it will. And I don't fancy being seen as his murderer. Benton said, If what you've told us is confirmed, I don't think there'll be any risk of that, sir. Nor would there. If the facts were accurate, the only time when Jeremy was alone was at the hour and a half between the end of his lesson and his arrival at the pub, and that wouldn't have given him time even to get to Stoke Cheverell. Kate said, "We'd like now to have a look at Mr. Boyton's room. I suppose it hasn't been locked since his death." Coxon said, "It couldn't be. There isn't a lock. Anyway, it never occurred to me that it needed to be locked. If you expected that, surely you'd have phoned me. As I keep saying, I haven't been told anything until your arrival today." Kate said, "I don't expect it's important. I take it no one's been in the room since his death?" "No one. Not even me. The place depressed me when he was alive. I can't face it now." The room was down the landing at the back. It was large and well-proportioned, with 2 windows looking out over the lawn, with its central flower bed, and beyond it, the canal. Without entering the room, Coxon said, "I'm sorry it's in such a mess. Robin only moved in 2 weeks ago, and everything he owns has been dumped here, except the stuff he gave away to Oxfam, or sold at the pub. And I don't suppose there were many takers." The room was certainly uninviting. There was a single divan to the left of the door, piled high with unwashed clothes. The doors of a mahogany wardrobe stood open, revealing shirts, jackets, and trousers crammed on metal hangers. There were 6 large square boxes, stamped with the name of a removal firm, and 3 bulging black plastic bags on top. In the corner to the right of the door were piles of books, and a cardboard carton filled with magazines. Between the 2 windows, a pedestal desk with drawers and a cupboard on each side held a laptop and an adjustable reading lamp. The room smelled unpleasantly of unwashed clothes. Coxon said, "The laptop is new, bought by me. Robin was supposed to help with some of the correspondence, but he didn't get down to it. I imagine that's the only thing in the room worth anything. He's always been appallingly untidy. We had a bit of a row just before he left for Dorset. I complained that he could at least have got his clothes cleaned before he moved. Of course now I feel a mean-spirited bastard. I suppose I always shall. It's irrational, but there it is. Anyway, all he possesses, as far as I know, is in this room, and as far as I'm concerned you're welcome to rummage through it. He hasn't any relations to object. At least he did mention a father, but I gather they haven't been in touch since he was a boy. You'll find the 2 drawers in the desk are locked, but I don't have a key." Benton said, "I don't see why you should feel guilty. The room is a mess. He could at least have gone to the laundrette before he moved in. You were only speaking the truth. But being untidy isn't exactly high moral delinquency. And what the hell did it matter? Not worth shouting about. And I knew what he was like. Some license is surely due to a friend." Benton said, "But we can't watch our words just because a friend might die before we have a chance to put things right." Kate thought it was time to move on. Benton seemed inclined to elaborate. Given the chance, he would probably initiate a quasi-philosophical discussion about the relative obligations of friendship and truth. She said, "We've got his key ring. The key to the drawers is probably there. If there's a lot of paper, we may need a bag to carry it away. I'll give you a receipt." "You can carry it all away, Inspector. Shove it in a police van. Hire a skip. Burn it. It depresses me profoundly. Give me a call when you're ready to go." His voice broke, and he sounded close to tears. Without another word, he disappeared. Benton walked over to the window and opened it wide. The fresh air flowed in. Benton said, "Is this too much for you, Ma'am?" "No, Benton, leave it open." How on earth can anybody live like this? It looks as if he didn't make the slightest effort to keep the room habitable. Let's hope we've got the desk key. It wasn't difficult to identify the one they needed. It was by far the smallest of the bunch, and it fitted easily into the lock of both drawers. They tackled the left-hand one first, but Kate had to tug it open against a wedge of paper jammed at the back. As she jerked it open, old bills, postcards, an out-of-date diary, some unused Christmas cards, and a collection of letters sprang from it and littered the floor. Benton opened the cupboard, and that, too, was crammed with bulging files, old theatre programmes, scripts and publicity photographs, a wash bag, which, when opened, revealed old stage makeup. Kate said, "We won't bother to go through all this mess now. Let's see if we can get more joy from the other drawer." This yielded more easily to her pull. It contained a manila folder and a book. The book was an old paperback, Untimely Death by Cyril Hare, and the folder contained only one sheet of paper with writing on both sides. It was a copy of a will, headed The Last Will and Testament of Peregrine Richard Westhall, and dated in letters on the last page. "Witness my hand this 7th day of July, 2005. With the will was a receipt for £5 from the Holborn Probate Office. The whole document was handwritten, a black, upright hand, strong in places, but becoming more shaky in the last paragraph. The first paragraph appointed his son, Marcus St. John Westhall, his daughter Candace Dorothea Westhall, and his solicitors, Kershaw and Price Nesbitt, as executors. The second paragraph expressed his wish for a private cremation with no one present other than immediate family, no religious observances, and no later memorial service. The third paragraph, the writing here rather larger, stated, "I give and bequeath all my books to Winchester College. Any which the college does not wish to have, to be sold or otherwise disposed of, as my son, Marcus St. John Westhall, shall decide. I give all else that I possess in money and chattels in equal measure to my 2 children, Marcus St. John Westhall and Candace Dorothea Westhall." The will was signed, and the signature witnessed by Elizabeth Barnes, describing herself as a domestic servant, and giving the address as Stone Cottage, Stoke Cheverell, and Grace Holmes, a nurse, of Rosemary Cottage, Stoke Cheverell. Kate said, "Nothing on the face of it to interest Robin Boynton, but he obviously took the trouble to get this copy. I suppose the book had better be read. How quick a reader are you, Benton?" "Pretty quick, Ma'am. It's not particularly long." "Then you'd better start tackling it in the car, and I'll drive. We'll get a bag from Coxon and get this stuff to the old police cottage. I don't suppose there's anything in the other cupboard to interest us, but we'd better go through it." Benton said, "Even if we find that he has more than one friend with a grievance, I can't somehow envisage an enemy going down to Stoke Cheverell to kill him, getting access to the Westhall's cottage, and sticking the body in their freezer. But obviously a copy of the will must mean something, unless he just wanted to confirm that the old man had left him nothing. I wonder why it was handwritten. Obviously Grace Holmes isn't still living in Rosemary Cottage. The place is for sale. But why was Boynton trying to contact her? And what's happened to Elizabeth Barnes? She isn't working for the Westhalls now. The date of the will is interesting, though, isn't it?" Kate said slowly, "Not only the date. Let's get out of this mess. The sooner we get this to AD, the better. But we've been told to see Miss Gradwyn's agent. I've a feeling that it shouldn't take long. Remind me who and where she is, Benton." "Eliza Melbury, Ma'am. Our appointment's for 3:15. The office is in Camden." "Damn, it's out of our way. I'll check with AD that there's nothing else he wants done in London while we're here. There's usually something he needs picking up at the yard. Then we'll find somewhere for a quick lunch, and be on our way to see what, if anything, Eliza Melbury has to tell us. But at least this morning hasn't been wasted." Chapter 2. With their car enmeshed in London traffic, the journey to Eliza Melbury's address in Camden was tedious and time-consuming. Benton hoped that the information gained from her would justify the time and trouble taken to reach her. Her office was over a greengrocer's shop, and the smell of fruit and vegetables followed them as they climbed the narrow stairs to the first floor, and passed into what was obviously the general office. 3 young women were seated at their computers, while an elderly man was busy rearranging the books, all in their bright jackets, on a shelf which ran the whole length of one wall. 3 pairs of eyes looked up, and when Kate showed her warrant card, one young woman got up and knocked on the door at the front of the building and called cheerily, "The police are here, Eliza. You said you were expecting them." Eliza Melbury had been finishing a telephone call. Now she replaced the handset, smiled at them, and indicated 2 chairs opposite the desk. She was a large, handsome woman with a flaring bush of dark, crimped hair to her shoulders, plump-cheeked, and wearing a bright caftan, festooned with beads. She said, "You're here, of course, to talk about Rhoda Gradwyn. All I've been told is that you're investigating what was described as a suspicious death, which I take to mean murder. If so, it's deeply shocking. But I'm not sure there's anything I can tell you which will help. She came to me 20 years ago when I first split from the Dawkins-Bower agency and set up on my own, and she's been with me ever since." Kate asked, "How well did you know her?" "As a writer, I suppose very well. That means I could identify any piece of prose as being by her, knew how she liked to deal with her publishers, and could anticipate what her response would be to any proposals I put forward. I respected her and liked her, and was glad to have her on my list. We lunched together once every 6 months, usually to discuss literary concerns. Beyond that, I can't say I knew her." Kate said, "She's been described to us as a very private person." "Yes, she was. Thinking about her, as of course I have been since I got the news, it seems that she was like someone burdened with a secret which she needed to keep, and which inhibited her from intimacy. I knew her little better after 20 years than I did when she first came to me." Benton, who had been taking a lively interest in the furnishing of the office, particularly the photographs of writers arranged on one wall, said, "Isn't that unusual between an agent and a writer? I've always imagined that the relationship must be particularly close to succeed." "Not necessarily. There has to be liking and trust and a common agreement about what is important. People differ. Some of my authors have become close friends. A number need a very high degree of personal involvement. One can be required to be mother confessor, financial advisor, marriage counsellor, editor, literary executor, occasionally even childminder. Rhoda needed none of these services." Kate said, "And as far as you know, she had no enemies?" "She was an investigative journalist. There were a number of people she may have offended. She never suggested to me that she ever felt in any physical danger from them. None, as far as I know, threatened physical harm. 1 or 2 threatened legal proceedings, but my advice to her then was that she say and do nothing. And, as I expected, no one had recourse to law. Rhoda wasn't a woman to write anything which could be proved to be untrue or libelous." Kate said, "Not even an article in the Paternoster Review, accusing Annabel Skelton of plagiarism?" "Some people used that article as a weapon to castigate modern journalism generally, but most recognized it as a serious piece on an interesting subject. Rhoda and I did have a visit from one of the aggrieved people, a Candace Westhall, but she took no action, nor could she. The paragraphs which offended her were expressed in moderate language, and their truth was undeniable. All that was about 5 years ago." Benton asked, "Did you know that Miss Gradwyn had decided to have her scar removed?" "No, she didn't tell me. We never spoke of her scar." "And her present plans? Was she proposing to make a change of career?" "I'm afraid I can't discuss that. In any case, nothing was settled, and I think her plans were still being formed. She wouldn't wish me to discuss them with anyone other than herself when she was alive, and you'll understand that I can't talk about them now. I can assure you that they have no possible relevance to her death." There was nothing else to be said, and Miss Melbury was already making it clear that she had work to do. Leaving the office, Kate said, "Why that question about future plans?" "Just that I wondered if she was thinking perhaps of a biography. If the subject was someone living, he or she might have a motive for stopping it before Gradwyn even got started." "Possibly, but unless you're suggesting this hypothetical person managed to find out what Miss Melbury herself didn't know, that Miss Gradwyn would be at the manor, and managed to persuade the victim or someone else to let him in, whatever Miss Gradwyn had in mind for her future isn't going to help us." As they clipped on their seat belts, Benton said, "I rather liked her. Then when you write your first novel, which, given your range of interests, you undoubtedly will, you'll know who to contact." Benton laughed. "It's been quite a day, ma'am, but at least we're not going back empty-handed." Chapter 3. The journey back to Dorset proved a nightmare. It took them over an hour to get from Camden to the M3, and they were then caught in the procession of cars, almost bumper to bumper, leaving London at the end of the working day. After Junction 5, the slow procession drew to a halt because a coach had broken down, blocking one of the lanes, and they were stationary for nearly an hour before the road was cleared. As Kate was unwilling after that to stop for food, they didn't arrive at Wisteria House until 9 o'clock, tired and hungry. Kate rang the old police cottage, and Dalgliesh asked them to come along as soon as they had fed. The meal to which they had increasingly looked forward was eaten in a hurry, and Mrs. Shepherd's steak and kidney pudding hadn't improved with the long wait. It was 10:30 before they sat down with Dalgliesh to report on the day. Dalgliesh said, "So you've learnt nothing from the agent other than what we already know, that Rhoda Gradwyn was a very private woman. Eliza Melbury obviously respects that in death as she did in life. Let's look at what you've brought back from Jeremy Coxon. We'll start with the least important item, this paperback novel. You've read it, Benton?" "Skimmed it quickly in the car, sir. It ends with a legal complication which I didn't manage to grasp. A lawyer would, and the novel was written by a judge. But the plot does deal with a fraudulent attempt to conceal the time of death. I can see that it could have given Boyton his idea. So it's one more piece of evidence to confirm that Boyton did indeed come to Stoke Cheverell with the idea of extracting money from the Westhalls, an idea which, according to Candice Westall, he originally got from Rhoda Gradwyn, who told him about the novel. Let's get on to a more important piece of information, what Coxon told you about Boyton's change of mood. He says that Boyton returned home despondent after his first visit on the 27th of November. Why despondent, if Candice Westall had promised to settle? Could it be because his suspicions about freezing the body had been shown to be nonsense? Do we really believe that Candice Westall had decided to string him along while planning some more dramatic exposure? Would any sensible woman act like that? Then, before returning here on Thursday last, when Rhoda Gradwyn was admitted for her operation, Coxon says that Boyton's mood had changed, that he was excited and optimistic, and talking about the prospect of money. He sends his text message imploring Miss Gradwyn to see him, telling her that the matter is urgent. So what happened between his first and second visits to change the whole situation? He went to Holborn Probate Office and obtained a copy of Peregrine Westall's will. Why? And why then? He must have known that he wasn't a beneficiary. Isn't it possible that when Candice had demolished his allegation about freezing the body, she did offer him financial help, or in some way made him suspect that she wanted any argument about her father's will to end? Kate said, "You're thinking of forgery, sir?" "It's a possibility. It's time to take a look at the will." Dalgliesh spread out the will, and they studied it in silence. He said, "The whole will is in holograph, with the date written in full, the 7th day of July, 2005, the day of the London bombings. If one were forging the date, not a sensible one to choose. Most people remember what they were doing on 7/7, as we remember what we were doing on 9/11. Let's assume, then, that both the date and the will itself are in Professor Westall's handwriting. The writing is distinctive, and a forgery at such length would almost certainly be detected. But what about the 3 signatures? Today I telephoned a member of the firm of Professor Westall's solicitors with questions about the will. One signatory, Elizabeth Barnes, an elderly maid with long service at the manor, is now dead. The other is Grace Holmes, who was something of a recluse in the village, and emigrated to Toronto to live with a niece. Benton said, "Boyton arrives last Thursday and tries to discover Grace Holmes's address in Toronto by calling at Rosemary Cottage, and it's after his first visit But Candace Westall knew that, however ridiculous his first suspicions, he was now focusing his attention on the will. It was Mogg who told us about Boyton's visit to Rosemary Cottage. Did he also pass on that piece of gossip to Candace? She flies to Toronto, ostensibly to give Miss Holmes a contribution from Professor Westall's bequest, something that could easily have been arranged by letter, telephone, or email. And why wait until now to reward her for her services? And why was it so important to see Grace Holmes in person? Kate said, "If we're thinking of forgery, it's a strong motive, all right. I suppose minor defects in a will can be put right. Can't bequests be changed if all the executors consent? But forgery is a criminal act. Candace Westall couldn't risk jeopardizing her brother's reputation as well as his inheritance. But if Grace Holmes accepted money from Candace Westall in return for her silence, I doubt whether anyone will get the truth out of her now. Why should she speak? Perhaps the Prof was always writing wills, then changing his mind. All she has to do is to say that she signed several holograph wills and can't remember specific ones. She helped to nurse the old professor. Those years couldn't have been easy for the Westalls. She'd probably think it morally right that brother and sister should inherit the money. She looked at Dalgliesh. Do we know, sir, what the previous will stipulated? I did ask that when I spoke to the solicitors. The whole estate was divided into two parts. Robin Boyton was to receive half in recognition that his parents and he had been unfairly treated by the family, the remaining half to be divided equally between Marcus and Candace. And he knew that, sir? I very much doubt it. I hope to learn more on Friday. I've made an appointment with Philip Kershaw, the lawyer who dealt with both that will and the most recent. He's a sick man and lives in a retirement nursing home outside Bournemouth, but he's agreed to see me. Kate said, It's a strong motive, sir. Are you thinking of arresting her? No, Kate. Tomorrow I propose to question her under caution, and the interview will be recorded. Even so, this is going to be tricky. It will be unwise and perhaps even futile to reveal these new suspicions without more cogent evidence than we have. There's only Coxon's statement that Boyton was depressed after his first visit and exhilarated before the next. And his text message to Rhoda Gradwyn could mean anything. He was apparently a somewhat volatile young man. Well, we saw that ourselves. Benton said, We're getting somewhere, sir. But without one piece of hard physical evidence either about the possible forgery or the deaths of Rhoda Gradwyn and Robin Boyton. And to complicate matters, we have a convicted murderer in the manor. We won't get further tonight, and we're all tired, so I think we'll call it a day. It was just before midnight, but Dalgliesh continued to feed the fire. It would be useless to go to bed while his brain was so active. Candace Westall had the opportunity and means to commit both murders, was indeed the only person who could confidently entice Boyton into the old pantry, when she could be sure of being alone. She had the necessary strength to force him into the freezer. She had ensured that her fingerprints on the lid could be explained, and she had made certain that someone was with her when the body was found, and had remained with her until the police arrived. But none of this amounted to more than circumstantial evidence, and she was intelligent enough to know this. He could do no more at present than question her under caution. It was then that an idea came into his mind, and he acted on it before a second thought could question its wisdom. Jeremy Coxon was apparently a late drinker in his local. His mobile might still be switched on. If not, he would try again in the morning. Jeremy Coxon was in the pub. The background noise made coherent speech impossible, and when he knew it was Dalgliesh who was phoning, he said, "Hold on a minute and I'll go outside. I can't hear you properly in here." And a minute later, "Is there any news?" Dalgliesh said, "None at present. We shall be in touch with you if there are any developments. I'm sorry to call so late. I'm ringing about something different, but important. Do you remember what you were doing on 7/7? There was a silence. Then Coxon asked, "You mean the day of the London bombings?" "Yes. the 7th of July, 2005. Again there was a pause, in which Dalgliesh thought Coxon was resisting the temptation to ask what 7/7 had to do with Robin's death. Then he said,
"Who doesn't? It's like 9/11, and the day Kennedy died. One remembers."
Robin Boyton was your friend at that time, wasn't he? Do you recall what he did on 7/7?
I can remember what he told me he did. He was in central London. He turned up at the Hampstead flat where I was living then, just before 11 at night, and bored me into the small hours with a recital of his narrow escape and long walk to Hampstead. He'd been in Tottenham Court Road, close to the bomb that blew up that bus. He was clutched by some old biddy who was pretty shocked and had to spend time quietening her down. She told him that she lived in Stoke Cheverell and that she'd come to London the previous day to stay with a friend to do some shopping. She planned to return home the following day. Robin was afraid he was going to get stuck with her, but he managed to find a solitary cab outside Heels, gave her 20 quid for the fare, and she went off calmly enough. That was typical of Robin. He said he'd rather part with 20 quid than be landed with the old dear for the rest of the day.
Did he tell you her name?
No, he didn't. I don't know the name of the lady or the address of her friend, or for that matter the number of the cab. It wasn't a big deal, but it happened.
And that's all you remember, Mr. Coxon?
That's all I was told. There is one more detail. I think he did mention she was a retired servant who was helping his cousins to look after some old relative they'd been landed with. Sorry I can't be more helpful.
Dalgliesh thanked him and snapped shut his mobile. If what Coxon had told him was accurate, and if the maid was Elizabeth Barnes, there was no way she could have signed the will on the 7th of July, 2005. But was she Elizabeth Barnes? She could have been any village woman who was helping at Stone Cottage. With Robin Boyton's help they might have traced her, but Boyton was dead. It was after 3 o'clock. Dalgliesh was still awake and restless. Coxon's memory of 7/7 was hearsay, and now that both Boyton and Elizabeth Barnes were dead, what chance was there of tracing the friend with whom she had stayed, or the cab that had taken her there? The whole of his theory about the forgery was based on circumstantial evidence. He had a strong dislike of making an arrest which was not followed by a charge of murder. If the case foundered, the accused was left under a pall of suspicion, and the investigating officer could get a reputation for unwise and premature action. Was this going to be one of those deeply unsatisfying cases, and they were not rare, when the identity of a killer was known, but the evidence inadequate to make an arrest? Accepting at last that he had no hope of sleep, he got out of bed, pulled on trousers and a thick sweater, and wound a scarf round his neck. Perhaps a brisk walk down the lane would tire him sufficiently to make it worthwhile going back to bed. At midnight there had been a brief but heavy shower, and the air was sweet-smelling and fresh, but not bitterly cold. He strode out under a sky freckled with high stars, hearing nothing but his own footsteps. Then he felt, like a premonition, the breath of the rising wind. The night became alive as it hissed through the bleak hedgerows and set creaking the high branches of the trees, only to die after the brief tumult as quickly as it had arisen. And then, approaching the manor, he saw distant tongues of flame. Who would be making a bonfire at 3 in the morning? Something was burning in the circle of stones. Taking his mobile from his pocket, he called for Kate and Benton as he raced, heart pounding, towards the fire. Chapter 4. She didn't set the alarm clock for 2:30, afraid that however quickly she silenced its rattle, someone would hear it and be roused from sleep. But she didn't need an alarm. For years she had been able to wake by act of will, just as she could feign sleep so convincingly that her breathing became shallow, and she herself hardly knew whether she was awake or asleep. 2:30 was a good time. Midnight was the witching hour, the potent hour of mystery and secret ceremony. But the world no longer slept at midnight. If Mr. Chandler-Powell were restless, he might well walk into the night at 12, but he wouldn't be abroad at 2:30, and nor would the earliest risers. Mary Keith's burning had been at 3 in the afternoon on the 20th of December, but the afternoon wasn't possible for her act of vicarious expiation, the final ceremony of identification which would silence Mary Keith's troubled voice forever and give her peace. 3 o'clock in the morning would have to do, and Mary Keith would understand. What was important was to pay this final tribute, to reenact as closely as she dared those appalling final minutes. December the 20th was both the right day and perhaps her last chance. It might well be that Mrs. Rayner would call for her tomorrow. She was ready to go, tired of being ordered about as if she were the least important person at the manor, when, if they knew, she was the most powerful. But soon all servitude would be over. She would be rich, and people would be paid to look after her. But first there was this final goodbye to be said, the last time she would speak to Mary Keith. It was as well that she had made her plans so far in advance. Following on Robin Boyton's death, the 2 cottages had been sealed by the police. It would be risky even to visit the cottages after dark, and impossible at any time to leave the manor without the security team seeing her. But she had acted as soon as Miss Cressit told her that a guest would be arriving at Rose Cottage on the same day as Miss Gradwyn had been booked in for her surgery. It was her job to vacuum or wash the floors, dust and polish, and make up the bed before a guest arrived. Everything had come together. Everything had been meant. She even had the wicker basket on wheels to hold the clean linen, and to bring back the soiled bed linen and towels for washing, the soap for the shower and wash basin, and the plastic bag with her cleaning materials. She could use the basket to bring back the 2 bags of kindling from the Rose Cottage shed, a length of old washing line which had been dumped there, and 2 cans of paraffin wrapped in the old newspapers which she had always carried to spread over newly washed floors. Paraffin, even safely carried, smelled powerfully. But where could she hide them in the manor? She decided to put the cans in 2 plastic bags, and after dark to stow them away under the leaves and grasses of the ditch by the hedge. The ditch was deep enough to prevent the cans being seen, and the plastic would keep the tins dry. The firewood and rope she could safely lock away in her 1 large suitcase under her bed. No one would find them there. She was responsible for cleaning her own room and making her own bed, and everyone at the manor was punctilious about privacy. When her watch showed 2:40, she was ready to leave. She put on her darkest coat, a large box of matches already in the pocket, and tied a scarf over her head. Opening the door slowly, she stood for a moment, hardly daring to breathe. The house was silent. Now that there was no risk of one of the security team patrolling at night, she could move without fear that watchful eyes and keen ears were on the alert. Only the Bostocks slept in the central block of the manor, and she had no need to pass their door. Carrying the bags of kindling and the curled washing line slung over her shoulder, she moved quietly, step by careful step, along the corridor, down the side stairs to the ground floor, to the west door. As before, she had to stand on tiptoe to ease back the bolt, and took her time, careful that no rasp of metal should disturb the silence. Then carefully she turned the key, went out into the night, and locked the door behind her. It was a cold night, the stars high, the air faintly luminous, and a few wispy clouds moved over the bright segment of the moon. And now the wind was rising, not steadily, but in short gusts like an expelled breath. She moved like a ghost down the lime walk, flitting from trunk to concealing trunk. But she had no real fear of being seen. The west wing was in darkness, and no other windows overlooked the lime walk. As she reached the stone wall and the moon-blanched stones were fully in sight, a blast of wind rippled along the dark hedgerow, setting the bare twigs creaking, and the long grasses beyond the circle whispering and swaying. She was sorry that the wind was so erratic. She knew that it would help the fire, but its very unpredictability would be dangerous. This was to be a memorial, not a second sacrifice. She must take care that the fire never got too close. She sucked a finger and held it up, trying to decide the way the wind was blowing, then moved among the stones as quietly as if she feared that someone was lurking behind them, and set the bags of faggots beside the central stone. Then she made her way to the ditch. It took a few minutes to find the plastic bags with the paraffin cans. For some reason she thought she had left them closer to the stones, and the travelling moon, the brief periods of light and dark, was disorientating. She crept along the ditch, crouching low, but her hands encountered only weeds and grasses and the cold slime of the sludge. At last she found what she sought, and carried the cans over to the kindling. She should have brought a knife. The first string bag was tougher than she had expected, and it took a few minutes of her tugging before it burst open and the wood spilled out. And now she began to construct a circle of wood inside the stones. It couldn't be too distanced, or the ring of fire would be incomplete, or too near in case it caught her. Bending and working methodically, she at last completed the circle to her satisfaction. Then, unscrewing the cap and holding the first paraffin can with great care, she bent double and made her way around the circle of kindling, anointing each stick. She found she had poured the paraffin too lavishly, and with the second can was more careful. Anxious to start the fire and satisfied that the faggots were well doused, she used only half the paraffin. Taking the washing line, she bound herself to the central stone. This was trickier than she had expected, but at last she discovered that the best plan was to circle the stone twice with the rope, then step into it, raise it along her body, and tighten it. It helped that the centre stone, her altar, was taller, but smoother and narrower than the others. This done, she tied the rope at the front of her waist, letting the long ends dangle. Taking the matches from her pocket, she stood rigid for a moment, her eyes closed. The wind gusted, and then was calm. She said to Mary Keat, "This is for you. This is in memory of you. This is to tell you I know you were innocent. They're taking me away from you. This is the last time I can visit you. Speak to me." But tonight there was no answering voice. She struck a match and threw it towards the circle of wood, but the wind blew out the flame almost as soon as it had been lit. She tried again and again with shaking hands. She was close to sobbing. It wasn't going to work. She would have to get closer to the circle, and then run back to the sacrificial stone and tie herself again. But suppose the fire didn't take even then? And as she stared up the avenue, the great trunks of the limes grew and closed in together. Their top branches merged and tangled, fracturing the moon. The path narrowed to a cavern, and the west wing, which had been a dark, distant shape, dissolved into the greater darkness. And now she could hear the crowd of villagers arriving. They were jostling down the narrowed lime walk, their distant voices rising to a shout which pounded at her ears. "Burn the witch! Burn the witch! She killed our cattle! She poisoned our babies! She murdered Lucy Beale! Burn her! Burn her!" And now they were at the wall, but they didn't climb over. They jostled against it, the crowd growing, gasping mouths like a row of death heads, screaming hatred at her. And suddenly the shouting stopped. A figure detached itself, came over the wall and moved up to her. A voice she knew said gently and with a note of reproach, "How could you think I would let you do this alone? I knew you wouldn't fail her. It won't work the way you're doing it. I'll help. I've come as the executioner." She hadn't planned it like this. It was to be her act and hers alone. But perhaps it would be good to have a witness. And after all, this was a special witness. This was the one who understood, the one she could trust. Now she had someone else's secret, one which gave her power and would make her rich. Perhaps it was right that they should be together. The executioner selected a slender faggot, brought it over, and, shielding it from the wind, lit it and held it high. Then, moving over to the circle, thrust it among the kindling. Immediately there was a rush of flame, and the fire ran like a living creature, spluttering, crackling, and sending out sparks. The night came alive, and now the voices on the other side of the wall rose in crescendo, and she experienced a moment of extraordinary triumph, as if the past, hers and Mary Keats, were burning away. The executioner moved closer to her. Why, she wondered, were the hands so pinkly pale, so translucent? Why the surgical gloves? And then the hands took hold of the end of the washing line, and with one swift movement curled it round her neck. There was a vicious tug as it tightened. She felt a cold splash on her face. Something was being thrown over her body. The reek of paraffin intensified, its fumes choking her. The executioner's breath was hot on her face, and the eyes which looked into hers were like veined marbles. The irises seemed to grow so that there was no face, nothing but dark pools in which she saw only a reflection of her own despair. She tried to cry out, but she had no breath, no voice. She fumbled at the knots which bound her, but her hands had no strength. Barely conscious, she slumped against the rope and waited for death, Mary Keats' death. And then she heard what sounded like a sob, followed by a great cry. It couldn't be her voice. She had no voice. And then the can of paraffin was lifted and flung towards the hedge. She saw an arc of fire, and the hedge exploded into flame. And now she was alone. Half fainting, she began pulling at the cord round her neck, but there was no strength to lift her arms. The crowd had gone now. The fire was beginning to die. She slumped against her bonds, her legs buckling, and knew nothing more. Suddenly there were voices, a blaze of torches dazzling her eyes. Someone was vaulting over the stone wall, running to get her, leaping over the dying fire. There were arms round her, a man's arms, and she heard his voice. "You're all right. You're safe. Sharon, can you understand me? You're safe." Chapter 5. They had heard the sound of the departing car even before they reached the stones. There was no point in making a desperate dash to follow. Sharon had been the top priority. Now Dalgliesh said to Kate, "Look after things here, will you? Get a statement as soon as Chandler-Powell says she's fit. Benton and I will go after Miss Westall." The 4 security men, alerted by the flames, were coping with the blazing hedge, which, dampened by the earlier rain, was quickly subdued into charred twigs and acrid smoke. Now low clouds slid from the face of the moon, and the night became numinous. The stones, silvered in the moon's aberrant light, shone like spectral tombs, and the figures, which Dalgliesh knew were Helena, Letty, and the Bostocks, became discarnate shapes, disappearing into the darkness. He watched while Chandler-Powell, hieratic in his long dressing-gown, with Flavia at his side, carried Sharon over the wall, and then they too disappeared into the lime walk. He was aware of someone who remained, and now, suddenly in the moonlight, Marcus Westhall's face seemed a disembodied floating image, the face of a dead man. Moving up to him, Dalgliesh said, "Where is she likely to go? We have to know. Nothing is served by delay." Marcus's voice, when it came, was hoarse. "She'll go to the sea. She loves the sea. She'll go where she likes to swim. Kimmeridge Bay." Benton had rapidly pulled on trousers and had struggled into a thick jersey as he ran towards the fire. Now Dalgliesh called out to him, "Do you remember the number of Candice Westall's car?" "Yes, sir." "Get onto the local traffic division. They'll start the search. Suggest they try Kimmeridge. We'll use the Jag." "Right, sir." Benton was off, running strongly. But now Marcus had found his voice. He stumbled after Dalgliesh, clumsy as an old man, shouting hoarsely, "I'm coming with you. Wait for me. Wait for me. There's no point. In the end, she will be found. I have to come. I need to be there when you find her." Dalgliesh wasted no time in argument. Marcus Westall had a right to be with them, and could be helpful in identifying the right stretch of beach. He said, "Get a warm coat, but hurry." His car was the fastest, but speed was hardly important, nor was it possible on the winding country road. It could be too late now to get to the sea before she walked to her death, if drowning was what she had in mind. It was impossible to know if her brother was speaking the truth, but remembering his anguished face, Dalgliesh thought that he probably was. Benton took only minutes fetching the Jaguar from the old police cottage, and was waiting as Dalgliesh and Westall reached the road. Without speaking, he opened the back door for Westall to get in, then followed him. Apparently this passenger was too unpredictable to be left alone in the back of a car. Benton took out his torch and gave directions for their route. The smell of paraffin from Dalglish's clothes and hands filled the car. He lowered the window, and the night air, cold and sweet, filled his lungs. The narrow country roads, rising and falling, uncurled before them. On either side, Dorset stretched away, its valleys and hills, the small villages, the stone cottages. There was little traffic in this, the dead of night. All the houses were in darkness. And now he could smell a change in the air, a freshness which was more a sensation than a smell, but to him unmistakable, the salt tang of the sea. The lane narrowed as they descended through the silent village, and then onto the quayside at Kimmeridge Bay. Before them, the sea shimmered under the stars and the moon. Whenever Dalgliesh was in reach of the sea, he felt himself drawn to it like an animal to a pool of water. Here down the centuries, since man first stood upright on a shore, its immemorial plangency, unfailing, unseeing, uncaring, caught at so many emotions, not least as now, the awareness of the transience of human life. They moved eastward to the beach under the looming blackness of the shale cliff, rising dark as coal, and tufted at its base with grass and bushes. The slabs of black shale ran out to sea in a pathway of sea-splashed rocks. The waves slid over them, hissing their retreat. In the moonlight they glistened like polished ebony. They crunched on by the light of their torches, sweeping them over the beach and the causeway of black shale. Marcus Westall, who had been silent on the journey, seemed now revitalized, and plunged on through the pebbled fringe of shoreline, as if tireless. They rounded a promontory, and were faced by another narrow beach, another stretch of black fissured rocks. They found nothing. And now they could go no further. The beach ended, and the cliffs, sloping to the sea, barred their way. Dalgliesh said, "She's not here. We could try the other beach." Westall's voice, raised against the rhythmic boom of the sea, was a hoarse cry. "She doesn't swim there. It's here she'd come. She's out there somewhere." Dalgliesh said calmly, "We'll renew the search in daylight. I think this is where we call a halt." But Westall was again making his way over the rocks, precariously balancing, until he was on the edge of the breaking tide. And there he stood, outlined against the horizon. Glancing at each other, Dalgliesh and Benton leapt carefully over the tide-swept slabs towards him. Westall didn't turn. The sea, under a mottled sky in which low clouds were dulling the brightness of starlight and the moon, looked to Dalgliesh like an unending cauldron of dirty bath-water, heaving with soap-suds which drifted into the crevices in the rocks like scum. The tide was running strongly, and he could see that Westall's trousers were soaking, and as he reached his side, a sudden full-bellied wave broke over the legs of the rigid figure, nearly knocking them both from the rock. Dalgliesh grasped his arm, steadying him. He said quietly, "Come away now. She isn't here. There's nothing you can do." Without a word, Westall allowed himself to be helped across the treacherous stretch of shale, and gently urged into the car. They were halfway to the manor when the radio crackled. It was D.C. Warren. "We found the car, sir. She didn't go further than Baggott's Wood, less than half a mile from the manor. We're searching the wood now." "Was the car open?" "No, sir, locked. And there's no sign of anything inside." "Right. Go ahead and I'll join you." It was not a search to which he looked forward. As she had parked the car and hadn't used the exhaust to kill herself, the chances were that this was a hanging. Hanging had always horrified him, and not only because it had been for so long the British method of execution. However mercifully carried out, there was something peculiarly degrading in the inhuman stringing up of another human being. He had little doubt now that Candace Westall had killed herself, but please God, not that way. Without turning his head, he said to Westall, "The local police have found your sister's car. She isn't there. I'll take you back to the manor now. You need to get dry and changed. Now you must wait. There's absolutely no point in doing anything else." There was no reply, but when the gates were opened for them and they drew up at the front door, Westall allowed himself to be led in by Benton and handed over to the waiting Letty Frensham. He followed her like an obedient child into the library. There was a pile of blankets and a rug warming before a roaring fire, and brandy and whisky on the table beside a fireside chair. She said, "I think you'd be better with some of Dean's soup. He has it ready. But now take off your jacket and trousers and wrap these blankets round you. I'll fetch your slippers and dressing gown." He said dully, "They're somewhere in the bedroom. I'll find them." Docile as a child, he did as he was told. The trousers, like a pile of rags, steamed before the leaping flames. He sank back into the chair. He felt like a man coming out of an anaesthetic, surprised to find that he could move, reconciling himself to being alive, wishing that he could relapse into unconsciousness because that way the pain would stop. But he must have slept in the armchair for a few minutes. Opening his eyes, he saw Letty beside him. She helped him into his dressing gown and slippers. Soup in a mug appeared before him, hot and strong-tasting, and he found that he could drink it, although he noticed only the taste of sherry. After a time, during which she sat beside him in silence, he said, "There's something I have to tell you. I shall have to tell Dalgliesh, but I need to say it now. I need to tell you." He looked into her face and saw the tension in her eyes, the dawning anxiety over what she might be about to hear. He said, "I know nothing of Rhoda Gradwyn's or Robin's murders. It isn't that. But I lied to the police. It wasn't because the car was causing problems that I didn't stay with the Greenfields that night. I left to see a friend, Eric. He has a flat close to St. Angela's Hospital where he works. I wanted to break the news that I was going to Africa. I knew it would distress him, but I had to try to make him understand." She said quietly, "And did he?" "No, not really. I messed that up, as I do everything." Letty touched his hand. "I shouldn't worry the police with that unless you need to, or they ask. It won't be important to them now." "It is to me." There was a silence. Then he said, "Please leave me now. I'm all right. I promise I'm all right. I need to be alone. Just let me know when they find her." He could be sure that Letty was the one woman who would understand his need to be left in peace and wouldn't argue. She said, "I'll turn the lights low." She placed a cushion on a stool. "Lie back and put your feet up. I'll be back in an hour. Try to sleep." And then she was gone. But he had no intention of sleeping. Sleep had to be fought off. There was only one place where he needed to be, if he was to stop himself from going mad. He had to think. He had to try to understand. He had to accept what his mind told him was true. He had to be where he found a greater peace and a surer wisdom than he could find here among these dead books and the empty eyes of the busts. He made his way quietly out of the room, closing the door behind him, through the great hall, now in darkness, and to the back of the house, past the kitchen, and through the side door into the garden. He neither felt the strength of the wind nor the cold. He passed the old stables, then through the formal garden to the stone chapel. As he approached through the dawning light, he saw that there was a dark shape on the stones outside the door. Something had been spilled, something which shouldn't be there. Confused, he knelt down and touched its stickiness with trembling fingers. And then he could smell it, and raising his hands, saw that they were covered with blood. He struggled forward on his knees, and, willing himself to stand, managed to raise the latch. The door was bolted. And then he knew. He beat against it, sobbing, calling her name until his strength gave out, and he sank slowly to his knees, his red palms pressed against the unyielding wood. And it was there, still kneeling in her blood, that the searchers found him, 20 minutes later. Chapter 6. Both Kate and Benton had been on duty for over 14 hours, and when the body had finally been removed, Dalgliesh had ordered them to rest for 2 hours, eat an early supper, and join him in the old police cottage at 8 o'clock. Neither spent those 2 hours in sleep. In his darkening room, the window open to the fading light, Benton lay as rigidly as if nerves and muscles were tensed, ready at any moment to spring into action. The hours since the moment when, answering Dalglish's call, they had first glimpsed the fire and heard Sharon's screams, seemed an eternity in which the long gurs of waiting for the pathologist, the photographer, the mortuary van, were interposed with moments so vividly recalled that he felt they were being clicked into his brain like slides on a screen. The gentleness of Chandler-Powell and Sister Holland, half carrying Sharon over the stone wall and supporting her down the lime avenue. Marcus standing alone on the slab of black shale, looking out over the grey pulsating sea. The photographer carefully mincing his way round the body to avoid the blood. The crack of the finger joints as Dr. Glenister broke them one by one and forced the tape from Candace's grip. He lay there, unaware of tiredness, but feeling still the pain of his bruised upper arm and shoulder from that final lunge at the chapel door. He and Dalgliesh together had strained their shoulders against the oak, but the bolt hadn't yielded. Dalgliesh had said, "We're getting in each other's way. Take a run at it, Benton." He had taken his time over it, choosing a line which would avoid the blood, walking back some 15 yards. The first assault had shaken the door. At the third attempt, it had burst open against the body. Then he stood back, while Dalgliesh and Kate entered first. She had been lying, curled like a sleeping child, the knife beside her right hand. There was only one cut in her wrist, but it was deep, gaping like an open mouth. Grasped in her left hand was a cassette. The image was shattered by the clatter of his alarm and Kate's loud knock on the door. He sprang into action. Within minutes, both of them were dressed and downstairs. Mrs. Shepherd placed sizzling pork sausages, baked beans and mashed potato on the table, and distanced herself in the kitchen. It wasn't a meal she usually served, but she seemed to know that what they craved was hot, comfort food. They were surprised to find themselves so hungry, and ate avidly, mostly in silence, then set out together for the old police cottage. Passing the manor, Benton saw that the security team's caravan and cars were no longer parked outside. The windows blazed with light, as if for a celebration. It was not a word any of the household would have used, but Benton knew that a great weight had been lifted from all of them, a final loosening of fear, suspicion, and the deepening anxiety that the truth might never be known. The arrest of one of them would have been preferable to that, but an arrest would have meant prolonging the suspense, the prospect of a national trial, the public show of the witness box, the damaging publicity. A confession followed by suicide was the rational and, they would be able to tell themselves, the most merciful solution for Candace. It was not a thought they would voice, but Benton, when he returned to the manor with Marcus, had seen it in their faces. Now they would be able to wake in the morning without the descending cloud of fear of what that day might bring, could sleep behind unlocked bedroom doors, need not measure their words. Tomorrow or the day after they would see the end of the police presence. Dalgliesh and his team would have to return to Dorset for the inquest, but there was nothing left for the team to do now at the manor. They would not be missed. 3 copies of the suicide tape had been made and authenticated, and the original was in the custody of the Dorset police, to be submitted as an exhibit at the inquest. Now they would listen again as a team. It was apparent to Kate that Dalgliesh had not slept. The fire had been stacked with logs, the flames leaping, and as usual there was a smell of burning wood and freshly made coffee, but no wine. They sat at the table, and he placed the tape in the machine and turned it on. Candace Westall's voice was expected, but it was so clear and confident that for a moment Kate could believe she was in the room with them. "I am speaking to Commander Adam Dalgliesh in the knowledge that this tape will be passed on to the coroner, and anyone else with a legitimate interest in the truth. What I am speaking now is the truth, and I don't think it will come as a surprise to you. I have known for over 24 hours that you were going to arrest me. My plan to burn Sharon at the Witch's Stone was my last desperate attempt to save myself from a trial and life sentence, and all that would involve for those I care about. And if I had been able to kill Sharon, I would have been safe, even if you had suspected the truth. Her burning would have looked like the suicide of a neurotic and obsessed murderer, a suicide which I hadn't arrived in time to prevent. And how could you have charged me with Gradwyn's murder with any hope of a conviction, while Sharon, with her history, was among the suspects? Oh yes, I knew. I was there when she was interviewed for a job at the manor. Flavia Holland was with me, but she early saw that Sharon wouldn't be suitable for any work with the patients, and left me to decide whether there was a place for her with the domestic staff. And we were desperately short at the time. We needed her. Of course I was curious. A 25-year-old woman with no husband, no lover, no family, apparently no history, no ambition to be more than the lowest in the domestic pecking order. There had to be some explanation. That mixture of irritating desire to please, interposed with a silent withdrawal, a sense that she was at home in an institution, that she had been used to being watched, that she was in some way under surveillance. There was only one crime for which all this was appropriate. In the end I knew because she told me. And there was another reason why she had to die. She saw me as I was leaving the manor after I'd killed Rhoda Gradwyn. And now she, who had always had a secret to keep, knew another's secret. I could sense her triumph, her satisfaction. And she told me what she planned to do at the Stones. Her final tribute to Mary Keat, a memorial and a farewell. Why wouldn't she tell me? We had both killed, bound together by that terrible iconoclastic crime. And then, in the end, after I had wound the rope round her neck and poured paraffin over her, I couldn't strike the match. I realized in that moment what I had become. There's little to tell you about the death of Rhoda Gradwyn. The simple explanation is that I killed her to avenge the death of a dear friend, Annabel Skelton. But simple explanations never tell the whole truth. Did I go to her room that night with the intention of killing her? I had, after all, done all I could to dissuade Chandler-Powell from admitting her to the manor. Afterwards I thought not, that I meant only to terrify her, to tell her the truth about herself, to let her know that she had destroyed a young life and a great talent, and that if Annabel plagiarized about 4 pages of dialogue and description, the rest of the novel was uniquely and beautifully hers. And when I lifted my hand from her neck and knew that there would be no communication between us ever again, I felt a release, a liberation, which was as much physical as mental. It seemed by this one act I had washed away all the guilt, frustration, and regret of the past years. In one exhilarating moment it had all passed away, and I still feel some remnant of that release. I believe now that I went to her bedroom knowing that I meant to kill. Why else would I have worn those surgical gloves which I later cut up in the bathroom of one of the empty suites? It was in that suite that I had hidden myself, leaving the manor by the front door as usual, re-entering later at the back door with my key before Chandler-Powell locked up for the night, and taking the lift up to the patient's floor. There was no real risk of discovery. Who would think of searching a vacant room for an intruder? Afterwards I went down by the lift, expecting to have to unbolt the door, but the door wasn't bolted. Sharon had left before me. What I said after the death of Robin Boyton was essentially true. He had devised this extraordinary idea that we had concealed my father's time of death by freezing his body. I doubt that this was his idea. This too came from Rhoda Gradwyn, and they planned to pursue it together. That's why, after more than 30 years, she decided to have the scar removed, and chose to have the operation here. That's why Robin was here both on her first visit and when she came for the operation. The plan was, of course, ridiculous, but there were facts which might make it believable. That's why I went to Toronto to see Grace Holmes, who was with my father when he died. And I had a second reason for the visit: to pay her a lump sum in lieu of the pension I felt she deserved. I didn't tell my brother what Gradwyn and Robin were planning. I had sufficient evidence to charge them both with blackmail, if that's what they intended. But I decided to play along until Robin was thoroughly implicated, and then enjoy the pleasure of disabusing him and taking my revenge. I asked him to meet me in the old pantry. The lid of the freezer was shut. I asked what sort of arrangement he proposed, and he said that he had a moral right to a third of the estate. If that were paid over, there would be no future demand. I pointed out that he could hardly divulge that I'd falsified the date of death without himself being accused of blackmail. He admitted that we were in each other's power. I offered 1/4 of the estate, with 5,000 as a start. I said it was in cash in the freezer. I needed his fingerprints on the lid, and I knew that he was too greedy to resist. He might have doubted, but he had to look. We moved over to the freezer, and when he lifted the lid, I suddenly grasped him by the legs and toppled him in. I'm a swimmer with strong shoulders and arms, and he wasn't a heavy man. I closed the lid and fastened the clasp. I felt an extraordinary exhaustion and was breathing hard, but I couldn't have been tired. It was as easy as toppling a child. I could hear the sounds from inside the freezer. Shouts, banging, muffled pleading. I stood there for a few minutes, leaning on the freezer, listening to his cries. Then I went next door and made a pot of tea. The sounds grew fainter, and when they stopped I went into the pantry to let him out. He was dead. I meant only to terrify him, but I think now, trying to be totally honest, and which of us can ever be that I was glad to find that he was dead. I can't feel sorry for either of my victims. Rhoda Gradwyn subverted a genuine talent and caused hurt and distress to vulnerable people. And Robin Boyton was a gadfly, an insignificant, mildly amusing nonentity. I doubt whether either of them will be mourned or missed. That's all I have to say, except to make it plain that at all times I worked entirely alone. I told no one, consulted no one, asked for no one's help, involved no one else, either in the acts or in my subsequent lies. I shall die with no regrets and with no fear. I shall leave this tape where I can be confident that it will be found. Sharon will tell her story, and you already suspected the truth. I hope that all goes well with her. For myself, I have no hope and no fear. Dalgliesh clicked off the tape player. The three of them leaned back, and Kate found that she was breathing deeply, as if recovering from some ordeal. Then, without speaking, Dalgliesh brought the cafetiere to the table, and taking it, Benton filled the 3 cups and pushed forward the milk and sugar. Dalgliesh said, "Given what Jeremy Coxon told me last night, how much of that confession do we believe?" After a moment's thought, it was Kate who answered. "We know she killed Miss Gradwyn. One fact alone proves that. No one at the manor was told that we had evidence that the latex gloves were cut up and flushed down the lavatory. And that death wasn't manslaughter. You don't go to the victim wearing gloves if your object is only to frighten. Then there's the attack on Sharon. That wasn't faked. She was intending to kill." Dalgliesh said, "Was she? I wonder. She killed both Rhoda Gradwyn and Robin Boyton, and she has given us her motive. The question is whether the coroner and the jury, if he chooses to sit with one, will believe it." Benton spoke. "Does the motive matter now, sir? I mean, it would if the case came to court. Juries want a motive, and so do we. But you've always said that physical evidence, hard facts, not motive, prove the case. Motive will always remain mysterious. We can't see into another's mind. Candace Westall has given us hers. It may seem inadequate, but a motive for murder always is. I don't see how we can rebut what she says. I'm not proposing to, Benton, at least not officially. She has made what is essentially a deathbed confession, credible, supported by evidence. My difficulty is in believing it. The case hasn't exactly been a triumph for us. It's over now, or will be after the inquest. There are a number of odd things that come to mind about her account of Boyton's death. Let's take that part of the tape first. Benton couldn't resist the temptation to break in. Why did she need to tell it all again? We already had her statement about Boyton's suspicions and her decision to string him along. Kate said, "It's as if she needed to record it on the tape. And she spends more time on describing how Boyton died than she does on Rhoda Gradwyn's murder. Is she trying to divert attention from something far more damaging than Boyton's ridiculous suspicion about the freezer?" Dalgliesh said, "I think she is. She was determined that no one should suspect forgery. That's why it was vital for her that the tape should be found. To leave it in the car or on a heap of clothes on the beach would have risked its loss. So she dies with it clamped in her hand." Benton looked at Dalgliesh. "Are you going to challenge the tape, sir?" "To what point, Benton? We may have our suspicions, our own theories about motive, and they may be rational, but it's all circumstantial evidence, and none of it can be proved. You can't interrogate or charge the dead. Perhaps it's arrogant, this need to know the truth." Benton said, "It takes courage to kill yourself with a lie on your lips. But perhaps that's my religious education intruding. It tends to at inconvenient times." Dalgliesh said, "I have this appointment tomorrow with Philip Kershaw. Officially, with a suicide tape, the investigation is over. You should be able to get away by tomorrow afternoon." He didn't add, "And perhaps by tomorrow afternoon the investigation will be over for me." This one might well be his last. He could have wished that it had ended differently, but at least it still had a hope of ending with as much of the truth as anyone other than Candace Westhall could hope to know. Chapter 7. By midday on Friday, Benton and Kate had made their farewells. George Chandler-Powell had gathered together the household in the library, and all had shaken hands, and either muttered their farewells or spoken them clearly, with, Kate felt, varying degrees of sincerity. She knew without resentment that the air of the manor would feel newly cleansed once they had departed. Perhaps this group goodbye had been arranged by Mr. Chandler-Powell to get a necessary politeness over with a minimum of fuss. They had had a warmer farewell from Wisteria House, where they were treated by the shepherds as if they had been regular and welcome guests. In any investigation, there were places or people which remained happily in memory, and for Kate, the shepherds and Wisteria House would be one. Dalgliesh, she knew, would be tied up for part of the morning with his interview with the coroner's officer, and saying his goodbyes to the chief constable, and expressing his gratitude for the help and cooperation his force had provided, particularly D.C. Warren. Then he planned to drive to Bournemouth for his interview with Philip Kershaw. He had already made his formal goodbyes to Mr. Chandler-Powell and the small group at the manor, but he would be returning to the old police cottage to collect his baggage. Now Kate asked Benton to stop there and wait in the car, so that she could check that the Dorset police had removed all their equipment. She knew that the kitchen would need no checking to ensure that it was clean, and going upstairs, she saw that the bed had been stripped and the bedclothes neatly folded. During the years she and Dalgliesh had worked together, she had always experienced this slight twinge of nostalgic regret when a case was over, and the place in which they had met, sat and talked at the end of the day, however short their stay, was finally left vacant. Dalglish's grip was downstairs, ready packed, and she knew that his murder bag would be with him in the car. The only equipment remaining to be moved was the computer, and on impulse she typed in her own password. A single email came up on the screen. "Dearest Kate, an email is an inappropriate way in which to convey something important, but I have to be sure that this reaches you, and if you reject it, it will be less permanent than a letter. I have been living like a monk for the last 6 months to prove something to myself, and I know now that you were right. Life is too precious and too short to waste time on people we don't care for, and much too precious to give up on love. There are 2 things I want to say which I didn't say when you said goodbye, because they would have sounded like excuses. I suppose that's what they are, but I need you to know. The girl you saw me with was the first and last since we became lovers. You know I never lie to you. The beds in a monastery are very hard and lonely, and the food is terrible. My love, Piers. She sat for a moment in silence, which must have lasted longer than she thought, because it was broken by the hooting of Benton's car. But she didn't need to pause for more than a second. Smiling, she tapped in her reply. Your message received and understood. The case here is finished, although not happily, and I shall be back in Wapping by 7. Why not say good-bye to the abbot and come home? Kate. Chapter 8. Huntingdon Lodge, standing on a high cliff some 3 miles west of Bournemouth, was approached by a short drive, which curved between cedar trees and rhododendron bushes, to an impressively pillared front door. Its otherwise agreeable proportions were spoilt by a modern extension and a large parking lot to the left. Care had been taken not to distress visitors by displaying any notice bearing the words retirement, elderly, nursing, or home. A bronze plaque, highly polished and discreetly placed on the wall beside the iron gates, merely bore the name of the house. The doorbell was answered quickly by a manservant in a short white jacket, who directed Dalgliesh to a reception desk at the end of the hall. Here, a grey-haired woman, impeccably coiffed and wearing a twin set of pearls, checked his name in the book of expected visitors, and smilingly told him that Mr. Kershaw was expecting him, and would be found in Sea View, the front room on the first floor. Would Mr. Dalgliesh prefer the stairs or the lift? Charles would take him up. Opting for the stairs, Dalgliesh followed the young man who had opened the door, up the wide mahogany stairs. The walls of the staircase and corridor above were hung with watercolours, prints, and 1 or 2 lithographs, and on small tables placed against the wall were vases of flowers and carefully arranged china ornaments, most of a cloying sentimentality. Everything about Huntingdon Lodge, in its shinely cleanliness, was impersonal, and to Dalgliesh, depressing. For him, any institution which segregated people from one another, however necessary or benign, evoked an unease which he could trace back to his prep school days. His escort had no need to knock at the door of Seaview. It was already open, with Philip Kershaw, balanced on a crutch, awaiting him. Charles made a discreet exit. Kershaw shook hands, and standing aside said, "Please come in. You're here, of course, to talk about Candace Westhall's death. I haven't been shown her confession, but Marcus telephoned our office in Poole, and my brother rang me. It was good of you to telephone in advance. With the approach of death, one loses the taste for surprise. I usually sit in this armchair beside the fire. If you care to draw up a second easy chair, I think you'll find it comfortable." They seated themselves, and Dalgliesh placed his briefcase on the table between them. It seemed to Dalgliesh that Philip Kershaw was prematurely aged by his illness. The sparse hair was carefully combed over a skull marked with scars, perhaps the evidence of old falls. His yellow skin was stretched across the sharp bones of his face, which might once have been handsome, but was now mottled and crisscrossed, as if with the hieroglyphics of age. He was as carefully dressed as an elderly bridegroom, but the shriveled neck rose from a pristine white collar, which was at least a size too large. He looked both vulnerable and pitiable, but his handshake, although cold, had been firm, and when he spoke his voice was low, but the sentences formed without apparent strain. Neither the size of the room nor the quality and variety of the discordant pieces of furniture could disguise the fact that this was a sick room. There was a single bed set against the wall to the right of the windows, and a screen which, seen from the door, didn't completely conceal the oxygen cylinder and drugs cabinet. Close to the bed was a door, which, Dalgliesh surmised, must lead to the bathroom. There was only one top window open, but the air was odourless, without even the faint tinge of a sick room, a sterility which Dalgliesh found more discomforting than the smell of disinfectant would have been. There was no fire in the grate, not surprisingly in the sick room of an unsteady patient, but the room was warm, uncomfortably so. The central heating must be on full blast. But the empty grate was cheerless, The mantelshelf bore only the porcelain figure of a crinolined and bonneted woman, incongruously holding a garden hoe, an ornament which Dalgliesh doubted was Kershaw's choice. But there were worse rooms in which to endure house arrest, or something like it. The only item of furniture which Dalgliesh thought Kershaw had brought with him was a long oak bookcase, the volumes so tightly packed that they looked glued together. Glancing at the window, Dalgliesh said, "You have an impressive view." "Indeed, yes. As I'm frequently reminded, I'm regarded as fortunate to have this room. Fortunate, too, in being able to afford this place. Unlike some other nursing homes, they graciously condescend to care for one, if necessary, until death. Perhaps you'd like to take a closer look at the view." It was an unusual suggestion, but Dalgliesh followed Kershaw's painful steps to the bay window, with two smaller windows flanking it, which gave a panorama of the English Channel. The morning was grey, with rare and fitful sunlight, the horizon a poorly discerned line between the sea and sky. Under the windows was a stone patio, with 3 wooden benches regularly placed. Beneath them, the ground fell away some 70 feet to the sea, in a tumble of entwined trees and bushes, thick with the strong, glossy leaves of evergreens. Only where the bushes thinned could Dalgliesh glimpse the occasional strollers on the promenade, walking like passing shadows on silent feet. Kershaw said, "I can only see the view if I stand, and that is now something of an effort. I've become too familiar with the seasonal changes. The sky, the sea, the trees, some of the bushes. Human life is below me, out of reach. Since I have no wish to concern myself with these almost invisible figures, why do I feel deprived of companionship, which I do nothing to invite, and would strongly dislike? My fellow guests, we do not refer to patients in Huntingdon Lodge, have long exhausted the few subjects which they have any interest in discussing: the food, the weather, the staff, last night's television, and each other's irritating foibles. It's a mistake to live until you greet each morning's light, not with relief and certainly not with joy, but with disappointment and a regret that's sometimes close to despair. I've not quite reached that stage, but it's coming. As, of course, is the final darkness. I mention death, not to introduce a morbid note into our conversation, or, God forbid, to invite pity, but it's as well before we talk to know where we stand. Inevitably, you and I, Mr. Dalgliesh, will see things differently. But you're not here to discuss the view. Perhaps we should get down to business." Dalgliesh opened his briefcase and placed on the table Robin Boyton's copy of Peregrine Westhall's will. He said, "It's good of you to see me. Please say if I tire you." "I think it unlikely, Commander, that you will either tire or bore me beyond endurance." It was the first time he had used Dalglish's rank. Dalgliesh said, "My understanding is that you acted for the Westhall family in the matter of both the grandfather's and father's wills. Not I, the family firm. Since my admission here 11 months ago, the routine work has been done by my younger brother in the office in Poole. He did, however, keep me informed. So you weren't present when this will was drawn up or signed?" "No member of the firm was. A copy wasn't sent to us at the time it was made, and neither we nor the family were aware of its existence until 3 days after Peregrine Westhall died, when Candace found it in a locked drawer in a cabinet in the bedroom, where the old man kept confidential papers. As you may have been told, Peregrine Westhall was given to drawing up wills when he was in the same nursing home as his late father. Most were codicils in his own hand, and witnessed by the nurses. He seemed to have taken as much pleasure in destroying them as he did in writing them. I imagine the activity was designed to impress upon his family that he had power at any time to change his mind. So the will wasn't hidden. Apparently not. Candace said there was a sealed envelope in a drawer in the bedroom cabinet, to which he kept the key under his pillow. Dalgliesh said, "At the time it was signed, was her father still able to get out of bed unaided to put it there?" "He must have been. unless one of the servants or a visitor placed it there at his request. No one in the family or household admits to knowledge of it. Of course, we have no idea when it was actually placed in the drawer. It could have been shortly after it was drawn up, when Peregrine Westhall was certainly capable of walking unaided. To whom was the envelope addressed? No envelope was produced. Candace said she'd thrown it away. But you were sent a copy of the will. Yes, by my brother. He knew that I would be interested in anything concerning my old client. Perhaps he wanted to make me feel I was still involved. This is getting close to a cross-examination, Commander. Please don't think I'm objecting. It's some time since I was required to use my wits. And when you saw the will, you had no doubt about its validity? None. And I have none now. Why should I? As I expect you know, a holograph will is as valid as any other, provided it's signed, dated, and witnessed, and no one familiar with Peregrine Westhall's hand could possibly doubt that he wrote this will. The provisions are precisely those made in a previous will, not the one immediately preceding this, but one which was typed in my office in 1995, taken by me to the house in which he was then living, and witnessed by 2 of my staff, who came with me for that purpose. The provisions were eminently reasonable. With the exception of his library, which was left to his school, if they wanted it, but otherwise was to be sold, all that he possessed was left in equal shares to Marcus, his son, and his daughter Candace. So in this he was just to the despised sex. I had some influence on him while I was in practice. I exercised it. Was there any other will which preceded this for which probate has now been granted? Yes. One made in the month before Peregrine Westhall left the nursing home and moved to Stone Cottage with Candace and Marcus. You may as well have a sight of it. This, too, was handwritten. It will give you the opportunity to compare the writing. If you'll kindly unlock the bureau and lift the lid, you'll find a black deed box. It's the only one I have brought with me. Perhaps I needed it as a kind of talisman, an assurance that one day I might be working again. He insinuated his long, deformed fingers in an inner pocket and produced a key. Dalgliesh brought over the deed box and placed it before him. The smaller key on the same ring unlocked it. The solicitor said, "Here, as you will see, he revokes the previous will and leaves half the estate to his nephew, Robin Boyton. The remaining half to be divided equally between Marcus and Candace. If you compare the handwriting on both these wills, I think you will find it's by the same hand." As with the later will, the writing was strong, black and distinctive, surprisingly so from an old man, the letters tall, the downward strokes heavy, the upward lines thin. He said, "And of course neither you nor any member of your firm would have notified Robin Boyton of his prospective good fortune. It would have been seriously unprofessional. As far as I know, he neither knew nor inquired." Dalgliesh said, "And even if he had known, he could hardly challenge the later will once probate had been granted. And nor, I suggest, can you, Commander." After a pause, he went on, "I have submitted to your questions. Now there is one I need to ask. Are you completely satisfied that Candace Westhall murdered both Robin Boyton and Rhoda Gradwyn, and attempted to murder Sharon Bateman?" Dalgliesh said, "Yes, to the first part of your question. I don't believe the confession in its entirety, but in one respect it's true. She both murdered Miss Gradwyn and was responsible for the death of Mr. Boyton. She has confessed to planning the murder of Sharon Bateman. By then she must have made up her mind to kill herself. Once she suspected that I knew the truth about the last will, she couldn't risk a cross-examination in court. Philip Kershaw said, 'The truth about the last will. I thought we would come to that. But do you know the truth? And even if you do, would it stand up in court? If she were alive and were convicted of forging the signatures, both of her father and the 2 witnesses, the legal complications over the will, with Boyton dead, would be considerable. It's a pity I can't discuss some of them with my colleagues." He seemed almost animated for the first time since Dalgliesh had entered the room. Dalgliesh asked, "And what under oath would you have said? About the will?" that I regarded it as valid, and had no suspicions about the signatures either of the testator or of the witnesses. Compare the writing on these two wills. Can there be any doubt that they are by the same hand? Commander, there is nothing you can do, and nothing you need to do. This will could only have been challenged by Robin Boyton, and Boyton is dead. Neither you nor the Metropolitan Police have any locus standi in this matter. You have your confession. You have your murderess. The case is closed. The money was bequeathed to the two people who had the best right to it. Dalgliesh said, I accept that, given the confession, nothing more can reasonably be done. But I don't like unfinished business. I needed to know if I was right, and if possible to understand. You have been very helpful. Now I know the truth insofar as it can be known, and I think I understand why she did it. Or is that too arrogant to claim? To know the truth and to understand it? Yes, with respect, Commander, I think it is. An arrogance and perhaps an impertinence. How we scrap around in the lives of the famous dead, like squawking chickens, pecking at every piece of gossip and scandal. And now I have a question for you. Would you be willing to break the law if by doing so you could right a wrong or benefit a person you loved? Dalgliesh said, I'm prevaricating, but the question is hypothetical. It must depend on the importance and reasonableness of the law I would be breaking, and whether the good to the mythical loved person, or indeed the public good, would in my judgment be greater than the harm of breaking the law. With certain crimes, murder and rape, for example, how could it ever be? The question can't be considered in the abstract. I'm a police officer, not a moral theologian, or an ethicist. Oh, but you are, Commander. With the death of what Sidney Smith described as rational religion, and the proponents of what remains sending out such confusing and uncertain messages, all civilized people have to be ethicists. We must work out our own salvation with diligence based on what we believe. So tell me, are there any circumstances in which you would break the law to benefit another? Benefit in what way? In any way a benefit can be conferred, to satisfy a need, to protect, to right a wrong. Dalgliesh said, Then, put so crudely, I think the answer must be yes. I could, for example, see myself helping someone I loved to a merciful death, if she were being stretched out on Shakespeare's rack of this tough world, and every breath was drawn in agony. I hope I wouldn't need to. But since you're posing the question, yes. I can see myself breaking the law to advantage someone I loved. I'm not so sure about righting a wrong. That supposes I would have the wisdom to decide what is in fact right and what is wrong, and the humility to consider whether any action I could take would make things better or worse. Now I could put a question to you. Forgive me if you find it impertinent. Would the loved person for you be Candace Westall? Kershaw got painfully to his feet, and grasping his crutch, moved over to the window, and stood for some moments looking out, as if there were a world outside where such a question would never be put, or if put, would require no answer. Dalgliesh waited. Then Kershaw turned back to him, and Dalgliesh watched while, like someone learning for the first time how to walk, he made his way with uncertain steps back to his chair. He said, I'm going to tell you something that I've never told another human being, and never shall. I do that because I believe that with you it will be safe. And perhaps there comes a time at the end of life when a secret becomes a burden which one longs to place on another's shoulders, as if the mere fact that someone else knows it and will share in its keeping somehow lessens the weight. I suppose that's why religious people go to confession. What an extraordinary ritual cleansing that must be. However, that's not open to me, and I don't propose to change a lifetime's non-belief for what to me would be a spurious comfort at the end. So I shall tell you. It will impose no burden on you and no distress, and I am speaking to Adam Dalgliesh, the poet, not Adam Dalgliesh, the detective. Dalgliesh said. "At the moment there can be no difference between them. Not in your mind, Commander, but there can be in mine. And there's another reason for speaking. Not admirable, but then which of them is? I can't tell you what a pleasure it is to talk to a civilized man about something other than the state of my health. The first thing the staff or any visitor asks, and the last, is how am I feeling? That's how I'm defined now, by sickness and mortality. No doubt you find it difficult to be polite when people insist on talking about your poetry. I tried to be gracious, since they mean to be kind, but I hate it, and it isn't easy. So I'll keep off the poetry if you will keep off the state of my liver." He laughed. A high but harsh expelling of breath cut short. It sounded more like a cry of pain. Dalgliesh waited without speaking. Kershaw seemed to be gathering his strength, to be settling his skeletal form back more comfortably in his chair. He said, "Basically, it's a commonplace story. It happens everywhere. There's nothing unusual or interesting about it, except to the people concerned. 25 years ago, when I was 38, and Candace was 18, she had my child. I had recently become a partner in the firm, and it was I who took over Peregrine Westhall's concerns. They weren't particularly arduous or interesting, but I did visit often enough to see what was happening in that large stone house in the Cotswolds, where the family then lived. The frail, pretty wife, who made illness a defence against her husband, the silent, frightened daughter, the withdrawn young son. I think at the time I fancied myself as someone interested in people, sensitive of human emotions. Perhaps I was. And when I say that Candace was frightened, I'm not suggesting that her father abused or struck her. He had only one weapon, and that the deadliest, his tongue. I doubt whether he ever touched her, certainly not in affection. He was a man who disliked women. Candace was a disappointment to him from the moment of birth. I don't want to give you the impression that he was a deliberately cruel man. I knew him as a distinguished academic. I wasn't frightened of him. I could talk to him. Candace never could. He would have respected her if only she'd stood up to him. He hated subservience, and of course it would have helped if she'd been pretty. Doesn't it always with daughters? Dalgliesh said, "It's difficult to stand up to someone if you've been frightened of them since early childhood." Without apparently hearing the comment, Kershaw went on, "Our relationship, and I'm not talking of a love affair, began when I was in Blackwell's bookshop in Oxford and saw Candace. She had come up in the Michaelmas term. She seemed anxious to chat, which was unusual, and I invited her to have coffee with me. Without her father, she seemed to come alive. She talked, and I listened. We agreed to meet again, and it became something of a habit for me to drive to Oxford when she was there, and take her for lunch outside the city. We were both energetic walkers, and I looked forward to those autumnal meetings and our drives into the Cotswolds. We only had sex once, on an unusually warm afternoon, lying in the wood under a canopy of sunlit trees, when, I suppose, a combination of beauty and the seclusion of the trees, the warmth, our contentment after what had been a good lunch, led to the first kiss, and from that to the inevitable seduction. I think afterwards we both knew it was a mistake, and we were perceptive enough about ourselves to know how it had happened. She'd had a bad week at college and was in need of comfort, and the power to confer comfort is seductive. And I don't mean merely physically. She was feeling sexually inadequate, alienated from her peers, and whether she realized it or not, was looking for an opportunity to lose her virginity. I was older, kind, fond of her, available, the ideal partner for a first sexual experience, which she both wanted and feared. She could feel safe with me. And when, too late for an abortion, she told me about the pregnancy, we both knew that her family must never be told, particularly her father. She said that he despised her, and would despise her more, Not for the sex itself, which probably wouldn't worry him, but because it had been with the wrong person, and she had been a fool in getting pregnant. She could tell me exactly what he would say, and it disgusted and horrified me. I was approaching middle age and unmarried. I had no wish to take responsibility for a child. I see now, when it is too late to put anything right, that we treated the baby as if he was some kind of malignant growth which had to be cut out, or at any rate got rid of, and then could be forgotten. If we're thinking in terms of a sin, and you, so I've heard, are the son of a priest, and no doubt family influence still means something, then that was our sin. She kept the pregnancy secret, and when there was a risk of discovery, she went abroad, then came back and had the baby in a London nursing home. It wasn't difficult for me to arrange for private fostering, followed by adoption. I was a lawyer, I had the knowledge and the money, and things were less controlled in those days. Candace was stoical throughout. If she loved her child, she managed to conceal it. Candace and I didn't see each other after the adoption. I suppose there was no true relationship on which we could build, and even to meet was to invite embarrassment, shame, the memory of inconvenience, of lies told, careers disrupted. Later she made up her time at Oxford. I suppose she read classics in an attempt to win her father's love. All I know is that she didn't succeed. She didn't see Annabel again, even her name was chosen by the prospective foster parents, until she was 18, but I think she must have kept in touch, however indirectly, and without ever acknowledging that the child was hers. She obviously discovered to which university Annabel had gained admission, and took a job there, although it wasn't a natural choice for a classicist, and one with a D.Phil. Dalgliesh asked, "Did you see Candace again?" "Once only, and for the first time after 25 years. It was also the last. On Friday the 7th of December she came back from visiting the old nurse, Grace Holmes, in Canada. Mrs. Holmes is the only surviving witness to Peregrine's will. Candace went out to pay her a sum of money, I think she said £10,000, to thank her for the help she gave in nursing Peregrine Westhall. The other witness, Elizabeth Barnes, was a retired member of the Westhall household and had been receiving a small pension, which of course ended with her death. Candace felt that Grace Holmes shouldn't go unrewarded. She was also anxious to have the nurse's evidence about the date of her father's death. She told me about Robin Boyton's ludicrous allegation that the dead body was concealed in a freezer until 28 days after the grandfather's death had elapsed. Here is the letter Grace Holmes wrote and gave to her. It is, as you see, addressed to Candace. She wanted me to have a copy, perhaps as insurance. If necessary, I would pass it on to the head of the firm. He lifted the copy of the will and took from beneath it a sheet of writing paper, which he passed to Dalgliesh. The letter was dated Wednesday the 5th of December, 2007. The writing was large, the letters round and carefully formed. Dear Sir, Miss Candace Westhall has asked me to send you a letter confirming the date of the death of her father, Dr. Peregrine Westhall. This occurred on the 5th of March, 2007. He had been getting much worse during the 2 preceding days, and Dr. Stenhouse saw him on the 3rd of March, but did not prescribe any fresh medicines. Professor Westhall said that he wanted to see the local clergyman, the Reverend Matheson, and he came at once. He was driven by his sister. I was in the house at the time, but not in the sick room. I could hear the professor shouting, but not what Mr. Matheson was saying. They did not stay very long, and the Reverend looked distressed when they left. Dr. Westhall died 2 days later, and I was in the house with his son and Miss Westhall when he passed away. I was the one who laid him out. I also witnessed his last will, which was in his own handwriting. This was some time in the summer of 2005, but I don't remember the date. This was the last will I witnessed, although Professor Westhall did make others during the preceding weeks, which Elizabeth Barnes and I witnessed, but which I believe he tore up. All I have written is true. Yours sincerely, Grace Holmes. Dalgliesh said, She was asked to confirm the date of his death. So why, I wonder, the paragraph referring to the will? Since Boyton had raised doubts about the date his uncle died, perhaps she thought it important to mention anything concerned with Peregrine's death which might later be questioned. But the will never was questioned, was it? And why should Candace Westall feel it necessary to fly to Toronto and see Grace Holmes in person? The financial arrangements didn't need a visit. And the other information about the date of death could be given by telephone. And why did she need it? She knew that the Reverend Matheson had seen her father 2 days before he died. The evidence of Matheson and his sister would be enough. You're suggesting that the £10,000 was a payment for this letter? Dalgliesh said, "For the last paragraph in the letter, I think it possible that Candace Westall wanted to ensure that there would be no risk of disclosure from the only living witness to her father's will. Grace Holmes had helped nurse Peregrine Westall, and knew what his daughter had endured at his hands. I think she would be happy to see justice done in the end to Candace and Marcus. And of course she did take the £10,000. And what was she asked to do? Merely to say that she had witnessed a handwritten will and couldn't remember on what date. Do you think for a moment that she will ever be persuaded to change her story, to say more than that? And she didn't witness the previous will. She would know nothing about the injustice to Robin Boyton. She could probably convince herself that she was speaking the truth." For nearly a minute they sat in silence. Then Dalgliesh said, "If I asked you whether Candace Westall on that last visit to you discussed the truth about her father's will, would you answer me?" "No, and I don't suppose you'd expect me to. That's why you won't ask. But I can tell you this, Commander. She was not a woman to burden me with more than I needed to know. She wanted me to have Grace Holmes' letter, but that was the least important part of the visit. She told me that our daughter had died, and how. We had unfinished business. There were things both of us needed to say. I would like to think that when she left me, much of the bitterness of the last 25 years had seeped away. But that would be a romantic sophism. We had done each other too much damage. I think she died happier because she knew she could trust me. That was all there was between us, and all there had ever been. Not love, but trust." But Dalgliesh had one last question. He asked, "When I telephoned and you agreed to meet me, did you tell Candace Westall that I was coming?" Kershaw looked him in the face and said quickly, "I telephoned and told her. And now, if you'll excuse me, I need to rest. I'm glad you came, but we won't see each other again. If you'd be good enough to press that bell by the bed, Charles will escort you to the front door." He held out his hand. The grasp was still firm, but the blaze in the eyes had died. Something had been shut down. With Charles waiting for him at the open door, Dalgliesh turned to take a last look at Kershaw. He was sitting in his chair, staring in silence at the empty grate. Dalgliesh had hardly clipped on his seat-belt when his mobile rang. It was Detective Inspector Andy Howard. The note of triumph in his voice was disciplined but unmistakable. "We've got him, sir. A local lad, as we suspected. Been questioned 4 times previously about sex attacks, but never charged. The Justice Department will be relieved that it's not another illegal immigrant or someone released on bail. And of course we've got his DNA. I'm a bit worried about the way in which we keep the DNA if there's no charge, but this isn't the first case in which it's been useful." "Congratulations, Inspector. Do you know if there's a chance he may plead guilty? It would be good to spare Annie the ordeal of a trial." "Every chance, I'd say, sir. The DNA isn't the only evidence we've got, but it's clinching. And it'll be quite a time before that lass is fit to stand in any witness box." It was with a lighter heart that Dalgliesh shut his mobile. And now he needed to find a place where he could sit for a time, alone and in peace. Chapter 9. He drove westwards from Bournemouth until, taking the coast road, he found a place where he could stop the car and look out to sea, over Poole Harbour. In the last week his mind and energies had been occupied only with the deaths of Rhoda Gradwyn and Robin Boyton, but now there was his future to face. Choices had been placed before him, most of them demanding or interesting, but until now he had given them little thought. Only one life-changing thing was certain: his marriage to Emma, and about that there was no doubt, nothing but the certainty of joy. And at last he knew the truth about those two deaths. Perhaps Philip Kershaw had been right. There was an arrogance in wanting always to know the truth, particularly the truth about human motives, the mysterious working of another's mind. He was convinced that Candace Westall had never intended to murder Sharon. She must have encouraged the girl in her fantasy, perhaps when they were alone, and Sharon was helping with the books. But what Candace had wanted and planned for was the one sure way of convincing the world that she, and she alone, had killed Gradwyn and Boyton. Given her confession, the coroner's verdict was inevitable. The case would be closed, and his responsibilities over. There was nothing further he could do, or wanted to do. Like every investigation, this one would leave him with memories, people who would, without any particular wish on his part, establish themselves as silent presences in his mind and thoughts for years, but who could be brought to life by a place, a stranger's face, a voice. He had no wish regularly to relive the past, but these brief visitations left him curious to know why particular people were lodged in his memory, and what their lives had become. They were seldom the most important part of the investigations, and he thought he knew which people from the past week would remain in memory. Father Curtis and his fair-haired brood of children, Stephen Collinsby and Letty Frensham. During the past years, how many lives had briefly affected his, often in horror and tragedy, in terror and anguish? Without knowing it, they had inspired some of his best poetry. What inspiration would he find in bureaucracy or the fruits of office? But it was time to get back to the old police cottage, to collect his bags and to be on his way. He had said his goodbyes to everyone at the manor, and had called at Wisteria House to thank the Shepherds for their hospitality to his team. There was only one person now whom he longed to see. Arriving at the cottage, he opened the door. The fire had been relit, but the room was in darkness except for one lamp on a table beside the fireside chair. Emma got up and came towards him, her face and dark hair burnished by the firelight. She said, "You've heard the news. Inspector Howard has made an arrest. We don't have to picture him out there somewhere, perhaps doing it again. And Annie is going to get better." Dalgliesh said, "Andy Howard rang me. My darling, it's wonderful news, especially about Annie." Moving into his arms, she said, "Benton and Kate met me at Wareham before they left for London. I thought you might like company on the drive home." Book 5. Spring. Dorset, Cambridge. Chapter 1. On the first official day of spring, George Chandler-Powell and Helena Cressit sat side by side at the office desk. For 3 hours they had studied and discussed a succession of figures, schedules, and architects' plans, and now, as if by silent agreement, both stretched out a hand to switch off the computer. Leaning back in his chair, Chandler-Powell said, "So, financially it's possible. Of course it depends on my keeping well and increasing the list of private patients at St. Angela's. The income from the restaurant won't even maintain the garden, not at first anyway." Helena was folding the plans away. She said, "We've been cautious over the St. Angela's income. Even with your present sessions, you've achieved 2/3 of the figures in our estimate over the past 3 years. Agreed, converting the stable block is more expensive than you planned, but the architect has done a good job, and it should come in slightly below cost. With your Far East shares doing well, you could cover the cost from the portfolio, or take a bank loan." "Do we have to mention the restaurant on the gate?" "Not necessarily. But we must have a notice somewhere with the times of opening. You can't be too fastidious, George. You're either running a commercial enterprise or you're not." Chandler-Powell said, "Dean and Kimberly Bostock seem happy about it all, but there has to be a limit to what they can do." Helena said, That's why we've allowed for part-time helpers and an extra cook after the restaurant gets established. And with no patients, and they've always been demanding at the manor, they'll only be cooking for you when you're here, the resident staff, and me. Dean is euphoric. What we're planning is ambitious. A first-class restaurant, not a tea house, one that will attract customers from the fringes of the county and beyond. Dean is a fine chef. You're not going to keep him if you can't offer him scope for his skill. With Kimberly happily pregnant, and Dean helping me to plan a restaurant he can feel is his own, I've never known him so happy or so settled. And the child will be no problem. The manor needs a child. Chandler-Powell got up and stretched his arms above his head. He said, "Let's walk down to the Stones. It's too good a day to sit at a desk." In silence they put on their jackets and left by the west door. The operating suite had already been demolished and the last of the medical equipment removed. Helena said, "You'll need to give thought to what you want done with the West Wing. We'll leave the suites as they are. If we need additional staff, they'll come in useful. But you're glad the clinic's gone, aren't you? You never approved of it." "Did I make it obvious?" "I'm sorry, but it was always an anomaly. It didn't belong here." "And in 100 years it will be forgotten." "I doubt that. It will be part of the history of the manor. And I don't think anyone will ever forget your last private patient." He said, "Candace warned me about her. She never wanted her here, and if I had operated on her in London she wouldn't have died, and all our lives would be different." She said, "Different, but not necessarily better." "Did you believe Candace's confession?" "The first part, killing Rhoda, yes, I did." "Murder or manslaughter?" "I believe she did lose her temper, but she wasn't threatened or provoked. I think a jury would return a verdict of murder." She said, "If the case ever came to court, Commander Dalgliesh hasn't even enough evidence to make an arrest." "I think he was close to it." "Then he was taking a risk. What evidence had he?" "There were no forensics. Any one of us could have done it. Without the attack on Sharon and Candace's confession, the case would never have been solved." "That is, of course, if it has been solved." Helena said, "You think she could be lying to protect someone else?" "No, that's ludicrous. And who would she do it for except her brother? No, she killed Rhoda Gradwyn, and I think she intended to murder Robin Boyden too. She's admitted as much." "But why? What did he really know or guess that made him so dangerous? And before she attacked Sharon, was she really in any danger? If she were accused of murdering Gradwyn and Boyden, any competent lawyer could convince a jury that there was reasonable doubt. It was the attack on Sharon that proved her guilt. So why did she do it? She says it was because Sharon had seen her leaving the manor on that Friday night. But why not lie about that? Who would believe Sharon's story if Candace denied it? And that attack on Sharon, how could she hope to get away with it?" George said, "I think Candace had had enough. She wanted an end." "An end to what? To continued suspicion and uncertainty? To the risk that someone might believe her brother was responsible? To clear the rest of us? That seemed unlikely. An end to herself. I don't think she found her world worth living in." Helena said, "We all feel that at times. But it passes. It isn't real. We know it isn't real. I'd have to be in constant, unbearable pain, my mind failing, my independence gone, my job gone, this place lost to me before I felt that." "I think her mind was failing. I think she knew she was mad. Let's go to the stone circle. She's dead, and now all I feel is pity for her." Suddenly his voice was harsh. "Pity? I don't feel pity. She killed my patient. I did a good job on that scar." She looked at him, then turned away. But he had caught in that fleeting glance something uncomfortably close to a mixture of surprise and amused understanding. She said, "The last private patient here at the manor. Well, she was that all right. She was private. What did any of us know about her? What did you? He said quietly, only that she wanted a scar removed because she no longer had need of it. They began slowly pacing side by side down the lime avenue. The buds were open, and the trees still showed the first transitory green of spring. Chandler-Powell said, "The plans for the restaurant. Of course, everything depends on your being willing to stay on. You'll need someone to take charge. Administrator, general organizer, housekeeper, secretary. Essentially, the job won't greatly change. I could certainly stay on until you find the right person." They walked on in silence. Then, without stopping, he said, "I was thinking of something more permanent, more demanding, I suppose. You may say less attractive, at least for you. For me, it's been something too important to risk disappointment. That's why I haven't spoken before. I'm asking you to marry me. I believe we could be happy together." "You haven't spoken the word love. That's honest of you." "I suppose it's because I've never really understood what it means. I thought I was in love with Selina when I married her. It was a kind of madness. I like you. I respect and admire you. We worked together now for 6 years. I want to make love to you, but then any heterosexual man would feel that. I'm never bored or irritated when we're together. We share the same passion for the house, and when I return here and you're not about, I feel an unease which is difficult to explain. It's a sense that there's something lacking, something missing. In the house? No, in myself." Again there was silence. Then he asked, "Can you call that love? Is it enough? Which is for me. Is it for you? Do you want time to think about it?" And now she turned to him. "Asking for time would be play acting. It is enough." He didn't touch her. He felt like a man invigorated, but one who was standing on delicate ground. He mustn't be gauche. She would despise him if he did the obvious thing, the thing he wanted to do, to take her into his arms. They stood facing each other. Then he said quietly, "Thank you." They had reached the stones now. She said, "When I was a child, we used to pace round the circle and gently kick each stone. It was for luck." "Then perhaps we should do it now." They walked round together. He gently struck each stone in turn. Returning to the lime walk, he said, "What about Letty? Do you want her to stay on?" "If she's willing. Frankly, it would be difficult at first to do without her, but she won't want to live in the manor once we're married, and it wouldn't suit us. We could afford her stone cottage once it's been cleared and redecorated. Of course she'd enjoy having a hand in that, and she'd take pleasure in doing something with the garden." Chandler-Powell said, "We could offer to give her the cottage. I mean legally, make it over to her. With its reputation, it won't otherwise be easy to sell. That way she'll have some security for her old age. Who else would want it? Would she? It seems to smell of murder, unhappiness, death." Helena said, "Letty has her defences against those things. I think she'd be content in Stone Cottage, but she wouldn't want it as a gift. I'm sure she'd prefer to buy." "Could she afford to?" "I think so. She's always been a saver, and it would be cheap. After all, as you've said, with its history, Stone Cottage is hardly saleable. Anyway, I could try her. If she moves into the cottage, she'll need an increase in salary." "Won't that be a difficulty?" Helena smiled. "You're forgetting that I have money. After all, we've agreed that the restaurant will be my investment. Guy may have been an unfaithful bastard, but he wasn't a mean bastard." So that problem was settled. Chandler-Powell thought that this would probably be the pattern of his married life. A difficulty acknowledged, a reasonable solution proposed, no particular action necessary on his part. He said easily, "As we can't very well do without her, at least at first, that all seems sensible." "It's I who can't do without her. Haven't you noticed? She's my moral compass. They walked on. Chandler-Powell could see now that much of his life was going to be planned for him. The thought caused him no disquiet, and much satisfaction. He would have to work hard to keep both the London flat and the manor, but he had always worked hard. Work was his life. He wasn't entirely sure about the restaurant, but it was time that something was done to reinstate the stable block, and the restaurant customers wouldn't need to enter the manor. And it was important to keep Dean and Kimberly. Helena knew what she was doing. She said, "Have you heard anything about Sharon, where she is, what job they've found for her?" "Nothing. She came out of nothingness and went back to nothingness. She isn't my responsibility, thank God." "And Marcus?" "I had a letter yesterday. He seems to be settling down well in Africa. It's probably the best place for him. He couldn't hope to recover from Candace's suicide while working here. If she wanted to separate us, she certainly went about it the right way." He spoke without rancour, almost without interest. After the inquest they had rarely talked about Candace's suicide, and always with unease. Why, she wondered, had he chosen this moment, this walk together, to revisit the painful past? Was it his way of making some kind of formal closure, of saying that it was now time for the talking and speculation to stop? "And Flavia? Is she, like Sharon, out of your mind?" "No. We've been in touch. She's getting married." "So soon?" "Someone she contacted on the internet. She writes that he's a solicitor, widowed 3 years ago with a daughter aged 2, about 40, lonely, looking for a wife who loves children. She says she's very happy. At least she's getting what she wanted. It shows considerable wisdom to know what you want in life, and then to direct all your energies towards getting it." They had left the avenue now, and were re-entering the west door. Glancing at her, he caught her secret smile. She said, "Yes, she was very wise. That's how I've always acted myself." Chapter 2. Helena had broken the news to Letty in the library. She said, "You disapprove, don't you?" "I have no right to disapprove, only the right to be fearful for you. You don't love him." "Perhaps not now, not yet totally, but it will come. All marriages are a process of falling in or out of love. Don't worry, we shall suit each other very well, in bed and out, and this marriage will last." "And the cresset flag will be raised again over the manor, and in time a child of yours will choose to live here." "Dear Letty, how well you understand me." And now Letty was alone, thinking over the offer that Helena had made to her before they parted, pacing through the gardens, but seeing nothing, and now at last, as so often happened, walking slowly down the lime walk to the stones, looking back at the windows of the west wing. Her mind turned to that private patient whose murder had changed the lives of all who, innocent or guilty, had been touched by it. Wasn't that what violence always did? Whatever that scar had meant to Rhoda Gradwyn, an expiation, her personal noli me tangere, defiance, a memento, she had for some reason, which no one at the manor knew or would ever know, found the will to get rid of it and change the course of her life. She had been robbed of that hope. It was the lives of others that would be irrevocably changed. Rhoda Gradwyn had been young, of course, younger than she, Letty, who at 60 knew that she looked older, but she might have 20 relatively active years ahead. Was it time to settle for the safety and comfort of the manor? She contemplated what that life would be. A cottage she could call her own, decorated as she chose, a garden that she could make and cherish, a useful job that she could do without strain, with people she respected, her books and music, the library at the manor available to her, daily to breathe English air in one of the loveliest of counties, perhaps the pleasure of seeing a child of Helena's growing up. And what of the remote future? 20 years, perhaps, of useful and relatively independent life before she began to become a liability, in her eyes and perhaps in Helena's. But they would be good years. She knew that already she had become used to viewing the wider world beyond the manor as essentially hostile and alien, an England she could no longer recognise. The earth itself, a dying planet, where millions of people were constantly moving like a black stain of human locusts, invading, consuming, corrupting, destroying the air of once remote and beautiful places, now rancid with human breath. But it was still her world, the one she had been born into. She was part of its corruption as she was part of its splendours and its joys. How much of it had she ever experienced in those years of living behind the mock Gothic walls of the prestigious girls' school at which she had taught? How many people had she really engaged with, other than her own kind, her own class? People who shared her own values and prejudices, who spoke the same language. But it wasn't too late. A different world, different faces, different voices were out there to be discovered. There were still places rarely visited, paths not hardened by millions of pounding feet, fabled cities which were at peace in those quiet hours before the first light and the visitors swarmed out of their hotels. She would travel by boat, train, bus, and on foot, leaving the shallowest of carbon footprints. She had saved enough to spend 3 years away, and still have enough to buy a remote cottage somewhere in England. And she was strong and well qualified. In Asia, Africa, and South America, there could be useful work for her. For years, travelling with a colleague, she had had to journey in the school holidays, the worst and busiest time. This journey, taken on her own, would be different. She would have called it a voyage of self-discovery, but rejected the words as more pretentious than true. After 60 years she knew who and what she was. This would be a voyage, not of self-confirmation, but of change. Finally she turned at the stones and walked briskly back to the manor. Helena said, "I'm sorry, but you know best. You always did. But if I need you," Letty said quietly, "you won't." None of the usual platitudes need saying between us. But I'll miss you. And the manor will still be here. If you get tired of wandering, you can always come home. But the words, genuine as they knew them to be, were perfunctory. Letty saw that Helena's eyes were fixed on the stable block, where the morning sunlight was moving over the stone like a golden stain. Already she was planning how the reconstruction could be carried out, seeing in imagination the guests arriving, consulting with Dean over the menu, the possibility of a Michelin star, perhaps 2, the restaurant well in profit, and Dean ensconced forever at the manor to George's content, standing there happily dreaming, looking to the future. Chapter 3. In Cambridge the wedding service was over, and the guests were beginning to move into the antechapel. Clara and Annie stayed seated, listening to the organ. The Bach and Vivaldi had been played, and now the organist indulged himself and the congregation with a variation on a Bach fugue. Before the service, waiting in the sunshine with a small group of other early arrivals, people had introduced themselves, including a girl in a summer dress, with short light brown hair, framing an attractive and intelligent face. She had come forward smiling to say that she was Kate Miskin, a member of Mr. Dalglish's squad, and to introduce the young man with her, Piers Tarrant, and a handsome young Indian who was a detective sergeant in Adam's squad. Others had joined them, Adam's publisher, fellow poets and writers, a few of Emma's college colleagues. It had been a happy and friendly group, lingering as if reluctant to exchange the beauty of stone walls and great lawn lit by the May sunshine for the cool austerity of the antechapel. The service had been short, with music but no homily. Perhaps bride and groom had felt that the age-old liturgy said all that was necessary, without the competition of the usual commonplace injunctions, and Emma's father had been seated in a front pew, clearly having rejected the old symbolism of the passing of possessions into another's keeping. Emma, in her green wedding dress, a chaplet of roses in her gleaming upswept hair, had walked slowly up the aisle alone. At the sight of her composed and solitary beauty, Annie's eyes had filled with tears. And there had been another break with tradition. Instead of facing the altar with his back to his bride, Adam had turned and, smiling, had held out his hand. And now only a few guests remained listening to the Bach. Clara said quietly, "As a wedding, I think this can be counted a success. One tends to think of our clever Emma rising above common female conventions. It's reassuring to find that she shares the apparent ambition of all brides on their wedding day to make the congregation catch its breath." "I don't think she was bothering about the congregation." Clara said, "Jane Austen would seem more appropriate. Do you remember Mrs. Elton's comments in the last chapter of Emma? Very little white satin, very few lace veils, a most pitiful business. But remember how the novel ends. But in spite of these deficiencies, the wishes, the hopes, the confidence, the predictions of the small band of true friends who witnessed the ceremony were fully answered in the perfect happiness of the union." Clara said, "Perfect happiness is asking for a lot. But they will be happy. And at least, unlike poor Mr. Knightley, Adam won't have to live with his father-in-law. Darling, your hand feels cold. Let's join the others in the sunlight. I need a drink and some food. Why does emotion make one hungry?" Knowing the bride and groom and the quality of the food from the college kitchen, we shan't be disappointed. No limp canapes and warm white wine. But Annie wasn't yet ready to cope with fresh introductions, the meeting of new people, the babble of congratulations, and the laughter of a congregation released from the solemnity of a church wedding. She whispered, "Let's stay until the music ends." There were images she needed to face, and thoughts which had come unbidden, which she needed to deal with here in this austere and peaceful place. She was back with Clara at the Old Bailey. She thought of the young man who had attacked her, and of that moment when she turned her eyes to the dock and faced him. She couldn't remember what she had expected, but it was not this ordinary-looking lad, obviously ill at ease in the suit worn to impress the court, standing there without apparent emotion. He pleaded guilty in a sullen, unemphatic voice, and expressed no remorse. He didn't look at her. They were two strangers linked forever by one moment of time, one act. She could feel nothing, not pity, not forgiveness, nothing. It wasn't possible to understand him, or to forgive, and she didn't think in those terms. But she told herself that it was possible not to cherish unforgiveness, or find vengeful consolation in the contemplation of his imprisonment. It was for her, not him, to decide how much she had been harmed by him. He could have no lasting power over her without her connivance. And now a verse of scripture remembered from childhood spoke to her with a clear note of truth. "Whatsoever thing from without entereth into the man, it cannot defile him, because it entereth not into his heart." And she had Clara. She slipped her hand into Clara's, and felt the comfort of her responsive squeeze. She thought, "The world is a beautiful and terrible place. Deeds of horror are committed every minute, and in the end those we love die. If the screams of all earth's living creatures were one scream of pain, surely it would shake the stars. But we have love. It may seem a frail defence against the horrors of the world, but we must hold fast and believe in it, for it is all that we have." The Private Patient by P.D. James was read by Michael Jayston and is published by BBC Audiobooks.